For a group of high schoolers, it was just another day. Until military trucks appeared, carrying students who looked like they were on a whole different level. The girls were captivated in an instant, mesmerized by the handsome figures riding past. The other guys could only grumble in jealousy, dismissing them as kids from some elite specialized academy, the legendary warrior school. But to understand their world, we must journey back to the day everything changed. While humanity lived in blissful ignorance, the world was about to get a brutal reality check, straight out of a leveling manhwa. Portals ripped open the sky, and from them, dozens of dragons descended upon the earth. A scene once confined to anime was now unfolding in the heart of their city. In the face of such overwhelming power, humanity was frozen by pure terror. Later, scientists would discover the existence of a ghost planet, an eerie twin to our own. This parallel Earth violently exploded, and its catastrophic end was how we learned it ever existed. But in its final moments, it hurled its cosmic remains directly at us. Giant meteors rained down, shattering the Earth and turning dreams into apocalyptic nightmares. And wherever these fragments landed, the very laws of nature began to warp, corrupted by the essence of that dead world. Soon after, more dimensional rifts tore open, unleashing hordes of grotesque monsters. 17% of the planet's surface was lost, becoming a forbidden danger zone. Humanity lost all control, its civilization crumbling as people were wiped out like insects. Normal citizens had no way to fight back. One soldier, paralyzed by fear, watched from his hiding spot as a single, horned behemoth annihilated his entire squadron. The moment the beast locked eyes with him, its grotesque features twisted into a horrifying grin, revealing a maw of razor-sharp teeth. The soldiers unleashed everything in their arsenal, but the creature's hide was harder than any steel. Unfortunately for the young soldier, his own body was far more fragile. A single punch to his stomach sent him reeling, blood pouring from his lips. The blow launched him through a concrete wall, shattering it along with his bones. Against these things, humans stood zero chance. If a status window were to appear, this soldier's power would be a meager D rank, while the monster was easily a B rank terror, minimum. Yet the soldier stood his ground, preparing for the inevitable. The monster loomed over him, raising its claw to deliver the final strike. But as it swung down, something shifted. A strange, new power surged through the soldier's body, like a hunter undergoing a legendary awakening. He could feel his mortal limits shattering, a side effect of the exploded planet's cosmic influence. The chains of human frailty snapped, and in that instant, he unleashed that power upon the monster. With a single, fluid motion, he caught its descending arm and, using a devastating martial arts technique, shattered the demon's bones. That moment marked history, the first recorded case of a human awakening, giving mankind its first real hope to fight back against the invaders. While this phenomenon touched every person on Earth, the awakened abilities manifested differently for everyone. Some who discovered their newfound powers dedicated themselves to intense training. Others sought a noble cause worthy of their incredible potential. Amidst this new reality, another massive portal tore open the heavens. From it, a legion of horned demons poured forth, beginning a second invasion. But this time, their leader was met with an unexpected sight. A human army stood waiting for them before the gate. Their weapons were drawn, and their eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. These were the ones who chose to become humanity's shield. Using their awakened powers to reclaim the dungeons and conquer the danger zones, they became special agents with one mission. They would be known as adventurers. And before that colossal portal, a legendary battle was about to begin. An army of horned demons clashed with humanity's new heroes, led by the very same soldier who defeated the first monster. That battle heralded the dawn of a new era, the age of dungeons and adventurers, igniting a massive war between two worlds. After the dust settled from the brutal conflict, with only a handful of human knights left standing, the world celebrated their valor. People everywhere were inspired by their strength and sacrifice, especially by the first soldier who awakened and chose to face the impossible. It wasn't long before organizations dedicated to cultivating new adventurers began to emerge all across the globe. Among them, one academy in the Republic of Korea rose above all others, producing the most elite adventurers for the last 25 years. This institution became known throughout the world as the prestigious warrior school. Back in the present, the two friends continue their conversation. One mentions that at the warrior school, they teach students what truly lies within the dungeons. The black-haired boy asks a grim question. What happens if someone actually dies? His friend just scoffs, explaining their confidence is well earned. The entrance exam alone is a trial of immense brutality. But before he can elaborate, his focus is stolen by a chorus of excited squeals from a group of girls nearby. The girls are completely captivated, fawning over someone they describe with impossible beauty, a charm that defies all words. It's a blonde boy with pointed ears, a half-elf, who simply sits there, basking in the wave of adoration from his admirers. His friends stared in confusion, until one pointed out the obvious that kid's face is everywhere. His name D.F. Choi, the son of a legendary adventurer and a high elf. They say he's a prodigy, destined to become the strongest adventurer alive. And with a single, dazzling smile, D.F. Choi sent his fangirls into a frenzy. It was just revealed he'd already cleared the dungeon 14 times, a number that made the black-haired boy's expression darken. He wasn't impressed in the slightest, prompting his friend to accuse him of being jealous. Their playful argument was cut short when another buddy walked over, inviting them to celebrate. But Jarian, the boy with black hair, just shook his head. He couldn't make it this time, telling them to have fun without him. His friend protested, urging him to relax after their exams and just come out. But before he could insist, their other friend landed a sharp jab in his gut, telling him to let it go. If Jarian couldn't come, he couldn't come. Jarian, his eyes still locked on his phone, offered a quick thanks and a goodbye. The friend with dyed hair shot his buddy a look, telling him to be more considerate. Did he have any idea what Jarian was going through? A memory flickered Jarian at a hospital bedside, watching over a frail, elderly figure. Back in the present, a notification glared from his screen, a stark reminder that this month's hospital bills were overdue. Then, another message popped up. It was from his boss. A new job had just dropped. He was needed. Immediately. Meanwhile, Diev, basking in the adoration of his fans, felt a sudden chill. His gaze snapped across the crowd, locking onto Jarian. A strange, unsettling feeling coiled in his gut. One of Diev's friends from the Warrior Academy noticed, asking if that kid had done something to him. But Diev just shook his head. No, nothing at all. Watching Jarian's silhouette fade into the city, Diev wondered if his instincts were just playing tricks on him. He dismissed the feeling. It was probably nothing. As for our protagonist, Jarian, he navigated the streets, a storm of stress brewing inside him as he cursed the job he was heading to. He finally reached his destination, a deserted subway station, ripping. Past the warning tape, he descended into the pitch-black maw of the entrance, his spirit hardening for the trial ahead. Inside, Jarian's boss, a man with brilliant white hair named Jawan, introduced their new client, a bald man in an expensive suit. The young man with black hair offered a polite greeting, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. But the client's face soured instantly. He didn't return the greeting, instead glaring daggers at Jawan. I thought you were bringing your best, the client spat, not some random teenager. Jawan calmly insisted that Jarian was, in fact, the best they had. But the bald man just scoffed, accusing him of trying to scam him with an amateur. Despite the suffocating tension, Jawan and Jarian remained unfazed, simply stating that the client's rudeness was completely uncalled for. But the man in the suit was far from finished. He demanded they summon someone truly skilled, his voice dripping with menace as he warned them they would deeply regret wasting his time. Just then, Jarian's eyes shifted to the mountain of a man standing guard, behind the client. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Jarian asked. Then, with a razor-sharp smirk, he corrected himself. No, a retired adventurer, reduced to being an old man's errand boy. The client was stunned by the boy's audacity. Before he could lash out, his bodyguard stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. The hulking enforcer growled that talk was cheap. It was time to teach them a lesson by breaking an arm or a leg, maybe both. A cruel smile spread across the bald man's face. He ordered his guard to seize the boy, promising they'd die right here if they didn't beg for mercy. Jarian's face twisted into a mask of theatrical fear, sarcastically crying out for someone to save him. And then, in an instant, everything changed. A chilling blue aura erupted around him as he declared with ice in his veins. I don't know how to beg. The truth is, Jarian had secretly cleared dungeons 371 times. Every single run, a complete violation of the law. Here's how the world of dungeon smuggling operates. Every day, brave adventurers risk their lives hunting monsters, ensuring humanity's survival. And once a dungeon is conquered, they unearth treasures of unimaginable power, artifacts so potent they defy all human understanding. But before leaving, every single treasure must be surrendered for government inspection. This rule is absolute. In the wrong hands, these items could unleash catastrophe upon the world. The Adventurers Association registers and assesses every artifact, imposing massive taxes based on its power and value. But human greed is a powerful force, and some adventurers will do anything to cheat the system by smuggling priceless treasures and selling them on the black market. Far from watchful eyes, they hoard these powerful relics for their own selfish gain. If these criminals run free, they threaten the very fabric of our society. The government broadcast ends with a plea report any smugglers and help bring these outlaws to justice. Back in the present, the tense air crackles as the ex-adventurer and Jurong prepare to clash. Jawan, completely unfazed, calmly lights a cigarette, while the bald client just glares, stunned by his composure. As the two opponents squared off, the bald man demanded to know if Jawan was seriously letting this fight happen. Jawan just raised an eyebrow, coolly asking if he was trying to back out after stirring up all this trouble. Insulted, The bald man shot back that Jawan's side should be the ones trembling in fear. He revealed that Pilji, the mountain of muscle, wasn't forced into retirement by injuries. He was kicked out for attacking his own comrades and would show zero mercy now. Hearing this, Jurong echoed the threat with a smirk, sarcastically saying how utterly terrifying that sounded. He called Pilji what he was, a common criminal, grinning. Pilji boasted that the teammate he took down was just dead weight, so he simply threw out the trash. But Jurong just laughed at the excuse, saying he understood perfectly. He shot back that Pilji should have a little more self-awareness, since he was just as worthless, losing everything because of his own foolish pride. Before Jurong could land another verbal blow, Pilji exploded forward, his fist flying straight for Jurong's face. But as the punch made contact, Pilji froze, his eyes widening in shock. He knew something was terribly wrong. He couldn't believe it. Jurong had dodged the blow by simply tilting his head. The boy casually remarked that such a sudden attack was incredibly rude. Enraged, a sinister green aura began to surge from Pilji's body. The brute then charged, ready to obliterate Jurong, to taunt his rival. The boy declared that since he was attacked, he'd respond with a single swift kick. And with a bone-shattering crack, our hero leaped, his foot connecting squarely with his opponent's jaw. Taking the full, devastating impact, the man staggered back, dazed, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Jurong's boss remained calm and collected, but the bald man was floored by our protagonist's blinding speed. Jawan confidently stated he'd brought the most skilled person he knew, while Pilji reeled, shocked by the force of that kick. After the impact, Jurong began to mock him, saying he was expecting more of a fight from someone so massive. Jawan noted how Lee was completely caught off guard, treating this smuggler like he was just some kid. But those reflexes, and the sheer power in that kick, were already on the level of a seasoned professional. The boy added that the ex-adventurer was probably starting to realize this was a fight he could never win. But the bald man refused to accept it, yelling that the kid was good, but it was nothing more than a lucky shot. Before he could say another word, Jurong's boss cut in, saying he could only feel pity for the big oaf. Consumed by pure rage, Pilji ripped off his shirt, letting his violent aura surge to its absolute limit. Seeing this, Jawan identified his ability, stating that Lee was without a doubt a tank. The bald man stared, amazed that he could read his subordinate's skills so easily. The hulking man roared that no matter what cheap tricks our protagonist tried to use, he was still just a lowly smuggler and was about to see something truly special. Instantly, veins bulged across his entire body as Lee began charging a massive amount of green energy. Jurong explained that after the adhesion, humanity began awakening powers that shattered their natural limits. However, every person's talent and type was different, leading to a vast array of unique latent abilities. Adventurers, naturally, underwent specialized training that honed their powers and defined their roles on a team. Staring down his powered-up rival, Jurong stated that one of those essential roles was known as the tank. Pilgi's body grew even larger and more muscular as he activated various techniques, buffing his stats to their peak. The tank is the shield of the party, protecting teammates from all the dangers lurking within a dungeon. In this role, an adventurer stands on the front line, facing monsters head-on without a shred of fear. Their bodies are trained to the point where they can even shrug off bullets. However, high-ranking tanks can withstand immense firepower, even missile strikes, becoming a literal living fortress. Watching his rival's transformation, our hero had to admit he was powerful, confirming the man was a true adventurer. With all his buffs active, Pilji charged like a freight train, aiming to pulverize the boy standing before him. Jurong barely managed to evade the devastating blow, but the ground shattered beneath the impact, cracking the entire subway floor. Debris explodes around him as our protagonist struggles to land, bracing against the gale of raw power rushing his way. The bald man, a mere human, feels that incredible force and is nearly blown off his feet by the shockwave alone. But a steady hand catches his shoulder. It was Jawan standing there completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. He calmly asks the man if he's all right. The man spits that the adventurer is a bastard for trashing someone's business over a petty rivalry. Lee charges toward Geryong, who holds his fighting stance, calmly watching his opponents advance. Lee throws another devastating punch, but the boy dodges it by a hair's breadth. With an impossibly smug grin, Pilji taunts our protagonist. What's wrong? He mocks him, asking why Geryong isn't using any of his cheap tricks. But the young man is deep in thought, calculating his next move. Geryong retorts that he's not an idiot. He wouldn't fall for a trap as simple and obvious as the one the tank was setting. Feeling the immense power radiating from Lee, Geryong's boss remarks, that former adventurer? He's not bad. Pilgi's strength was comparable to a speeding truck. A direct hit would have pulverized every bone in a normal person's body. Seeing the potential for more destruction in his territory, Jawan orders Geryong to hurry up and end it. He warns that if anything else breaks, the boy would have to pay for all the damages himself. The young man realizes his options are dwindling. Pilji maintains his arrogant smirk, saying it seems the boy's boss doesn't understand the situation. He boasts that Geryong's cheap tricks are nothing compared to the techniques of a real professional. But his opponent seems to ignore him, suddenly glancing to the side. "This could work," he mutters. The young man's eyes lock onto a thick metal beam nearby, and he quickly places his hand upon it. Lee has no idea what he's planning and watches in confusion, wondering what the boy intends to do with that. Geryong analyzes the iron bar, feeling its weight and potential. He realizes this will be more than enough. Seizing the moment of distraction, Pilji lunges at him again, gritting his teeth in fury as his aura explodes outward. Geryong recalls a simple truth because of their insane durability. Most people think that tanks are unbeatable. However, that's a complete lie. They have one very clear weakness, and a natural enemy. At that moment, Jawan tells the bald man that this fight is far from over. Pilgi rushes forward, consumed by rage and determined to end this. But Geryong doesn't retreat. He charges forward to meet him, iron bar in hand. The weakness of a tank is any entity that can focus immense destructive power onto a single, precise point. And at that very instant, with his improvised weapon, the boy swings to prove his strength. A DPS, a damage. Per second class is the ultimate weakness of any tank. With that realization, the boy smashes the iron bar into his opponent's jaw, unleashing a shockwave of energy. The ex-adventurer spits blood, nearly blacking out from the devastating impact of the attack. Jawan isn't surprised in the slightest. Unlike the bald man, who is utterly speechless at what he just witnessed, after the strike, the tank collapses unconscious for a few seconds before groggily coming to. With his mouth full of blood, Pilji asks how the protagonist learned to cut like that, but the boy is confused by the question. Cut? What are you talking about? He tells him that whatever Lee is thinking, he is completely mistaken. Yet, in his mind, he wonders if Lee might have a point. Perhaps he'd seen that person before and recognized Geryong's style. That person was his father, a man once known across the globe as an unimaginably powerful being. Our protagonist's mind flashes back to his past, and we see him as a child, wandering the corridors of his home. He reflects on how, when he was very young, his father was the greatest adventurer in the world, filling the boy with an overwhelming sense of pride. And his favorite pastime was watching his father train for hours in the backyard. It wasn't just because he was family. The man was truly a monster. His name was Yu Sung, a mountain of a man radiating pure power and aura. This was the same soldier we saw in the past, the very first human to awaken and defeat one of the monsters. A flashback explains that Sung was a hero of the first generation, men and women who were called the first adventurers. For those who never lived through it, the story of the first generation is the stuff of grand legends. But for the adventurers of that era, it was a living hell, forced to watch countless people die while they faced endless battles. And worst of all, the biggest problem was the complete lack of information about the dungeons. No one knew what they were, or what horrors they contained, which made every single step a life-threatening gamble. In a vivid flashback, Sung stands with his ally, steeling themselves against a colossal, worm-like behemoth. Creatures now considered mere fodder were once terrifying nightmares for the adventurers of the past. The Gakamoth, the very beast our hero's father faced, unleashes a torrent of emerald venom, engulfing Sung's friend. In a heart-stopping moment, Sung dodges the lethal spray. But as he turns, a horrifying sight greets him. His friend is dissolving, melted away by the creature's acid. For these pioneers, every monster was an unknown cataclysm, a world-ending. Witnessing his comrade's gruesome end, something inside Yu Sung snaps. A fiery rage consumes him as he charges, striking the beast with his spear. This was an era of darkness, where heroes fought blind, with no knowledge of their foes. But as the blow lands, Sung discovers a soul-crushing truth. His trusted titanium alloy spear was corroding, unable to withstand the monster's potent venom. Gear, now taken for granted, was a distant dream. These warriors fought with whatever primitive tools they could forge. The first generation of adventurers were trailblazers, trading their lives for every scrap of information. In the memory, Sung unleashes a desperate final charge. Back in the present, deep in the underground dungeon, a group of adventurers arrives as reinforcements. The three young explorers freeze, their breath catching in their throats as they witness the absolute carnage before them. Amidst the harrowing remains of the fallen, a single figure stood victorious, having vanquished the beast with nothing but sheer will and grit. These survivors passed down their hard-won knowledge, ensuring the next generation wouldn't have to pay the same bloody price. For their monumental deeds, for their sacrifice for humanity, they were revered as true heroes. For countless years, Sung lived this life, a relentless battle against unknown horrors and otherworldly beings. After evolving beyond mortal limits, he earned a legendary title, the Dragon Hunter, a name bestowed only upon the first man in history to ever slay a dragon. The memory shifts, showing Sung standing like a titan atop the colossal corpse of one such beast. When this news broke, the world was shaken to its core. Sung was hailed as the undisputed, strongest adventurer in all of Asia. Yet this legendary figure was also just a man. Our main character's father. A man the boy respected more than anyone on Earth. Jurong recalls his father's training, the way his spear would dance, unleashing a maelstrom of raw power and crackling aura. To Jerong, his father was an invincible god, an unbreakable force of nature, until the fateful day that shattered his entire world. In the prime of his life, the legendary hero suddenly doubled over, coughing up a spray of crimson blood. As a child, our protagonist rushed to his father's side, his heart pounding with fear. But his father held up a hand, ordering him to stay back, not to come any closer. The doctors revealed the horrifying cause of slow, creeping poison. Jurong could only weep as he watched his hero wither away. At the hospital, the story unfolded. During an exploration, his father had been contaminated by a fatal toxin from some forgotten dungeon. As he had always done, his father fought it, trying to overcome this internal enemy with pure willpower. However, after decades of pushing his body past its absolute limits, his vessel had finally given out. Not even the first dragon hunter could endure forever. And in his moment of weakness, the very comrades he once trusted with his life came to him, holding a piece of paper. They were nothing but vipers in disguise, preying on Sung's vulnerability to strip him of his fortune and his entire life's work. Crushed by illness, both physical and mental, he was overwhelmed by the belief that his sacrifices had been for nothing, that his entire life had been a mistake with no reward. Years crawled by. Our protagonist, now a teenager, saw his father confined to a hospital bed, a frail shadow of the legend he once was. Jurong explains that slowly, the world began to forget. The dragon hunter, Sung, lost his identity as a hero and became just a name in a history book. After losing everything to a poison that defied all medical science, his only reward for saving the world was to be a forgotten adventurer. We snap back to the present, moments after Jurong's overwhelming victory against Pelju. The boy glares down at his defeated opponent, then turns his back and walks away, ignoring the man's pathetic muttering. Fueled by the fire of those bitter memories, our protagonist's rage boils over. He hurls the piece of iron he was holding and storms toward the exit. The bald man is still reeling, his mind unable to comprehend that his strongest subordinate was just dismantled. His partner, Jo Won, coolly remarks that everything went according to plan. But the man remains in disbelief, refusing to accept that Pilju could lose so utterly to a mere kid. The protagonist's boss just shrugs, suggesting that maybe the hulking brute was never a very good adventurer to begin with. Jurong cuts in, his voice dripping with contempt. He says the man boasted about striking his own allies, a clear sign of his true weakness. Striding past the bald man, the boy declares there are only two ways a good adventurer ever retires. Either their body breaks down until they can't fight another day, or they vanish inside a dungeon, never to be seen again. He slips his jacket back on, noting that whatever Pilju was being paid, it was too much. If it was even above minimum wage, the client should fire him. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Johan approaches his client with a false apology, asking the man to see things from their perspective. He then proclaims that due to this little incident, their fee has just doubled. The client starts to protest, but before a word can escape, Jerryong's boss silences him with a predatory glare, reminding him the boy provoked them first. He adds coldly that they don't work for free. Realizing he has no leverage, the bald man quickly agrees, saying it's fine. After successfully shaking down his client, the boss calls Jerryong over, asking if he's ever heard of the Imperial Wasp. But Jerryong, mid-sip, chokes on his water, spraying it everywhere at the mention of that name. Wiping his mouth, he asks in disbelief if that's what they're after. Even for him, that monster was on a whole different level. Johan explains that the Imperial Wasp's danger level is considered the absolute highest, not just in Korea, but across the entire globe. The once beautiful city of Yeouido is now nothing more than the Wasp's Nest, a demonic kingdom with an impossibly high clear difficulty. The man continues, explaining that even for the most elite, high-ranking adventurers, hunting a single one of these beasts is a nightmare. They swarm everywhere, a constant threat to any smuggler. To fight one is basically a suicide mission. However, for a white-rank adventurer, the impossible becomes possible. Johan reveals that, according to their client, a massive, unpublicized raid took place just yesterday. The boss lays out the details of the operation, stating that the government, army, alongside 7 white-rank adventurers, formed an elite squad to invade the hive. Jerryong is floored. 7 white ranks. Johan reminds him that adventurers of that caliber are legends, if even 2 are seen together. The media erupts. It seems the raid ultimately failed its primary goal of total eradication. But in the chaos, the adventurers succeeded in hunting the Queen Wasp. Then, one of the 7 heroes stole the Imperial Wasp's royal jelly and ordered a subordinate to smuggle it out. Jerryong looks completely lost. Seeing his confusion, Johan explains that royal jelly is a special supplement fed only to a newly born queen. Still struggling to grasp the stakes, the main character asks why a white rank would risk everything to smuggle a simple nutritional supplement. His boss explains that there have been rare instances where royal jelly made it into their world, and from what he knows, if a human consumes it, they can cheat death itself. The revelation hits our protagonist like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Deep in the city's underbelly, in an abandoned subway, a voice notes that all official paths to the dungeons are now under strict control. This figure walks silently through the decaying corridors, heading toward a specific point, repeating the thought over and over. The man is revealed to be our protagonist's boss, who scoffs at the very idea. That's not entirely true. He thinks, staring at a gate covered in strange red markings. He smirks. This just proves there's always a way around the government's rules. A blue aura envelops his hand as he reaches for the gate, weaving his own magic into the ancient seals. His energy clashes with the gate's power, and a brilliant flash of blue light floods the entire subway. The two auras surge and combine, and in a brilliant display, the red markings begin to dissolve into nothing. Our protagonist stands silently behind him as Johan turns, saying that even though he sounds like a broken record, he'll say it again. Be careful. Gary, wiping his hands clean, he adds that this job is going to be especially irritating, and far more troublesome than usual. For some reason, Gary remains completely silent, lost in his own world, trying to snap him out of it. Johan takes a long drag from his cigarette and blows a cloud of smoke right into the young man's face. Gary coughs, waving the smoke away and asking his boss why he suddenly did that. Johan tells him it's because his head was in the clouds, completely distracted from the mission at hand. The boss then asks if he's still fixated on that so-called medicine, the elixir that can bring back the dead. Gary walks toward the gate, muttering that it doesn't make any sense. Things like that are never reliable. Leaning against the colossal gate, he thinks that even if it is an unparalleled miracle cure, it could never heal his father's condition. With that final, heavy thought, the young man pushes open the mysterious gate, and a torrent of powerful life force erupts from within. He knew in his heart, if a sliver of hope like that truly existed, his father never would have abandoned it. After opening the gate and stepping through, the young man found himself in a majestic mountain realm, under a brilliant, clear sky. Gary shielded his eyes from the intense sunlight, trying to take in the stunning vista before him. Since the Great Adhesion, dungeons had scarred the world's surface, but in Korea, two were considered the largest, and they were dangerously unique. The first was Judo, a hellscape fused with a volcanic mountain range, filled with active volcanoes and burning stone. The other was fused with the deadly Airy jungle, and it was here the young man was preparing for his infiltration. The dungeon is located in what was once Wedo, swallowing the heart of Seoul where you once stood. Now, it's a ruined city reclaimed by a savage forest. The young man knew that with Uedo as its epicenter. Mappo, Yangshan, and other cities had all been consumed by this dungeon, and most of it remained unexplored territory. A large part of the region is only D rank, but Wedo itself is a deadly S rank zone. The one responsible for the jelly tried to transport it to the meaning area in Baroma. Jo Wan explained that after arriving, however, the transporter's contact went completely dark. While he could have fled, it wasn't the most likely outcome. The boss was certain the man must have faced hell itself just to get out of there. And so, all our protagonist had to do was enter that same hell, retrieve the jelly, and return. But before Jurong left, Joan added one last thing, telling the boy not to get distracted and to focus only on the mission. A smile played on his lips as he pulled on a mask. The boy asked if his boss thought he would run away. Joan stated firmly that the boy wasn't stupid enough for that. The boss also warned his subordinate to be careful, reminding him that the royal jelly is priceless, and humans are not the only ones willing to kill for it. After his boss's final warning, the boy used a baikanjish rope to descend the cliff face, dropping into the heart of the forest. He was sure the entire jungle reeked of that strange, alluring scent. When he glanced down, something caught his eye, and a jolt of shock and irritation ran through him. Stamped into the forest floor was a colossal footprint. The boy knew then, the jelly's scent would attract all kinds of monsters. Meanwhile, deeper inside that vast expanse of green, a flock of birds suddenly took flight. A girl with pointed ears was running for her life, completely out of breath. The woman ducked behind a tree, trying to steal a single moment to catch her breath. Her name was Jin Samaram, a first-year warrior, and she was now facing the biggest crisis of her life. This was supposed to be an easy dungeon trip for her intermediate exam. But now, the girl was frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror. Looking over her shoulder, her worry intensified. Instead of the simple test she expected, she had encountered a monster that should never have been there. It was then revealed. The creature hunting her was a gigantic beast. Jin tried to stay silent, hoping to escape the monster that stalked her. But the beast began to close in, and a horrifying realization dawned on her. The exam was supposed to be simple. Within the time limit, Jin had to collect as many coins as she could from inside the dungeon. And although it was a test designed to simulate real combat situations, the area was ranked as low as possible. It should have been easy. This was a training ground for beginners, a place any novice adventurer was meant to clear. The monster chasing Jin approached without a sound, and when she finally noticed, the beast was grinning right over her shoulder. Desperation clawed at her. The monsters here were meant to be weak, with low intelligence. But this one was different. The four-armed giant struck with immense power, but she dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. Jin thought she should run, but seeing the monster's sheer size, she knew it was impossible. She had to make another choice. In that moment, the girl knew all she had left was to pray for a miracle. So, she drew her bow, pulling 3 arrows from her quiver to make her stand. Against all odds, she decided to fight back. The 3-star ranked primal titan began to gather a monstrous energy in its maw, in a desperate attempt to save herself. Jin fired the 3 arrows at her foe, but tragically, the monster simply raised a hand to its face, effortlessly blocking the weak attack. The girl realized the titan's hide was tougher than a tank's armor, and her chances of winning were practically zero. The primate then, with one of its 4 powerful arms, unleashed a swift and devastating strike, slamming into the earth, sending a shockwave of wind and rock into the air. But with breathtaking agility, the girl evades its wrath once more. Even twisting in midair, Jin's focus is absolute, another arrow already knocked. She knew it was futile. No matter how many she fired, they'd never pierce that monstrous hide. But she had no other choice. 3 more shafts of light screamed towards the beast. This time, however, they were wreathed in the power of the wind. Though they strike true, they barely scratch the titan's flesh. The monster remains unfazed, its terrifying expression locked in place, staring into the face of death. The girl knew her plan was working. She didn't need to kill it with these attacks, nor did she expect it to dodge. All she needed was for it to get closer, for it to lower its guard for just one single, fleeting moment. The new arrow Jin draws to her bowstring burns with an inner fire. She was certain this gamble would pay off. As her feet touch the ground, she channels more magic into the arrowhead, a signature skill of her warrior class. With her resolve hardened, confident in her survival, the woman prepared to teach this beast a lesson. Unleashing her flame bombardier skill, Jin fired an arrow that tore a burning trench through the ground. It is said that the magic one can imbue into an arrow's tip has absolutely no limits. And for her final desperate gambit, she chose the largest explosion she could possibly conjure. Upon impact, the world ignited. A massive inferno erupted, its light visible across the entire forest. The woman stared intently into the heart of the blaze, searching for any sign that she had finally defeated the beast. An attack of that magnitude should have been enough to incinerate any monster with a 3-star danger rank. However, what she saw next filled her with pure terror. As the smoke cleared, the monster's silhouette appeared, clinging between 2 trees, having narrowly avoided the blast. Having barely escaped, the monster's face was a mask of pure rage, furious at the sheer audacity of its prey. Even with all her power, the attack would have been useless if it hadn't landed a direct hit. Despair washed over Jin's mind. A cold realization set in that she might die right here, with no other cards left to play. Before she could even command her body to run, the monster crashed to the earth, determined to end her defiance. It charged with blinding speed. In a desperate instant, Jin fled in the opposite direction, trying to escape its wrath. The titan's face twisted into a psychotic grin, clearly enjoying this game of cat and mouse with its desperate prey. But then, like a miracle from the heavens she had prayed for, a figure descended from the sky, striking the titan with a powerful blow. Looking up, Jin was breathless at what just happened, gazing at her savior as if he were a hero from legend. Still suspended in the air, Garyon locked eyes with the girl he had just saved, while Jin remained completely astonished. The giant staggered back from the solid hit to its chin, dazed and struggling just to stay on its feet. Our protagonist landed gracefully atop a tree, thinking that a simple blow to the jaw wasn't nearly enough to stop it. Looking down, the boy saw the beast glaring up at him, its eyes now burning with a focused hatred. He pulled a strange device from his pocket, something that resembled a weapon, a special tool for adventurers. With his weapon in one hand and the tool in the other, the boy launched himself into battle to defeat the beast. Jin watched, absolutely stunned. She never imagined anyone would be bold enough to attack that monster head-on. The girl could only think that the young man was leaping towards certain death. As the enraged titan lunged with both arms to crush him, Garyon's voice cut through the chaos, shouting for the girl to close her eyes immediately. Even though she didn't fully understand what he was planning, Garyon quickly pointed his tool at the monster's face. In this deadly encounter, only one of them would walk away alive. Suddenly, a powerful light began to radiate from the tool Garyon was holding, and the young man quickly shut his own eyes. A blinding light erupted directly in front of the monster's face. It was so bright it illuminated a huge part of the forest, leaving the titan temporarily blinded. Jin, heeding the boy's warning, quickly squeezed her eyes shut and raised an arm to shield herself from the device's brilliant light. The monster, completely unaware of what was happening, was overwhelmed by the flash that shot directly into its eyes. The beast roared in agony and confusion. Our protagonist landed softly on the ground, knowing he'd just used all the power in his last tool. He was holding a stunlight, a tool crafted from the scales of the obscura fish, which lives in dungeons deep in the ocean. It has an incredible ability called Incapacitate, which offers immense power for its price and has become a beloved trump card for countless adventurers. But its phenomenal power came at a terrible price. Many misused the serum, and adventurers began losing their sight. Because of this, its creation is now strictly forbidden, a banned and prohibited artifact in the modern world. Though her eyes are sealed shut by the serum's reach, she's not used to it, and slowly begins to see again, just as he slips past her with his baton. I did what I could for you, Jae-young says coldly. Now, you find a way to survive. You only have a few seconds left. The main character tells himself that as long as he stays out of it, as long as he does nothing for this adventurer, he won't get reported. He remembers his boss's warning, that smugglers are nothing more than cockroaches to adventurers. Even so, the bounties on their heads are insanely high. If he acts recklessly, he'll be outsmarted and turned over to the authorities in an instant. So, he resolved to do nothing more. But as he ran, his firm expression cracked. When he sensed a presence behind him that sent a shiver down his spine, he realizes with a jolt, that girl from before is desperately trying to follow him. What is she playing at? Jae-young grumbles. Though gasping for breath, Jin refuses to give up, chasing after her savior to offer her thanks. But he's learned his lessons about being outsmarted the hard way. He makes a split-second decision and unleashes his unbelievable speed. The girl, who was right on his heels, freezes. She realizes that somehow the boy vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. I swear he was right there, she thinks. But now, he's gone. With her guard completely down, a baton strikes her from the side, hitting her neck and sending her staggering back. Our protagonist slams her to the ground. You're either incredibly stupid or have a death wish, he snarls. What do you think you're doing? Innocently, without a hint of malice. Star explains, I just wanted to thank you for saving me. Are you kidding me? Jae-young scoffs coldly. I wasn't born yesterday. You can drop the act. But then, her innocent demeanor shatters. I didn't follow you just for that, she admits. I followed you because I know you're a smuggler. But I don't want to capture you, she continues. I want to offer you a job. Hearing this, he falls completely silent. His eyes catch the emblem of the Warrior Academy on her shirt. He clicks his tongue in annoyance and lets her go. Pulling his baton away from her neck, he warns her, I was going to let this slide. But this is your final chance to walk away. Turning his back on her, Jae-young begins to leave. I have no interest in babysitting some student from the Warrior Academy. His tone drops, becoming more menacing than ever before. Interfere with me again, he threatens, and I will bury you right here. The girl understands the weight of his words. And for a moment, she doesn't move. But she doesn't back down. The bounty on a smuggler is 50 million, she says, and the bounty on a hunter must be at least 400 million. Jarian sees this as a direct challenge, and pure rage erupts, veins bulging across his skin. But just as he's about to act, something stops him cold. His eyes lock onto her hand, and he sees the impossible. She's holding a necklace known as the Blood of Inkle. To buy this, Jin says, you'd need to capture 5 smugglers, worth over 200 million. With the artifact in her trembling hand, she makes her offer. This, she says, is just the initial. Payment? Help me with my exam, and I'll give you more money than you can imagine. Staring at the girl's unimaginable wealth, he can only think one thing. She wasn't just some spoiled brat. She was a filthy rich, and utterly insane, spoiled brat. It doesn't matter if I'm crazy or not, she shoots back, her determination unwavering. She raises the necklace higher, its glow illuminating her face. What matters is that this opportunity will change your entire life. He lets out an unexpected sigh. I had a feeling something like this would happen, he mutters. The young man then apologizes. This is your own fault. I really have no reason to kill you myself. Stunned, the girl can only question what he means. Just then, a colossal shadow blocks out the sun, plunging them into darkness. Looking up, the boy's voice is grim. I already warned you. I told you. You only had a few seconds. And high in the sky, having recovered from the flash grenade, the primate beast leaps down to crush them both. The furious monster slams its fists into the earth where they stood, but the two of them manage to dive out of the way just in time. Suddenly, the girl sees something flying toward her. She catches it and realizes it's the same baton the protagonist was using. I didn't give you that to just stare at it, he yells. Do you remember that attack you used before? Jin's mind flashes back to the moment she wreathed her arrow in fire. Do it again, Jurong commands. Conjure those flames on the baton and throw it back to me. But the girl panics, screaming, I don't have any magical power left. Before Jin can argue any further, our protagonist cuts her off. Then you'd better figure it out, and fast. The beast roared, Preparing another devastating attack, Zhurong warned that his fists alone couldn't hold the Titan's attention for long. And so, Jin knew she had to act fast. She poured the last dregs of her mana into the baton, knowing less than a quarter of her power remained after that last strike. As the Titan and the protagonist clashed, a grim reality hit her. With so little power, she couldn't even scratch that monster. Her only option was to flee while the boy served as a distraction. But Yu fought on. Engaged in a desperate dance with death, our protagonist kept moving, drawing the creature's unrelenting gaze. Then, with blinding speed and flawless precision, a flaming baton shot through the air, and the young man snatched it from its path. Jin had poured every last ounce of her remaining power into that single throw. She thought she must be crazy, risking everything for just one person. With that, Yu launched himself into the sky, becoming a spinning whirlwind of fire. But he sounded disappointed. This is much less than a quarter of what you used before. He scoffed. It's truly pathetic. However, he added with a smirk, it should still be enough. Radiating pure confidence, the young man gripped his baton and charged headfirst toward the monster. The battle reached its absolute peak. At that moment, Jin recalled a lesson that Warrior Academy students hear countless times. As she analyzed the incredible fight, the words echoed in her mind. Against a monster. An adventurer's greatest weapon isn't brute strength. The most vital weapon is an impeccable sense of timing. And at this moment, our protagonist was a perfect example. Dodging every blow and awaiting the right moment. The key is to seize that one perfect opening for a precise strike. And there it was, the Primate Titan's attack missed, leaving it completely exposed. In the end, what adventurers must value above all else is the effectiveness of their attack. In that instant, Jin was completely awestruck by Yu's incredible skill. After evading the Titan's rampage and using that perfect timing, Yu seized his chance, slamming the baton straight into the monster's chin. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, the beast's jaw was completely obliterated, its face utterly destroyed. The glasses Jin wore shattered into pieces, but realizing his attack had worked, that he had won. The boy allowed himself a faint, triumphant smile. The scene flashes back to a memory, a beautiful school bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. A young Jin had just finished playing with her friends, and as it grew late, she waved them farewell. She remembers a bodyguard waiting by a car, ready to take her home. So, the little girl said her goodbyes, and her friends planned to play again the very next day. However, Jin couldn't help but overhear the whispers. Her own friends saying how lucky she was to have anything she wanted, and they weren't entirely wrong. Her social status meant she could have almost anything. Her father was the chairman of the Jinsong Group, South Korea's fourth-ranked and globally renowned corporation. The heir to that vast empire had married an elf from another world. And from that union, a child was born, destined to leave her mark on the world. That child was Jin, a half-elf girl with dark hair and a determined spirit. She respected adventurers more than anyone. Seeing them as true heroes, Jin dreamed of becoming one herself, willing to sacrifice everything to follow that path. The memory fades, shifting to a later time, where a blonde elf declares that something is impossible. Jin is on the ground, completely exhausted from her training. At this moment, the blonde elf looks down on her. Your elven blood is weak, he states. You might as well be mostly human. The elf turns to someone beside him. Continuing to push her like this is wrong. It would be better to convince her to stop. But Jin's father, Yu, steps in. I'm not forcing her to do anything, he says. I'm just supporting her dream of becoming an adventurer. He adds that it's not like elven talents are a requirement to become an adventurer. The elf in front of him had to agree. He admitted that compared to a normal human, the girl did indeed possess considerable talent. But even with that, he continued, she is only slightly above average, and her effort will never be rewarded. The blonde elf then said he'd clarify something, since his daughter wasn't from a normal family. She won't give up on her own. She's as stubborn as her mother, my sister. However, the elf stated coldly, despite all her efforts, the girl will never be strong compared to monster-ranked humans. But if she keeps trying, getting up every single time she falls, she might become somewhat decent. Time skips forward once more, showing us a teenage Jin. The elf's warning was clear. With enough effort, the girl could earn praise as a normal human. But she was blessed with a golden spoon, inheriting prosperity, a famous name, and a powerful bloodline. These things would render her efforts meaningless. No matter how much she trained, some heights were simply unattainable. People would mock her out of pure envy, isolating her completely as just another spoiled girl. And one thing was certain. Even with Jin's immense strength, she wouldn't last long. Social isolation can break anyone. Since talent doesn't just fall from the sky, we snap back to the moment Zhang obliterated his foe. Jin could only watch, completely breathless, as so many impossible events unfolded before her. When our protagonist finally landed, the beast's colossal body crashed down with him, shaking the entire forest. The monster was completely annihilated, its face taking the full force of that devastating attack. With a baton in his hand, Our protagonist walked on, until a faint sound made him stop in his tracks. He glanced to the side, and there she was, Jin, staring at him with a face as white as a ghost. Looking at the boy's face, the girl could only mutter, "Impossible." Her savior was just a high school teenager. He touched his own face, and the awful realization dawned on him. He became furious with himself for being so careless. A flashback plays. His handler, Joan, warns him to be careful not to break his glasses, stressing their high price. Holding the strange eyewear, you comment that they couldn't cost more than $5,001, looking like an ordinary item. But his boss corrected him. Those glasses blocked facial recognition, altered his voice, and held more than 4 magical enchantments. Back in the present, those priceless glasses were now completely shattered on the ground from the force of his attack. Placing a hand over his face, the boy muttered in frustration, "Things just aren't going my way." Still reeling from the shock, the young woman asked if he was a veteran from the Warrior Academy. But irritated by the disastrous mission, Jarang answered with a terrifying growl. No veins bulged on his face as he demanded she hand over the payment. Unexpectedly, she didn't hesitate for a moment. She quickly presented the necklace, leaving him stunned by how easily she complied. Annoyed by her rich girl attitude, he snatched the jewel from her hand before she could even react. With the necklace now in his possession, Jarang examined it closely. A brief look confirmed it wasn't a fake. Catching his attention again, Jin asked if he needed more money, saying she knew the tuition for the education center was incredibly high. Before she could offer to pay it for him, the young man cut her off, clarifying that he didn't attend any adventurer school. The girl was even more astonished. He replied coolly that her assumptions were completely wrong. Zhang explained he had never even set foot in an adventurer school. On the contrary, he attended a regular high school. The girl then demanded to know who taught him to fight, and he simply said, "No one." He approached her, hands stuffed in his pockets and a dead serious look on his face. He stated that he learned everything on his own. This time, it was Jin who became furious, shouting that his claim was absolute nonsense. The girl argued that his movements and perfect timing were not something a person could learn without training. Jarang had to be joking. However, in a completely ungentlemanly fashion, something suddenly flew towards the girl, smacking her in the face. Realizing Jarang had thrown something at her, she caught it in her hand and asked what it was. But upon closer inspection, she realized it was a school ID card. She removed the ID from its plastic sleeve and began to analyze it. She saw the card was from Donging Secondary School, and that our main character's name was Yu Jarang. Jarang told her not to bother remembering the name, since it was just another ordinary school among thousands. After so many unbelievable revelations, the girl was on the verge of a mental breakdown, declaring that this was all impossible. Not letting up, Yu pointed his baton straight at the Hamishi girl and ordered her to prove her own identity, demanding a student ID or something similar. After she handed it over, the young man read that the girl's name was Jin Sarum, then verified that the document was genuine. Our protagonist also confirmed that she was the same age as him, and indeed belonged to the elite Warrior Academy. For some strange reason, he slipped her ID into his pocket. Jin cried out, asking him what he was doing. Juryong explained that her offer had changed everything, and now he couldn't afford to take any risks. His identity was exposed. To take her mission, he needed an unbreakable insurance policy against her betrayal. Besides, Juryong never took a job without securing leverage first, and he had one final piece of business to attend to. The young man then pulled out his phone. In a flash, he threw his arm around Jin's shoulders, pulling her into a sudden, tight hug that left her utterly bewildered. "We're taking a selfie," he explained, his voice dangerously calm. "If you ever think about crossing me, this photo proves you were a smuggler's accomplice." As the two posed for the camera, the girl was still frozen in shock. That's when Zhang's expression turned menacing. He leaned in and whispered, "Smile." In that instant, she knew she'd made a terrible mistake. She finally understood she hadn't just hired a mercenary. She had stepped into the den of someone far more terrifying than she could ever comprehend, forcing a hollow, nervous laugh. The girl managed a stiff smile for the camera, but it was already too late to turn back. The deal was sealed. Zhang snapped the picture, capturing the two of them beside the massive corpse of the Titan. After taking their little memento, the boy studied the phone's screen, making sure the evidence was perfectly framed. He then turned to Jin. "All business. Now, let's talk about the price. What exactly do you need from me?" Still struggling to process the young man's intimidating aura, Jin stated her objective to collect coins. Jin laid out the mission within the 6-hour time limit. She had to retrieve coins scattered across the testing grounds. Her ultimate goal was to find a specific box containing a coin that would prove she was a student of the prestigious Warrior Academy. The girl revealed she had already secured one coin, meaning she just needed one more to pass the Academy's brutal exam. Finally, Jin informed him that the box with the last coin was nearby. Our protagonist's eyes sharpened as he asked for the exact location. The girl took a breath and revealed its location, the ruins of the old Eugene shopping mall. The moment he heard that, the boy's expression shifted. as if all the pieces of a puzzle had just clicked into place. I see how it is, Jurong remarked. His sudden understanding left Jin completely confused. Noticing her expression, Jurong explained that their meeting wasn't just a coincidence, because the very thing he was hunting was also inside that mall, after he gave her a glimpse of his own mission. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, shouting, "You can't be serious. You're after the Imperial Wasp." He casually corrected her terrifying assumption, not the wasp itself, but something like its honey or jelly? I'm not sure of the exact name. Jerong added that the jelly supposedly emitted a powerful scent that acted as a lure for monsters, which likely explained the primate titan's appearance. Details don't matter, our protagonist said dismissively. But are you sure you have to go to the mall? Are there no other coins available? With a defeated look, the girl lowered her head and gave him the bad news. The mall is the only location left, she explained. The other squads have probably swept the area clean by now. Hearing this, the boy simply stared at her. The mention of squads made him realize exactly why she had been all alone. His decision was made. Fine, Jurong said. This actually makes things more convenient for me. He declared their plan with absolute confidence. We get in, grab your coin and my jelly, and then we get out. Simple and safe. He was about to discuss his fee, but the girl blurted out her offer first. I'll pay you $950 million. She quickly added that it was every last cent she had. Hearing that colossal figure, our protagonist was stunned by the girl's immense wealth. Jin started to say that if it wasn't enough, she could get more with a little time, but he cut her off sharply. That'll be sufficient. Turning to lead the way toward their destination, the boy added his conditions. The price goes up if there are complications, but if the plan goes smoothly, that amount will do. Can you run? He asked. She nodded immediately. Without another word, they shot off into the forest, racing toward their objective. The young woman, already lagging behind and gasping for air, watched him move effortlessly ahead, thinking that his speed was nothing short of monstrous. As our protagonist sprinted, he sighed internally, thinking to himself. He'd accepted her offer too quickly. Knowing how rich this girl was, he definitely should have demanded a higher price. During their run, Jin shouted from behind, asking if she could ask him a personal question. With an expression of pure boredom, he gave her permission. She then asked, "Did you truly learn to fight all by yourself?" His answer sent a shiver down her spine. "Not everything," he replied, "but the vast majority of it, I mastered alone." As they continued their relentless pace, he began to speak of his origins. "When I was a child." However, before he could finish, a wave of pure killing intent flooded the area. Looming before them, two monstrous otherworldly beasts stalked their next meal. These creatures were giraptors, a native species from the fallen lands of Baramadan. Seeing the threat, Jiren instantly commanded Jin to brace for combat. Jin, who was keeping pace, stopped dead in her tracks. In a fluid motion, she drew her bow, her arrow already aimed at the monsters. But to her astonishment, Jiren became a blur of motion. He didn't wait for a signal. Charging headfirst toward the beasts, Jiren had never been formally trained. He wasn't a certified adventurer. Every skill he possessed was forged in the crucible of life or death battles. However, there was one exception to his self-taught style. As a child, he had secretly watched his father's breathtaking combat forms. From those stolen glances, he managed to burn 3 deadly techniques into his memory. Closing the distance with his baton in hand, Jiren unleashed one of those secret arts against the giraptor. He called it the needle, a technique that focused all of his momentum and mass into a single, piercing strike aimed directly at his enemy's vital point. It was deceptively simple, yet perfectly refined, honed by experience, instinct, and raw, undeniable talent. A move that even elite adventurers struggled to master. Yet for Jiren, it was second nature. With a single, perfect strike, the first of the monsters fell. The remaining monster was a mere 2-star beast. Jin dispatched it with ease, suffering only a few minor scratches in the process. As she lowered her bow, Jin remarked that something fell off, explaining that giraptors always move in packs of at least 5. Hearing this, Jiren's eyes narrowed. It meant they weren't the only ones drawn here by the scent of the royal jelly. Other monsters were swarming the area. They had finally reached the city's edge, where the old shopping mall stood waiting. Jiren noticed Jin wasn't at her best and suggested they rest for a moment before pushing forward. Picking up their earlier conversation, Jin asked him directly about his training as a child. Once more, Jiren denied having a formal master. He explained he only watched from the shadows, perfectly mimicking the movements he saw. But his need for stealth meant he couldn't observe for long, which is why he only mastered a handful of techniques. It was a question he rarely faced. He wondered why she was so intensely curious about his past. Instead of answering, a wave of frustration washed over Jin. She suddenly declared that she truly couldn't stand him. In the next moment, she threw something at Jiren. His reflexes kicked in, catching the object out of the air, confused. Looking down, he saw it was a stamina vial. an item of immense value. He looked at her, shocked, asking if it was really a gift. Jin insisted, telling him to drink it. Sensing his exhaustion was greater than he let on, Jiren smirked, pointing out the contradiction. You just said you couldn't stand me, he teased. Yet here you are giving me gifts. But to Jin's utter disbelief, Jiren simply pocketed the vial. What are you doing? She demanded. He replied matter-of-factly that he wouldn't drink it. He could sell it for a good price later. Jin's expression turned to one of pure rage. She exploded, arguing that its value was precisely why he should use it. Jiren remained unfazed, explaining he knew its worth perfectly. On the black market, it would fetch a small fortune. She cursed him silently. This boy was infuriating, bizarre. But right now, he was her only ally. Jiren then grinned slyly. Since you're so energetic, he said, we don't need to rest anymore. Let's go. And with that, they pushed onward. He noticed Jin was still lost in thought. He couldn't help but think that rich kids are so strange, with no concept of money. Soon, the crumbling structure of the mall loomed before them. As they prepared to enter, Jiren stopped her. He knew she understood the plan, but he insisted on reviewing it one last time. Jiren was clear their mission was not to hunt. They get what they came for, and they get out. Instantly. He stressed that no matter what horrors they found inside, she had to follow his lead without question and keep a level head. He acknowledged her skills, but made one thing clear. My specialty is survival. All you have to do is trust me. But something was stirring within Jin, a strange, unfamiliar feeling she couldn't quite name. Just last semester, she had been an outcast at the Warrior Academy, always overlooked, always alone. This was the first time she had faced true danger with a partner who didn't look down on her. Jiren rose to his feet. Let's move. A shiver of apprehension ran down Jin's spine, knowing the real danger was about to begin. They stood before the skeletal remains of the shopping mall, its entire structure choked by decades of wild vegetation. The interior was a cavern of darkness and ruin. Nature had violently reclaimed what was once man-made. But then, a sound echoed from the darkness, something that sent a chill down not only Jin's spine, but Jiren's as well, putting them both on full alert. A crushing pressure suddenly descended upon them. Jin gasped. What is this feeling? Even Garyon was on edge. He'd never felt an aura this menacing. Looking ahead, they witnessed a grim sight, the mangled remains of countless monsters. The power needed to cause this devastation was immense. They say humans are capable of incredible bravery, and that with the right motivation, they can overcome anything. But that courage shatters when the unexpected occurs. Those beasts weren't native to this region. They were a threat to even seasoned explorers. Staring at the carnage, they couldn't begin to imagine what lay ahead. The boy's voice cut through the tension. Stay focused. Something deadly is waiting for us. It wasn't a revelation to her. She was just stunned because the scene was far more terrifying than she'd imagined. But still, their mission hadn't changed. The moment he finished speaking, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A silhouette stirred in the darkness. In a heartbeat, the boy readied his spear. The creature rose to its full height. It was a slasher lip, with a danger level between 2 and 3 stars. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged. The monster's maw gaped open, and from within, a massive tongue shot out toward him. He reacted in a flash, managing to parry the devastating attack with his staff. However, he knew something was wrong. The creature's tongue had managed to ensnare his weapon. Using its grip, the monster retracted the powerful limb. The sheer force yanked him forward, pulling him completely off balance. Just before he was dragged into the beast's clutches, he released the spear. Any later, and he would have been caught in its jaws. Now airborne and momentarily safe, he sized up his opponent. Repositioning himself mid-air, he prepared to unleash a powerful kick, a direct hit. He landed perfectly. From a distance, the girl watched with hawk-like focus, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He calmly retrieved his weapon from the ground. The sight was terrifying for her. She never expected to find this creature still alive, but its will to survive was incredibly high. It's not just that, the boy corrected her. He explained that he'd kept it alive on purpose to serve as an alarm, since these creatures scream for their allies when they sense their life is in danger. The girl was confused. She wanted to know who this alarm was meant for. For me, he stated simply, I can't afford to just sit around and wait. Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows. I had so much to clean up, a voice sighed. Frankly, I'm a little exhausted. The girl was instantly on guard, asking if they knew him. The newcomer just chuckled. Now, this is highly unusual. You two seem far too green to be smugglers. His gaze sharpened, landing on the crest adorning the girl's clothing. Faster than the eye could follow, he vanished, reappearing directly in front of them. Are you from the Warrior Academy? Answering for them. The girl confirmed they were. If that's the case, he mused, I have no idea what kind of team you are. But it is a real pity, he sneered. Because you're both going to die in this place." Hearing this, a cold dread washed over the girl. The boy demanded, "Why are you listening to him? Surely you've realized this is no ordinary explorer. He's a villain, and he's here to kill me, and to steal the royal jelly." He then warned the man not to have any contact with his commissioner, and to stay away from his property without authorization. The villain simply laughed. "Consequences only matter if you get caught. And so far, my luck has been exceptional." He admitted he'd heard Garion's partner was smuggling a priceless item. The plan was a simple ambush. But things took an unexpected turn. He had failed in his mission to exterminate them all. He confirmed their target had entered the area, but that he still hadn't found him. He imagined he was hiding in a smuggler's den. Hearing this, it all clicked for Gerion. This was why communication at the hub went dark. It wasn't because of the wasp venom. It was all the work of the man standing before them. The fight hadn't even started. But Gerion could already feel the immense pressure of the situation. This opponent was on another level. The man even offered a painless death if they cooperated. He was certainly ranked far higher than any foe they'd met before. Gerion ordered the girl to find the coins and run, promising he would buy her some time. "After what he's done, there can't be many monsters left," he urged. "Now run." But as he spoke, the villain lunged. His speed was inhuman, but his sword sliced through empty air. The boy's voice boomed again. "Flee now! Don't be a fool! For us to make any money from this, you have to survive." Watching her leave, the villain scowled. "That was not a wise decision. Sticking together would have increased your chances of survival." But the boy wasn't listening. His eyes were blazing with cold determination. He wielded his staff with masterful, brutal precision. The attacker froze, realizing his every move had been telegraphed. And in that moment of hesitation, Zhurong's heel crashed down, stomping his face into the dirt. The man's body was sent flying from the brutal impact. But Gerion knew this fight was far from over. The adventurer snarled, shocked by what just happened. He had underestimated this kid, but now he would use his real equipment. Even though his opponent was young, his skill surpassed the average professional. Yang Dogan knew he had to end this quickly. This was a gold-class adventurer in his prime. The very ground around them was shattered from the force of their clash. Elsewhere, a kettle whistled. Someone casually remarked that the situation wasn't so bad. In fact, his instant noodles were turning out great. He offered some to a nearby bald man, who simply refused. "Just sit down. It'll be a while before our guy wakes up from his beauty sleep." The bald man was seething with rage. He'd paid a fortune for that adventurer, who was now knocked out cold in the middle of a job. He'd been arrogantly bragging about being an adventurer, too. The other man calmly told him not to be so hard on the guy. It's not that he lost because he was weak. It's how he lost that matters. What people forget is that adventurers aren't primarily trained to fight humans. Their entire skill set is built around hunting monsters and exploring dungeons, not dueling another person head-on. Lacking that experience, it was no surprise he lost to a smuggler. But the bald man was outraged, claiming he'd heard different stories about adventurers, and he wasn't wrong. Among their ranks, there are plenty who fight each other. The higher their rank, the greater the rewards, and brutal conflict becomes inevitable. Even sworn companions will betray one another for greed. The bald man couldn't believe they'd actually kill each other. But in their world, there's no one to stop them. And that's not even mentioning the most important rule. Inside a dungeon, there are no rules. You can just say a monster got him. No alibi necessary. In fact, the higher an adventurer's rank, the more they must be prepared for betrayal. But this situation wasn't that simple. The unconscious adventurer wasn't high rank enough for that kind of treachery, which is why he's on the ground now. Getting caught like this? It's almost cute. It just means a simple scuffle happened outside the dungeon. A straightforward fight without any equipment involved. The bald man, however, had no idea what equipment meant. It refers to the specialized weapons and armor an adventurer carries into a dungeon. Without his gear, even a skilled fighter is vulnerable. With it, he could have put up a real fight. Equipment makes up half of an adventurer's total power. Back in the fight, Gerion knew his attack should have connected. That blow was precise and forceful. It should have landed squarely. But the man's armor possessed a formidable defense. As he processed this, the adventurer snarled, "Don't you dare get distracted!" Facing the imminent blow, he instantly blocked the vicious strike with his staff. Losing focus is disrespectful. To your opponent, and to your own life. Seizing the opening, he slammed a kick deep into the boy's stomach. The impact was devastating. Gerion was sent flying several meters, digging his feet into the ground to skid to a halt. But the moment he stopped, his opponent was on him again, unleashing a furious storm of slashes with his blade. He couldn't block them all. Small, sharp cuts began to find their way past his defense. A thin line of blood trickled down his cheek. The adventurer sneered with confidence, taunting him. "What's wrong? Fight like you did before. If you can..." But that was impossible. His opponent was wearing a shadow jacket, an S-rank piece of armor. It uses the wearer's own blood to amplify their physical defense and raw strength to incredible levels. Right now, that man was fighting like a true berserker. Finding an opening would be difficult, but not impossible. However, one poorly planned counterattack would mean certain death. The battle raged on, his opponent attacking like a wild beast, a swift slash aimed for his abdomen. As the boy reacted, the adventurer laughed. "You fell for my feint." Still, the kid had lasted longer than expected, but the victory he was about to witness wasn't the one he imagined. "Is today some kind of special occasion?" the boy asked, calmly removing his own jacket. He stood up, a small smile on his face. "You know, I really like your jacket." In that moment, Jerian realized something critical. This guy wasn't nearly as powerful as he first seemed. His massive aura had been intimidating. Yes, but if this was his best against an unequipped student, he was just a mediocre fighter relying on his gear. "Just imagine what I could do with a jacket like that." Those words struck the adventurer's ego like a physical blow. He screamed in pure rage, "You'll pay for that insolence!" But Jerian knew the one running out of time wasn't him. His opponent had to win, find the serum, and finish his real mission. The longer Jerian dragged this out, the greater his advantage became. This pressure would make the adventurer grow impatient and reckless, a fact Jerian was counting on. His mind was completely focused on that single goal. The adventurer charged forward furiously, desperate to end the battle now. But before him, Jerian stood his ground, ready for the— Steel screamed against steel. A torrent of raw power erupted from both fighters. It was a technique he learned as a child, just from watching. The second form, a vortex of brilliant blue aura surged between them. His own power wasn't enough for this move. He had to channel his opponent's force, turning it back on him with devastating results. He called this imperfect technique swell, and its destructive power was absolute. That single blow was overwhelming. A massive explosion tore through the air from the sheer force of impact. He leaned heavily on his staff, struggling to stand. His insides screamed in protest. The technique had demanded a heavy price. He never imagined he'd be forced to use it in a real battle. It was a move he hadn't even fully mastered. To think a so-called professional adventurer was nothing more than a mindless brute. He told the freak to give up. His time was over. The man drew a dagger, hissing for the boy to shut his mouth. But his hands? They were trembling uncontrollably. Then, in a move no one saw coming, he plunged the dagger deep into his own chest. The boy could only stare in disbelief. But the freak swore that no matter the cost, he would ensure one thing: killing that brat. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the department store, a new scene was unfolding. Sarim seemed to have found her objective. Before her stood a mysterious box. She placed her hand on the glowing blue circle. The box scanned and confirmed her identity. With the package secured, all she had to do was get back. But suddenly, the air shifted. A chill ran down her spine as she whipped her head around, senses on high alert. Garion's words echoed in her mind. "Just run. You have to be safe." Their pay depended on her survival. But now, she wondered if running would truly change anything. It was getting harder and harder to believe those words. The face of that maniac flashed in her memory. Surely, he wouldn't have picked a fight unless he had an escape route planned. She weighed her options, her mind racing. That psycho. He used to be a school bully. It was his favorite pastime. Indeed, he thrived on being the alpha, the dominant force among his peers. But there was one victory he could never claim. He had been rejected by the prestigious warrior school. He consoled himself with a bitter lie, claiming they favored money and connections over pure talent. It was the only explanation his ego could accept. If it were based on skill alone, he was certain he would have been chosen. In a test of perseverance, he had ranked first in the nation. Compared to the average person, he wasn't just a genius. He was on a completely different level. Ranking at the top was so common. His classmates weren't even surprised anymore. Still, he savored being the center of attention. Now, only one final task remained before graduation. After the graduation ceremony, the headmaster approached him. He offered congratulations, saying he would be an excellent adventurer. But he gave a word of advice. Don't let your talent make you arrogant. Always strive to move forward. Hearing this, the bully inwardly scoffed. This old man was just trash who retired early to a pathetic, mediocre life. He vowed to reach heights that washouts like the headmaster could only ever dream of. And now he was sprawled on a dungeon floor, utterly terrified. His rescuer remarked that he'd rushed over, sensing danger, but was surprised to find such a weak monster. That same weak monster had effortlessly slaughtered his entire team. His pride was no match for reality. The true adventurer looked down on him with a gaze he knew all too well. It was the same look of contempt he'd given countless others. In that instant, he understood. The headmaster's words hadn't been advice. They were words of pity for his future. He wasn't one of the chosen ones. He was just a big fish in a small pond. The mediocre admired him, but he was only a step above them. This jacket, crafted from a living vampire, now channeled all of its blood directly into his heart. This was the price he would pay to utterly destroy the boy before him. The boy quipped, "Are you sure about that? It looks like a trick with a nasty hangover." But the freak lunged forward without a word. The force of the impact was immense. Despite the transformation, his speed hadn't increased much. Only his appearance had changed into something horrifying. His attacks were powerful and erratic. But then, to the boy's shock, the freak's arm began to stretch unnaturally. In a day full of surprises, this was just one more. Crimson blood dripped onto the cold stone floor. The monster glared at his prey, who was panting heavily. His stance was defensive, but he was clearly exhausted. Yet somehow, he had blocked the attack. Impressive reflexes, and a ton of raw talent, the freak mused. So tell me, why did someone like you become a mere smuggler? The boy was taken aback by the question. Popping something into his mouth, he shot back, "What's with the sudden compliment? Because whatever I do with my life is none of your damn business." Strangely enough, the maniac actually thanked him. Thanks to this kid, he could finally crush a rising star. Thrilled, he prepared to fulfill his twisted dream. But our hero wasn't about to go down that easily. Despite the heavy damage he'd taken, his body moved flawlessly. Seeing this, the freak's excitement grew, ready to unleash even more of his power. The boy knew this monstrous form had a time limit. If its fuel was blood, then it was bound to run dry eventually. He just had to provoke him, force him to burn through his reserves and use that needle again. But the monster already knew what he was planning. For the boy, it was already too late. Another devastating blow was coming. Then, suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted on the creature's shoulder. The boy glanced over to see what had just happened. His partner had returned to back him up. He let out a small smile. He never thought she'd actually come back. Seriously, that girl never listens to a word he says. But sometimes, that stubbornness of hers is truly touching. With the freak now in range, he swung his staff once more. The entire area was now nothing but rubble. The silence was broken only by a thin mist. On the ground lay the creature's body, but they couldn't be sure if he was truly finished. The boy suspected that wasn't enough to take him out for good. He told her not to worry about it. Though, he'd snapped a picture of the guy. He warned that any attempt at revenge would risk his entire career. That threat should be enough to keep him quiet for now. Picking his staff up from the ground, he asked if she'd forgotten their deal. He saved her life, so now she owed him one. That made 2 times now. Once at the beginning, and again when she followed him. But since he's a generous guy, he'd only count it as 1. Annoyed, the girl shot back, asking if it would kill him to just say thank you. Down in the building's parking garage, the destruction was absolute. And from a crater in the floor, a golden light began to glow. They both stared at the pulsing light. Whatever it was, it had to be something incredible. Descending the stairs, they moved closer to the source of the glow. As they did, a sweet aroma began to fill the air. Near the bottom of the staircase, they could finally get a better look. There was a body on the ground, and in its lap, a briefcase. The golden light they saw from above was radiating from inside it. He cautiously approached the body, stopping in front of it. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if paying his respects. Looking at the girl, he reminded her he had warned her about the things she would see, but she chose to follow him anyway. Since they were already here, they might as well see what was inside the case. Placing his hands on it, he slowly began to open it. The scent that flooded their senses was beyond description. Sweet and utterly captivating. It was a fragrance that could make you forget everything else. Exposed like this, it was sure to attract monsters to their location. Looking at an object inside, he wondered if the briefcase also contained royal jelly. His instincts screamed at him to leave immediately. Something bad would happen if they stayed too long. As they left, they quickly made it back to the first floor. The assassin's body was gone. If he was still alive, he must have escaped. A scream echoed from the darkness, startling her. "Just you wait. I remember both of your faces. From now on, I will do everything in my power to destroy you. I'll make sure you regret what you did to me today." The freak ran with hatred burning in his eyes. But he would soon learn that fate has a cruel sense of humor. Right in front of him, a monster had appeared, leaping toward him with its jaws wide open. This was not the end he had envisioned for himself. With no time to react, he became nothing more than monster food. His revenge would have to wait for another life. Perhaps if he was reborn as a better person, not even the 2 who had spared him expected karma to be delivered so swiftly. It would probably be best to leave through the back door. Outside, the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. After walking for a while, he figured they were finally safe. Looking at the girl, he asked about her exam, but it seemed she still had some time left. He then held out his hand to say goodbye, admitting it was great working with her. But now that their business was concluded, it was time to part ways. A sincere smile appeared on her face. They shook hands, both satisfied with what they had accomplished. As she turned to leave, He reminded her about keeping this a secret and about her payment. He added she should be more careful if she didn't want to see him again. But she had something else to say. She wanted to know if it was okay for them to meet again sometime. On the ground lay discarded wrappers. Caballino looked to the side with interest. The boy had returned, and judging by his torn clothes, it looked like he'd had a rough time. Now, they were both eager to see the contents of the briefcase. The familiar glow began to emerge. It would be absolute chaos if this ever got out to the public. This was worth enough to buy several buildings. He congratulated the boy on a job well done, promising to send the payment soon. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, his gaze settled on him once more. Something about Jeryong felt off, and Caballino needed to know if he was all right. He wondered if it was guilt over the adventurer who fell in their fight. But that man died by his own hand. There was no reason for remorse. Did anything else happen down there? Caballino pressed. But the boy dodged the question, his voice sharp. It's nothing. Just drop it. His eyes shifted to the briefcase. Mind if I take what's left? This clearly isn't royal jelly. Naturally, any item not part of the main objective belongs to the smuggler. That was the code. He wondered who the child was that would consume this. It was rumored to bring back the dead, but it held another, greater power. It could shatter an individual's natural limits, unlocking their hidden potential. Details were scarce, but its magic only worked on those who had yet to reach adulthood. A precious elixir wasted on the fully grown. This was undoubtedly for someone at the Warrior Academy. I'm leaving, Jeryong stated, and Caballino simply wished him safe travels. Tell her father I send my regards, he said. The boy nodded. I will, if I get the chance. Things hadn't been going well for him lately. Outside, he stared into the twilight sky, his thoughts drifting to the Warrior Academy. He remembered the girl's intense words. He'd wondered if she was interested in him, but she'd shot that down. This isn't a joke. The Academy's entrance exam was held in the winter. Very few were accepted, but she insisted he had a real chance. Her gaze was unwavering as she urged him to try. No adventurer dares to clear a dungeon alone, no matter how gifted. Facing that twisted reality solo is a death sentence. That's why a party is essential. Different talents merge, covering weaknesses and forging an unbreakable unit. That is the only way dungeons are ever conquered. The school has political factions. He'd asked, do they just fight? If only it were that simple, they wouldn't be a problem. In their year, 2 major factions held all the power, each one led by a student from the top 3. Hearing this, he asked which faction she belonged to, only to learn she hadn't joined either side. And the teachers. They don't get involved. Forcing students to form their own parties is part of the brutal curriculum. She knew what he was thinking, that she was isolated because she wasn't skilled enough. She knew she'd never be a top-ranked student. Still, even those outside the factions find teams. The real problem was that one of the faction leaders despised her. It was never spoken aloud, but the hostility was palpable. Behind her back, she was being systematically cut off from everyone. Did you steal her boyfriend or something? Jerry Allen had asked. Of course not. The reason was far more pathetic than that. She had survived on her own so far, but she wouldn't last through the coming years. That's why she needed to hire him. With his power, with him at her side, she might actually have a chance to make it through. Thinking back, he glanced at the medicines on the counter. She was certainly a fascinating girl, cast out after such a chaotic day. She finally reached the designated point and announced her arrival. She was at the dungeon barrier, pinging him at the 12th coordinate. As she waited, her mind wandered back to the boys she had encountered. As she had been leaving, he'd told her he'd consider her offer and wished her luck. Honestly, she hadn't expected him to take it seriously at all. Her thoughts were cut short by a voice. You're not late. It was Kang, her hand-to-hand combat instructor. Did something happen? She asked, noting she still had time left. His face was grim. There's been a problem. Monsters unheard of in this area have been spotted. There are no casualties yet, but a group of students claims the test is impossible and has requested aid. Those students were trapped in the very same area where she had just retrieved the coin. His eyes bored into her. Did you encounter any trouble during your task? Anxiously, she insisted she hadn't. He listened, his face unreadable. Then he gave a sharp order. Get behind me. At that moment, she felt it. A terrifying, monstrous aura. She spun around, and her blood ran cold. It was another one, like the beast that ate that odd man. But this one was even larger. A titan neck in this region was unheard of. They don't hunt anywhere near here. Something must have lured it out of its territory. Her mind raced back to the strange scent she had noticed earlier. Sarum, stay behind me, the instructor commanded again. She quickly apologized. The monster's gaze was fixed on them, its hunger absolute. Every instructor at this academy was once a professional adventurer. Outsiders assume they all retired from career-ending injuries. A convenient, simple-minded explanation. But a single punch from the instructor was like a cannon blast. The force was so immense. The colossal titan was sent reeling. Flames surged up his arm like a hungry beast. The moment they reached the creature's head, it was instantly annihilated. Its lifeless husk crumpled to the ground. These instructors, after all, once earned the fearsome title of rancors in their youth. Even in death, the monster's head continued to erupt in a gruesome display. His prosthetic arm was shattered, but he told the girl she was lucky. Had he not been there, this would have ended disastrously. With that, he rested a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Knowing she was safe was all that mattered. Now, it was time to return to the academy. People often forget that the instructors there are also battle-hardened warriors. Back within the school's walls, the first order of business was to check on the students who had been rescued. Fortunately, those students were already out retaking the test. The instructor scoffed, dismissing the ones who needed help as mere weaklings. As they spoke, one of those so-called weaklings arrived. The one-armed man simply looked at her and ordered her inside to wait. He would handle the final head count. Her task was to check the numbers and get into uniform. A wave of relief finally washed over her. Another girl remarked that she knew she'd be all right, impressed by her swift tactics. This girl, feigning concern, was Anisha. She claimed she had been incredibly worried about her classmate. She replied with cold sarcasm, saying she never imagined Anisha would care. She then added that the kind words weren't for her, but for the perfect sister she was pretending to be. This bitter rivalry all began 6 years ago. Her uncle, Zeke, demanded that she increase her magical output. She was told to pay attention and stay focused, but the effort it required felt overwhelming. He ended the session, declaring it enough for now. He admitted she'd improved since their last meeting, but only by a sliver. From across the training grounds, she heard cheers. Exhausted, she looked over and saw her sister displaying her effortless talent. Anisha had mastered the technique with ease. Not only did she lack the appearance of a hybrid, her mastery of magic surpassed even that of many purebloods. Their uncle's words were like a dagger. Her cousin was a true genius. If she continued on this path, she would be trapped in her sister's shadow forever. And being constantly compared would be the least of her worries. Returning to the present, another girl called her sadistic. Still wrapped in cynicism, she simply pretended not to understand. "Why does no one want me on their team?" the girl whined. Our main character cut her off. "If you're so curious, then why don't you team up with me?" The girl immediately refused, claiming they both filled the same role as long-range magic dealers. It made no tactical sense to have two people performing the exact same function. That was a problem for others to solve, not her. She then patronizingly told her not to worry. Certain another test would come along soon. But her reply was ice cold. She didn't care about the next test, because she had already passed this one. Anisha feigned surprise, saying her sister must have tried her absolute best, but she advised her not to push herself too hard. After all, Anisha was the one destined to inherit the family company. The short conversation left her seething with irritation. She knew what Anisha truly wanted was for her to give up completely. Night falls, with city lights dotting the distant buildings. Suddenly, a door bursts open. A man named Gyron rushes in, his face etched with panic. The patient's guardian had arrived, and Gyron frantically asked if something had gone wrong. The news was the worst possible. His father had suffered a relapse, and the doctors were at a loss to explain it. His father suffered from an impossibly rare condition, perhaps the only case in the world. There is no medical record of anyone surviving a poisoning from dragon's blood. Jai knew the awful truth all the doctors could offer was palliative care to reduce his father's pain, and nothing more. But the situation had become even more dire. Securing the ingredients for the painkillers was now a new problem. The only thing that could relieve the pain at this stage was the milk of an extremely dangerous monster. The flying tiger. A 5-star threat. He insisted that he had the money, but the doctor stated firmly that money was no longer the issue. A new potion had become wildly popular among adventurers, one that dramatically increased strength and endurance, even in small doses. And one of its main ingredients was the milk from that very same beast. An ingredient once considered useless and cheap had suddenly become a priceless commodity. Now, corporations and adventurers were buying it in huge quantities. Gyron was furious, unable to believe they couldn't get a tiny amount to save a dying man. But the doctor explained that wasn't the issue. The amount needed for his father was only enough to make 10 of those popular potions. If more patients required the ingredient, the government might intervene on their behalf. But with only one known patient in the entire world, that would never happen. There was no public health system to fall back on. They would do what they could, but without the ingredient, their hands were tied. Crushed by this devastating news, he sat on a park bench, lost in the chaos of his own thoughts. Life just kept getting harder. He pulled out his phone to call someone. He was calling the girl he had met earlier. He hesitantly asked if it was too late to call, but she warmly told him it was fine. With his options dwindling, he admitted he had little choice but to accept her offer. Intrigued, she asked about his conditions. After a moment, she agreed to see what she could do. thinking things just might work out. He was still skeptical that she could actually make it happen. But her answer was a confident yes. It was her company that produced the potion. After all, since he only needed a small amount, the request was entirely feasible. He was floored by the news and filled with hope. And with that, their verbal agreement was sealed. She then reminded him that he needed to start preparing for the admission exam. There was nothing to be gained by waiting. The very next day, he found himself standing before the towering headquarters building. She greeted him, noting he had arrived quite early. As he approached, she asked how he was feeling, and he assured her he was fine. Jiren wanted to know exactly what they were doing there. Her answer was simple: they were going to measure his potential. The world had changed drastically. Before the awakening, a normal human could only ever reach rank D. Those who hit rank C were considered absolute geniuses. Anything above a B was considered beyond human limits. To even qualify as an explorer, one needed a C rank in at least 5 categories. Magic aside, but to get into the Warrior Academy, you needed a B rank in at least 3 of them. Jiren wondered if it was just a simple physical exam. She explained that for children, it is, but after puberty, the process gets far more complicated. He asked what made it so complex. Strapped into an exotic-looking suit? He was about to discover the answer for himself. Her earlier question about how he felt suddenly made perfect sense. Standing before him was a battle-ready combat robot. But since they were already here, his own curiosity flared up. He was determined to give this his all, to uncover his true potential. Jiren prepared to face the machine. An ominous blue light began to emanate from the dummy as smoke poured from its joints. The girl watched from the control room, visibly impressed by his start. With her was another woman, who commented on his bravery. Most people are terrified of the golem. This was Zhang, a golem specialist. Now deeply curious about this determined young man who wanted to transfer, she gave a subtle smile, knowing there was more to the story, and placed her now empty coffee cup on the table. It was time for the aptitude test to officially begin. The golem's components clicked and whirred to life. It prepared to launch an assault on the person before it, but Jiren wasn't the least bit intimidated. This test is usually conducted between the ages of 6 and 7, and the suit is used to guarantee the data is collected with absolute precision. This allows them to push the body to its absolute limits. But it's hard to distinguish raw talent from those who have just trained relentlessly for years. She knew Jiren was physically exceptional. Pushing him to his breaking point wouldn't be easy. But even so, he should be showing signs of exhaustion by now. The other woman called out to Serum, her voice filled with intrigue. She had to confirm, did this boy really fail the entrance exam for a specialized school? Someone this talented must have faced an impossibly difficult challenge. Even with its difficulty throttled, that model was designed to train seasoned professionals. After a few quick dodges, he had already identified a pattern and found an opening to land a clean strike. His abilities were simply insane. His combat sense alone was superior to the average professionals. Serum demanded to know the results of the measurement, but that was the problem. He clearly hadn't come close to his limit yet. They had to increase the test's difficulty, but raising it by just 1 or 2 levels would be meaningless. It needed to be pushed to its maximum power output, but she had to ask if Serum understood the risks involved. To perform a test like this on an unregistered professional was a crime. Yet without it, they'd never know his true limits. She desperately tried to think of another way. As she racked her brain, a cold voice cut in. "You aren't paid to be doing this sort of thing." She turned, startled, to see who had just walked in. It was the director, Zeke, who stated that the lab could not be used without reporting the reason first. Serum froze, staring at her uncle. They never dreamed he would show up on a Sunday. He said he hoped she had a reason she was willing to get arrested for. Serum immediately took the blame, stating that she was the one who had requested the test. But Zeke pressed her. Was it really her? Or was she just covering for her employee? He reminded her not to get confused. This facility belonged to her father, not to her. She had no authority here to take responsibility for anything. The harsh rumors about the director were indeed true. He was her own maternal uncle. Yet he had always treated her with a cold indifference, even though she'd never done anything to provoke him. She tried to argue that it was the weekend, a time when other adventurers affiliated with the company often used the facility. He was about to continue his lecture when Zhang's voice crackled through the intercom, asking if there was a problem. Zeke glared at the screen. Who was that? Was he on her level? The employee explained that he was a friend of Serum's. She quickly explained that he had failed his admission exams and lost his potential registration. Because the retest was so costly, she was simply helping a friend who couldn't afford it. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he looked at the golem on the screen, which appeared to have taken a serious beating. Processing what he'd just witnessed, he declared he would handle this personally. The employee could only wonder what that truly meant. The golem apparently wasn't a sufficient test and couldn't be taken out of safe mode. So he would descend and face this prospect himself. JR still had no idea what was unfolding. In the world of adventurers, clashes are common when trying to gauge another's true limits. But in this particular case, the opponent was a monster standing leagues above the one taking the test. Zeke announced he'd skip the formalities, stating he didn't have much time to waste. Jaron's instincts screamed at him. This man was on a completely different level. He had no clue who he was facing, but his senses were blaring at maximum alert. "Come at me with everything you've got," Zeke commanded. The weirdo from before was the first person he'd ever truly fought. No matter how he looked at this man, he seemed like an unbeatable opponent. Hearing the order to attack, his body hesitated. Worrying about Zeke's safety was pointless. Zhang centered himself and began planning his assault as his aura started to swirl. Finally, he shot forward. Zeke stood perfectly still, awaiting contact. Unbeknownst to JR, this was Zeke, the 7th strongest ranker in all of Korea. As a mere white-class adventurer, JR couldn't spot a single opening in his defense, but he refused to back down. If an opportunity wouldn't present itself, he would create one. His strategy was brutally simple. The moment his opponent dodged, he would land a decisive attack from behind, using the opening created by the feint. But his staff was stopped cold by a single outstretched hand. This wasn't the result he had planned for. Zeke's strength was overwhelming. Zeke smirked, noting the kid was even more reckless than he first imagined. With Zhang standing before him, Zeke unleashed a single, powerful kick. The impact was brutal. Jirong's body was sent flying into the wall. But one question was burning in Zeke's mind. Did he attack that way knowing this was a simulation? Or did he actually believe such a simple trick would work? It didn't matter what the answer was. In either scenario, the choice was utterly foolish. With a flick of his foot, Zeke kicked the staff back into JR's hands. Though still conscious, he had lost his only weapon for a moment. The gesture snapped JR to high alert. Zeke had returned his staff, showing he had been lenient with the boy's foolish choices until now. "One more mistake," Zeke warned, "and I promise I will make you regret ever dreaming of becoming an adventurer." He spread his feet wide, finally assuming a true offensive stance. JR didn't know why, but he sensed a deep-seated grudge from this man. Still, he wouldn't take it personally as he charged forward to attack again. Zeke anticipated the move. The approach was identical to the last one, so he expected the same predictable pattern to follow. However, Zhang planted his foot firmly on the ground, making Zeke's eyes widen. Before him, 2 separate attacks were hurtling his way, a ranged attack designed to catch him off guard. Clever, but still not enough. JR thought to himself, this guy isn't satisfied yet, which was perfect, because he had only just begun. His staff began to glow with a brilliant blue light. He prepared to unleash a powerful skill. For the first time, Zeke was unsure what to expect as a series of attacks rained down on him. Exhaling a wisp of his aura, Zeke admitted, "Not bad at all." As he clenched his fists tightly, poised, he managed to defend against every incoming strike. From above, the employee watched, thinking this looked like a battle between 2 seasoned professionals. Considering the technical level of the fight, it was hard to believe this boy hadn't been accepted into any academy. To be honest, it's not like he's a flawless fighter. Sarum wanted to know what she meant. The boy has a critical weakness, one that hinders him greatly. In that aspect, she noted, you are far superior to him. Sarum wondered how that could be, since the boy was fighting Zeke on seemingly equal footing. Just what was his fatal flaw back in the fight? JR narrowly dodged a vicious blow. That punch nearly shattered his unprotected face. The employees began watching with rising concern. JR had lost all momentum and was now being struck by a relentless barrage of blows. He was in agony, unable to react fast enough to block the attacks. But he summoned all his willpower to fight back. He swung his staff in a wide arc, managing to push his opponent back. Zeke commented that JR had somehow maintained control of the weapon at the last second. But it was a fleeting victory. Zeke's fist sank deep into the boy's abdomen, and once again, JR was sent rocketing towards the wall. The director is on a whole other level, and she knew he was still holding back. Sarum watched the fight with intense focus. Zeke told JR not to dwell on the defeat, as it was always going to happen. But the path he took to get there was pathetic. Zhang lacks the most fundamental training. This was the same conclusion the employee had reached about him. His raw talent and reflexes are truly exceptional, but the basics are completely missing. It's as if he's never trained a day in his life. She even felt a sense of disappointment, thinking that if he had just been trained in the fundamentals, his potential would have been limitless. Sarum suddenly remembered Zhang telling her he had never been taught by anyone. Zeke sighed. I've seen many people just like him. Talent is useless if they don't dedicate themselves to mastering it. But Sarum could see that wasn't the case here. Zeke even gave him some credit, but still harshly advised JR to give up. Relying on talent alone is a death sentence for the weak. Rising to his feet, JR declared that Zeke knew nothing. He'd been spouting so much nonsense, as if he despised him for being some lazy prodigy. Zeke was stunned. That last strike was meant to be the final blow. JR roared that the results meant nothing. He demanded one more round to show him the true fruits of his hard work. The employee watched on, baffled. She found it comical they wanted to continue fighting. They already had more than enough data to calculate his potential. Even Sarum tried to intervene, insisting there was no need to go on. He could stop right now and see his results. But Zeke scoffed. Whatever JR was planning, the outcome would be exactly the same. He even suspected the boy was just desperate for his approval. But frankly, that couldn't be further from the truth. JR was beyond irritated. All he wanted was to wipe that smug look off this arrogant elf's face. With no master to guide him, he had to forge his own path, learning everything from scratch. Even so, he hadn't done too badly. He possessed a true natural gift. It was how he instinctively filled the gaps that formal training should have taught him. On top of that, his vast combat experience gave him the practical skills to do as he pleased. His progress was exceptional, but he never thought he was better than anyone. In fact, he was often disappointed by so-called masters who were ultimately weaker than him. But that elf, he was on a completely different level. Zeke decided to strike so hard, the boy wouldn't even have time to feel anger. A monster far beyond his league. But as the aura flared, JR noticed something. The elf was finally taking him seriously. He was finally facing a real challenge. Without even realizing it, his blood began to boil with excitement. Watching the scene, the employee gasped. This is madness. She couldn't understand why the director was allowing this. Sarum noticed it too. His entire base had shifted. His posture and weight distribution were far more aggressive. They were two completely different fighters now. After a calm, steadying breath, JR exploded into action. This time, things would be different. He unleashed his first strike. A ferocious blur of motion Zeke dodged, but a shallow cut appeared on his cheek. The employee couldn't believe her eyes. JR was attacking in a completely different way, and yet Zeke continued to evade every blow. Compared to the elf, his movements were still crude and unrefined, but there were no longer any openings to exploit. She had no idea who taught him, but his growth was phenomenal. All JR wanted now was to land a single hit. His mind flashed back to the man he used to watch as a child. He mimicked that man's every move as best he could, tired of dodging. Zeke caught the staff and launched a counter, which the boy somehow blocked. As a small child, he had imitated those movements with pure joy. Now, facing the strongest foe of his life, he was determined to defeat him, too. That man from his past had found the little child's dedication interesting. This time, Zeke's counter landed a hit. He seemed intrigued by a strange flash of light, but his next strike missed its mark. JR had dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The memory of the little boy, completely captivated, flashed in his mind. Now, he swung his staff, launching his own counterattack. A vicious grin spread across his face, confident in his abilities. The man in his memory had simply patted his head, his eyes full of admiration. That last attack. It would have been devastating if it landed. Zeke was forced into the air. The moment he lands, he'll be wide open. He knew that if JR struck then, there would be no escape. But he was resolved to give the boy the fight he was looking for. Unable to dodge, he charged straight towards the boy instead. The onlookers were stunned. Smoke filled the arena. That was the final exchange. If he hadn't used that bizarre staff technique, he might have actually won. Zeke asked if that was some foolish display of pride. With a weary smile, JR admitted it wasn't. That was simply all he knew. That single sequence was all he had memorized. In the end, he only earned an even harsher beating. And yet, it wasn't half bad. Zeke wasn't popular due to his abrasive personality, but no one could ever deny the overwhelming power of his skills. Extending a hand over JR's battered face, he prepared to do something unexpected. A gentle aura began to glow around his palm. Seeing his niece's concern, he told her not to worry. The boy would be fine. He was just healing his wounds. He then turned to her to confirm. Was the boy's name Yuji Rang? For Zeke, one of the top 10 rankers in the entire nation, this was a turn of events he never could have predicted. Of all the places to run into that man's son, especially when facing Zeke, the greatest healer in all of Korea. The sun finally began its descent. A voice cut through the air, complaining that if Zeke was going to be this late, he could have at least sent a message. He griped that he could have been enjoying a coffee, but now they'd be late for the briefing yet again. And whenever that happened, he was always the one to get the blame. But Zeke simply replied that something had come up, taking far longer than he'd anticipated. The young man scoffed, saying he heard Zeke was dueling a boy. But given the delay, he must have been fighting an entire squad. Then, his eyes widened in shock. A tiny, almost invisible mark graced Zeke's cheek. leaning in. His surprise turned to disbelief, piquing Zeke's own curiosity. He needed to confirm his suspicion. Was that mark on his cheek truly a cut? Zeke grew impatient. What else would it be? He asked. The young man was speechless. He figured the kid must be ready for school, maybe 16 years old. But Zeke corrected him. He was 17. It seemed the boy planned to enter the warrior school during the winter admissions, a path that certainly existed. But in the last 3 years, not a single soul had passed the entrance exam. Still, if he managed to scratch Zeke's cheek, something few could ever dream of, he definitely had a chance. This new generation, he thought, was emerging more and more monstrous. Zeke dismissed the comparison to elves as an exaggeration, certain the boy was no different from the young man before him. But Kang insisted there was a massive difference. He was Kang, ranked 19th among Black class explorers and the leader of the Nyx attack squad. He was confident his talent and experience put him leagues above some random kid. After all, he was only 21 and had graduated just a year and a half ago. Hearing this boast, Zeke could only let out a heavy sigh. Noticing the sleek vehicle, Zeke mentioned he hadn't seen it before. The young man smirked, saying since he rarely spends his money, he could afford to indulge in a few luxuries. Meanwhile, Jarian lay unconscious on a stretcher. After some time, his consciousness finally returned, and he slowly sat up. Gazing at his hands, he saw that every single wound had vanished. More than that, he felt absolutely no pain. A girl's voice suddenly spoke up. "You're finally awake!" She demanded to know what he was thinking. Did he actually believe he could win that fight? But he quietly explained that victory wasn't his goal. He confessed he had just been so furious. And the other guy had started it all. But even she couldn't fathom why her own uncle would challenge a boy like him. Jarian's eyes widened. "You're actually related." And she confirmed that they were... Zeke was her uncle, her mother's brother. Seeing Jarian's stunned silence, she grew curious. But he just brushed it off, saying everything was fine. He remarked that they seemed to have a good relationship, judging by how her uncle treated her. She was baffled, wondering how he could possibly come to that conclusion. But Jarian simply stood by what he had observed. You could sense the concern. He explained that a stranger might be taking advantage of his niece. It was a natural reaction. But she quickly clarified her uncle was not that kind of person. In fact, just then, a staff member entered the room, noting that their patient was already conscious. She asked if he felt any lingering pain, but he assured her his body felt perfect. She wasn't surprised, certain that even his oldest injuries had likely been healed. It might not look like it, she revealed, but the director was the most powerful healer in the entire country. The revelation left him utterly speechless. To think someone that powerful didn't even consider combat his primary skill? A slow smile spread across Jarian's face as he processed this new reality. In any case, she was relieved he was okay. She then announced she had his evaluation results, handing him a tablet displaying all the information. "These are actually really good," Sarum said, reading over his shoulder. "Stamina and agility. A rank, strength and endurance B rank, and intelligence C rank." Staring at the data, Jarian simply asked if those results were truly considered good. Sarum exploded in frustration, telling him to shut up, while the staff member wondered if he was really prepared for the academy. To be a high-level explorer, you needed at least a few B ratings. But more importantly, your stats needed to be balanced. It was pointless to be fast if you lacked the stamina to keep going. And even if you possessed immense power, all that strength would be useless without the agility to apply it. She explained that even ordinary people can have C rank abilities, but the game changes when you possess more than one. To have C rank or higher in strength, stamina, and agility is a trait found in only 1 in 10,000 people. To have B ranks is a 1 in a million rarity, placing him among the elite explorers. Yet he didn't just have Bs. He had A ranks in 2 categories. Not only were his stats balanced, they were overwhelmingly above average. Even as a first year, he was on the same level as that monster. Zeke. Leaning closer, she asked if he wanted to hear something interesting. The man he just fought, a legendary figure, doesn't have a single stat higher than A rank. Stats merely represent one's total potential. They don't directly translate into practical skill, even with incredible stats. The real difference is forged through relentless training. And that wasn't the only factor. There were also the immeasurable qualities, like fighting spirit and the raw experience gained on the battlefield. It might sound cruel, she admitted, but she had witnessed countless explorers bridge the gap in talent through sheer, unyielding determination. Sarah blushed, knowing the woman's words were secretly directed at her. After listening intently, Jarian thanked her for the valuable lesson. In truth, he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. He just didn't quite understand his own potential yet. But he knows someone, and compared to them, he is worlds apart. The staffer's eyes widened in disbelief. Knowing someone of that caliber was unheard of. It had to be a famous figure. And he was right. Sarom announced their session was over for the day, suggesting they could meet again next week. But since they were already here, the staffer proposed they visit the legendary medicine production section. Sarom hesitated, worried her uncle might disapprove. But the staffer reassured her. The director himself had already given his authorization. Sarom was skeptical. Did he really say that before he left? His exact words were, "The moment the boy wakes, take him to the forge." Everyone was to know he was the director's personal guest. They were even ordered to forge a weapon perfectly suited to him, no matter the cost. Sarum's mind reeled. High-grade, custom equipment. It's the ultimate dream for any explorer, even the most gifted ones. If the gear is low quality, it will never keep pace with its user's power. As one's skills reach new heights, an explorer needs equipment that can evolve with them. Gehring was completely bewildered by all this. Do I even need equipment? I'm just going to school. But Sarum knew it wasn't that simple. He'd just assumed the academy would provide gear for its students. His words left them speechless. Sarum felt a pang of guilt. At any normal institution, he would have been correct. Every academy has its own strict code regarding the use of personal equipment. Gehring guessed the warrior school would be the same, given their vast resources. It's not about resources, Sarum corrected. The school operates on a different philosophy. There's a line between raw talent and honed skill. And acquiring powerful equipment is considered a skill in itself. That is precisely why the academy demands students supply their own gear. To him, it sounded like a system that only favored the wealthy. So, is being rich a skill now? He retorted. He wasn't wrong. But there are ways for students to acquire top-tier equipment, even without a single coin to their name. Just being accepted into the academy proves a student's potential. The potential to become a legendary explorer, a true star. That potential alone is a massive advantage. It attracts investors, powerful corporations who see a golden opportunity and are quick to act. The sponsorship offers are unbelievable, coming from some of the biggest conglomerates out there. She herself had received a scholarship from the Jinsong Group, along with a guaranteed career for life. Seeing he wasn't surprised, she finished. These are the kinds of doors that open for you at the academy. There will be no shortage of chances to prove your worth. But first, you have to pass the test. The transfer exam is notoriously harder than the regular admission. Securing proper equipment is a critical part of your preparation. And that is exactly why the director wanted to lend his aid. She had already relayed the details. He just needed to head to the refinery in the basement. She wished him luck, hoping he would make it in. Things could have gone very badly, he mused. Sarum asked why. He admitted, I never imagined your uncle would help me like this. The more he learned about this test, the more it seemed like people would do anything to pass. That's why I want to help, she declared, using my own funds. But every time she saw that look on his face, it drove her insane. Still, it felt good to hear her say that. But money isn't everything. Who forges the equipment is just as critical. And this company's production sector is one of the best on the planet. As they arrived at the forge, he wondered, how different can one piece of equipment be from another? But the sight before him shattered that thought. The forge was a realm unto itself, immense and overwhelming. It was once a dungeon known as the Bubbling Abyss. Sarum asked him what he thought. This wasn't some simple workshop where you just place an order. As he stood there, an oppressive aura sent a chill down his spine. A colossal shadow fell over them both. Within the shadow, a single massive eye began to glow. The boy spun around instantly, his body primed for battle. Zeke dares to wake me from my weekend nap, a voice boomed. And he doesn't even show his face in my forge? Is that a monster? Grang stammered. But Sarum shook her head. He's the master of the equipment production division. In truth, the boy wasn't entirely wrong. He is Argus, an ancient titan. And from a purely human standpoint, he is a monster. However, he was granted Korean naturalization by special decree. Lighting a massive cigar, he rumbled, So, which of you is the human he mentioned? He squinted his massive eye. Is it this little whelp or the elf's niece? Sarum stated the information had already been sent. He just scoffed. Digital data is a flimsy human invention. I don't bother with it. My underlings handle such things, he grumbled. But today is their day off, so none of them are here. But none of that mattered now. A personal request had been made, and it was time to get to work. Bettany asks if the staff is the boy's main weapon, to which Garion confirms. Hearing this, Argus issues a chilling challenge. Then try to hunt me. Sarum's voice fills with anxiety, demanding to know his intentions. But for their kind, this sort of test is necessary. If the boy doesn't prove his worth, he won't lift a finger to help. Yet, Argus senses something different in this one. His eyes are sharp, accustomed to the hunt. There's a raw hostility in him, just waiting to be refined. And so, the challenge was repeated. Come on, try and give me a beating. Sarum grew more nervous seeing Garion prepare himself, warning Argus that this boy never backs down from a fight. In the blink of an eye, The Titan's expression changed. The boy had already closed the distance, his attack unleashed. The staff moved with practiced mastery, striking with incredible force. Sarum could only watch in terror as the battle began. The impact was so great. The cigar fell from Argus's lips. This was absolutely impossible. Taking no damage whatsoever, he demands to know where the boy got that weapon. The reaction left Jerian baffled. He was sure it was a clean hit. Of course, he'd fought many monsters that couldn't be felled in one strike. But the sensation of this blow was like hitting a colossal wall. It wasn't a matter of strength. It was like striking an inanimate object. Garion's mind raced. What kind of monster had he just struck? And Sarum's dread stemmed from another, far deeper reason. Monsters are assigned a danger class, designated by stars. A one-star threat is little more than a beast that preys on humans. An armed person could defeat such a creature, with 2 stars. However, the difficulty skyrockets. These require trained individuals with proper firearms to be taken down. At 3 stars, the situation becomes far more grim. Only heavily armed military troops can handle them. A 4-star appearance is nothing short of a catastrophe. Ground forces switch to evacuating civilians, focusing only on minimizing casualties. After the evacuation, the target is annihilated with artillery and bombs. This is the absolute limit of what the military can handle. Anything rated 5 stars or higher is beyond modern military power. Even if such a monster is defeated, the cost is massive firepower and irreparable destruction. To prevent this damage, elite squads of the best explorers are sent in to deal with them. Argus is a 7-star monster, and once again, he asks his question. Where did you get that weapon? Jerian just wondered if the hit hurt more than expected. Confused by the intense interrogation, Argus warned him to think very carefully about his answer, because he was the one who had forged that staff. Hearing that, Jerian was completely shocked. Now truly irritated, Argus stated he would ask only one more time. Why is this weapon in your hands, and not with the person it was made for? It was a masterpiece, forged by Argus himself. That weapon alone was ranked above A class. It should be cataloged by the association, with its owner's data and precise location. It wasn't an item some back-alley smuggler could get their hands on. Sarum couldn't believe it, that he might have actually stolen it. But Jerian refused. He had no reason to answer. Sarum panicked, calling him a fool, while Argus simply nodded. I understand. I will take that into account. In that instant, only a single thought consumed Jerian's mind. Death. There was no way to dodge, no way to block the coming attack. There wasn't a single flaw in the monster's form. Taking the hit directly meant complete annihilation. His only option was the third choice, the last technique he ever learned from watching his father. The Titan sensed a change, but his attack was already descending, striking the ground. When 2 forces collide, the larger and stronger power always wins, but the outcome changes if they don't oppose each other directly. By precisely calculating the angle and position, even if winning was impossible, it's possible to redirect the resulting force. Sarum was in disbelief. He dodged an attack from a 7-star monster. As the Titan paused, Jerian saw his one and only chance to use the needle and strike the monster's single eye. However, before he could close the distance, he was caught by the giant's prosthetic hand, which pulled him mercilessly toward its face. He was trapped in an iron grip, unable to move a muscle. Sarum pleaded for Argus to stop. The boy was suspicious. Yes, but he had no right to attack a human. He had to know the consequences. Except in life-threatening situations, naturalized species are forbidden from attacking humans. If that rule is broken, the aggressor loses all rights and is treated as a hostile monster. Releasing the boy, he told her not to worry. He understood the law perfectly well. He finally realized why the boy was holding the weapon he himself had made. And that's precisely why Zeke shattered his peaceful weekend slumber. Confronted, the man quickly apologized, admitting the boy had every right to the weapon and promising to repay him for the mistake. But then, his single eye caught something. It had been 30 years since he last faced an attack. Sarum was completely lost, unable to comprehend what was truly happening. He asks them a question. Do they know why he now chooses to work for humans? She assumes it's because the attack squad hunted him 3 decades ago. But he reveals that isn't the truth at all. He's almost amused that's the tale humans tell, when in reality, they couldn't even lay a finger on him. The one who hunted him was a single man, fighting all alone. That man was the one who severed his hand, who held his very life in his grasp, but chose to spare him. As he speaks these words, the boy's eyes are locked onto him. In turn, the ancient being looks back at the boy. Argus had always been a monster of overwhelming power, and he was ready for a final battle against that hunter. In the hunter's hands was a mighty battle axe. The man who hunted him was the boy's own father. The ancient titans are the absolute apex of all giants. Their lifespans are a mystery beyond measure, and less than 10 of them are even known to exist. Their physical power defies all human understanding, but they are legendary for their innate skill in forging equipment with godlike powers. sometimes even creating true artifacts. This is a divine skill they are born with. The only race that comes close are the dwarves. But unlike the Titans, the dwarves chose to live alongside humanity. The Titans, however, saw humans as nothing more than insects. Something pivotal happened 30 years ago, during the raid on Argus. Guarding the door to his forge was an automaton colossus, a fearsome 4-star monster. They desperately ask if the communication line to base is still dead. All magical communication had been completely severed. Something had to be jamming the signal. A voice filled with terror screams that he's coming. And to brace for impact. The Colossus unleashes its fury upon the invaders without a shred of mercy. The shield-bearer puts every ounce of his strength into holding back the devastating blow. Behind the automaton, the female warrior prepares her assault. She had to use this opening before it vanished. Her strike was a blur of precision, but it merely glanced off the massive helmet. This was not the outcome she had hoped for. Her blade was utterly useless against the construct's impenetrable defense. Seeing this, the automaton readied its counterattack. It slammed her with its shield. She was sent flying for several meters before smashing violently into the stone wall. The situation had spiraled far beyond their worst nightmares. Ebik's attack squad was supposed to be one of the best in dungeon subjugation. Yet here, in the bubbling abyss, they were being utterly annihilated. They had already fought 7 of these colossi in total. And even if they defeated one, another would appear almost instantly. If the other teams were facing this, it was already over. The shield-bearer ordered his comrades to run, knowing full well it was impossible for all of them to escape this place alive. As he shouted, the automaton swung its massive sword. But the young man reacted in a flash, meeting steel with his shield. He barely managed to defend himself. His ability allowed him to burn his own life force to amplify all his physical stats. But after activation, the user is left completely helpless for a time. With the sword locked against his shield, he unleashed another skill. Push! The powerful force sent the automaton stumbling backward, off balance. The young man knew, if his leader used that skill now, his fate would be sealed. But the leader had already accepted their doom. They didn't have the power to win. But they could buy their comrades a few precious seconds. For a moment, it seemed like luck might be on their side. But then, an overwhelmingly powerful presence descended upon them. Argus's voice boomed. What is this commotion in my forge? In that single moment, they knew their hope was just an illusion. Argus wondered aloud if there were still cockroaches his automatons had failed to exterminate. Just bathing in his aura filled them with a primal terror. The leader's voice was sharp as he screamed for them to flee immediately. With the last embers of his strength, he charged headfirst toward Argus. All he wanted was a little more time. But he was erased by a single, casual strike from the Titan, incinerated into ash. There was absolutely nothing he could have done. To Argus, they were pathetically inferior. Their bodies, their gear, it was all trash. Ruled by such insignificant beings, this world was destined for ruin. He turned his gaze to the one still standing before him. The mage. Trembling, clutched his staff. He found it faintly amusing that even gripped by fear, the human showed loyalty. Though in the end, it was utterly meaningless. But the boy knew he couldn't possibly face a monster that even their leader couldn't scratch. Just then, a new voice cut through the despair, saying he'd warned them this place wasn't safe. If only they had gathered intel slowly, they could have prepared a better strategy. There is no honor in clearing a dungeon just for the sake of speed. The boy had no idea who this newcomer was. The man explained the association had received their distress call, and he was a volunteer from the rescue team. He was clad in heavy armor, which he complained was heavier than he thought. The boy was stunned. Had he truly come all this way alone? Indeed, he was the only one who had managed to reach them. The automaton whirs to life, its metallic eyes locking onto the intruder. A deafening clang echoes through the forge's ancient halls. Pure terror grips the young boy's soul. The man calmly notes their immense power. But back then, he was a name known to almost no one. In the eyes of the world, he was a nobody. Yet, with a single fluid motion, he severed the creature's arm. Only the first generation of explorers recognized his silent strength. He never sought glory or fame. His only mission was to save those in peril. But on this day, destiny would ignite a legend. San raises his weapon, ready to end it. In one clean strike, he cleaves the automaton in two, from head to toe, with absolute ease. Such an overwhelming display of power did not go unnoticed by Arya. Observing his new foe, Sion senses this challenge will be on another level. And on that day, the world would finally learn his name. The sheer aura from his attack bleached the very color from the dungeon. The mage stares in utter disbelief, unable to process what he just saw. Their entire party was on the brink against that colossus. Yet this man felled it in a single, decisive blow. San turns to the mage, asking if he has any mana to spare. The mage admits his reserves are low, but offers a blessing. San refuses the buff, instead asking for a levitation enchantment. His orders are simple: use it to evacuate the other two. They're gravely wounded, but he can feel they're still breathing. Argus scoffs at his arrogance. Does this human truly believe he can walk out of here alive after such a display? Sand declares that as long as he stands, Argus will never lay a hand on the others. The Titan's rage ignites at the defiance. He lunges forward, unleashing his full, devastating power. But Sand's reaction is a masterclass in skill. The aura exploding from Sand is absolutely overwhelming. The resulting shockwave from their clash shakes the dungeon to its core. As they escaped, the mage casts a fearful glance back. 10 years after the admission, adventurers had hit a wall. They wielded superhuman strength. Their equipment technology had evolved, customized to every individual's needs. But for all their progress in stats and gear, their execution and real-world experience were still tragically lacking. The answer lay in human potential, in a martial art that defied all common sense. In those days, only a select few saw its true value. Pioneering its research and development, Argus felt the blow connect. But his ancient armor absorbed the initial devastating impact. Without hesitation, Sand pressed his attack, delivering another crushing strike. He was one of the few who had truly perfected that legendary martial art. A flicker of joy crosses the mage's face, believing the Titan was defeated. But that hope quickly turns to despair. Argus acknowledges this human is different. He truly understands his weapon. He muses that if the blade could handle even half the man's true power, the outcome would already be decided. The intense force of the blow had literally melted the axe's edge. Even with his power, he couldn't afford top-tier equipment. This wasn't the first axe to fail him in the heat of battle. He glances over his shoulder, checking on those he came to save. Relief washes over him. They've almost reached the dungeon's exit. Now, he could focus solely on the Titan before him. The Titan's flaming sword descends, only to be blocked by the sturdy handle of the axe. Argus admits his defense and evasive maneuvers are the finest he's ever witnessed in a human. But the axe Sand wields is the most pathetic weapon he has ever laid eyes on. His skill was flawless, but his weapon was on the verge of shattering. Argus gathers his power, declaring this will be the final blow. But Sand had other plans. Their weapons collide again with the world-shattering force. But instead of redirecting the attack, Sand met it head-on with all his might. This was the genesis of the very technique Geryon would one day inherit, a legendary skill that turns an enemy's own power back against them. However, in terms of sheer power, experience, and flawless execution, his father's version was on an entirely different plane of existence. The impact was so great, it forced the mighty Titan to take a step back. This was the martial art of a true hero. Argus was certain such a tale must be famous among humankind. That day, after being struck down by the boy's father, the hero finally conquered the monster. The monster within Argus was slain. In defeat, his life was no longer his own. It belonged to Sand, who chose to show him mercy. What an entire elite attack squad failed to do was achieved by a lone man from the rescue team. An unbelievable conclusion to an epic saga. But the true heart of the story begins now. Ancient Titans, even in defeat, never yield to those they deem lesser beings. And yet, Argus accepted exile at the hands of humans. Sarum recalls the incident well. It was a momentous event that sent shockwaves across the entire world. In time, he was even granted citizenship. The fact that he had never taken a human life certainly helped his case, but it didn't erase his crimes. To atone, he was tasked with forging legendary equipment. But this version of the story is completely different from the history she was taught. Argus reveals the staff the young man now carries was forged as a gift for his father. Though his father never requested it, Argus felt he deserved a weapon worthy of his legend. They always knew the staff was incredibly durable, but never saw any special properties in it. That's why they never sold it. They assumed it was worthless. And in truth, they weren't entirely wrong. Its only real function is to bludgeon things with— That was not the answer they were expecting. And Sam was completely fixated on the part about pawning. Argus declared it was a simple matter, something the boy should have already known. He asked a piercing question. Did your father use this as a weapon? Once the rest of the materials arrived, an axe would be forged just for him. But one day, all contact with his father was severed. Since he was trapped inside the dungeon, he sent the unfinished masterpiece to the boy's father instead. And while he couldn't say for sure, he had a strong feeling that weapon would never be completed. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He commanded the incomplete weapon be brought to him. He would now finish what he started, forging a masterpiece not for the father, but for the son. As the Titan works, our hero returns to the upper floors. Sarum looked at him, her curiosity sparked by what she had just heard. She asked how he was feeling. He replied that despite everything, he was fine, sensing the Titan was merely ensuring his well-being. He has no idea how long the forging will take, but he is determined to finish as fast as he can. Argus advised patience, as masterpieces require time. With Wednesday being a holiday, she wondered if he had any time to spare. She offered to help him study for the written exam, an idea he agreed was a productive one. As they continued walking, something else was on her mind. His father must have been a truly incredible person. She could never have fathomed that he was the one who conquered that dungeon. She assumed he was recovering in a hospital after retiring. He simply said he was going ahead to get some rest, and to talk to him later if anything came up. But her comment was met with a deafening silence. Alone in her car, she drove back home, lost in thought. A quick internet search confirmed it. The official story wasn't true. Everything she thought she knew was now being challenged by Argus's words. The team that cleared the dungeon is hailed as heroes today, their glory built upon the stolen deeds of another adventurer. There was no reason for Argus to lie, and considering Jerian's abilities, it was entirely believable that his father was someone exceptional. Not to mention, it's impossible to know what really happens within the chaotic depths of a dungeon. It's a common occurrence for the official story to be a complete fabrication. Just look at Siang, the infamous false dragon slayer. He was once revered as one of Korea's greatest heroes, until it was revealed his entire career was built on blackmail and falsified statistics, which he confessed after a crippling injury. An article online completely debunks every single one of his supposed achievements. This left her reeling, caught between the history she'd been taught and the truth she'd just heard. Just then, the results of the practical test were posted. Inside the school's dungeon management department, a staff member is being thanked for his hard work. Professor Cho apologizes to Kang for making him work over the weekend, but he insists it's his duty, especially when it comes to observing the first-year students. She admits things are intense, not just for her as a teacher, but the freshmen are far more talented than she ever was at their age. Then, she asks if he predicted who would take the top spot. Indeed, the result was a total surprise. Kang agrees that it was not an easy outcome to predict. Sarum can't believe her eyes as she stares at the exam results. She's surrounded by geniuses, and by some coincidence, all of them are hybrids. At the top is D of Choi. He inherited the swordsmanship of his white-class explorer father, combined with the magical prowess of his elf mother. He is the perfect magic swordsman. And in second place is Anisha. She commands more mana and magical control than many pure-blooded elves, holding the potential to become a grand mage. Finally, a boy, the son of a human and a dwarf. He holds the legendary strength and resilience of dwarves, fused with the agility and reflexes of a human, the best of both worlds. This is Tivel Velkasin, considered to possess the greatest physique on the entire planet, and he is her student. Even with his gifts, he should be on the same level as the other two. The number one position should have gone to one of them. It's difficult to believe she achieved this rank all on her own. Maybe her overwhelming physical score gave her an advantage. But raw power isn't the only thing that matters. That's why she hopes he will do more, as he has the potential to become a truly great leader. But from the looks of it, he has absolutely no interest in connecting with the other students. In reality, the students are too afraid to even approach him. However, there are limits to what one can accomplish alone. By his second year, he'll learn that lesson the hard way. Kang tells her that's not a problem she should concern herself with. Sometimes, events unfold in ways we can't perceive, and crucial details go unnoticed. He knows she cares for all her students, but if she would trust in him more than she worries, he will. After that, 4 days passed in a flash, and the holiday finally began. A group of boys were gossiping about a girl's recent actions, but one of them carelessly slammed right into a colossal person. He whipped around to confront the person. He was not expecting to come face to face with a figure chiseled like a bodybuilder, lean and ripped, literally spitting sand from his mouth. The champion of the Arnold Classic turns and offers an apology, admitting he was lost in thought and didn't see them. But the boys remained frozen in terror, apologizing profusely to the intimidating Korean hunter. His mother had filled his childhood with stories of her time as an explorer, sparking his admiration for Korea and its culture. Thanks to that inspiration and his own raw talent, he passed a special transfer exam to enter the Warrior Academy. However, he's an extreme introvert. He desperately wants to connect with his peers, but he's terrified of being mocked for his poor grasp of the language. He absolutely hates this part of himself. Sensing his discomfort, his classmates apologize for being too loud, never guessing the giant is just introverted. And he has no idea that they're actually afraid of him. Without ever meaning to, he has become a lone wolf. Looking over, he spots 2 boys talking about simple things on their way to a PC Bang internet cafe. He remembers his mother saying she used to love those places for gaming. He steps inside the building. It's fairly empty. He's completely unsure of what to do. At a self-service kiosk, he tries to log in, but anxiety begins to creep in. He imagines he's holding up a line and feels like he should just leave, especially since he's by himself. A young man points out that he probably doesn't have an account. That terminal is for existing members. He needs to use another one. "Follow me," the stranger says. "I'll show you. You only need to fill in the essential parts." Once registration was finished, all he needed to do was pay at a different machine and choose a computer. The giant thanks him, but Jurong just shrugs it off as nothing. Jurong glances at the guy, thinking he must be a foreigner who's new to this. But his real focus is on his friend, Serum, who is running incredibly late. If he had known, he would have come later or stopped by the black market first. He thinks about a small black object he'd recently acquired. It was in the chest with the jelly, and he still has no clue what it is. It was perfectly smooth to the touch, but it definitely wasn't anything edible. Unsure of its purpose, he decided to keep its existence a secret. If he needed money, it was better to sell the other item, the one related to the blood killer, a legendary beast known as one of the 3 great disasters of the Agar forest. Over the last few decades, countless raid parties had tried to defeat it, but none had succeeded. All they ever recovered were a few scales and a minuscule amount of its blood. The government officially banned all hunts for it, causing items made from its materials to skyrocket in value. He was supposed to get lunch with Serum and then visit the black market, but her tardiness had completely ruined his plans. The foreigner sees there are no other open seats and sits down next to the person who just helped him. Then, Jurong tells him he might as well sit and play. He was done waiting for anyone. Taking a seat, Jurong logs in. He's not impressed, there are no special games. And his PC at home is way better than this one. Just then, Jurong notices something on the screen beside him. He asks if the foreigner plays Heroes of Chaos, and he gets a confirmation. They're even at a similar rank, since his usual partners aren't online. Jurong invites him to team up. They could grind some ranked matches together. Meanwhile, in Seoul, there are desolate and abandoned zones known as scars. During the Great Invasion, entire districts were lost. Some were reclaimed over the years. But those too close to dungeons were abandoned for good. These days, these areas serve as a critical second line of defense for human refugees. But in the last 20 years, that defense has never been tested. There hasn't been a single case of monsters breaching the walls on their own. There's even a transport service for them. One of the guards absolutely despises this duty. While his friends are out hunting and earning a fortune, he's stuck playing monster chauffeur. Joanna tells him if he hates it that much, he should just quit and go back to the field. She was a gold-class explorer herself, before an eye injury forced her into retirement. So, she asks, what is he even doing here after all? Sun Chang was a bronze-class adventurer. He admits it's about the money, since he can't get into any decent raid parties anymore. The confession wounds his pride. While on the road, the unthinkable happens. The truck grinds to a halt. There's no way the monster could have escaped. Stepping outside, she calmly tells her partner to notify the station that they've stopped for a vehicle inspection. Outside, she prepares to face the unknown. Inside, he's already relaying the message over the comms. Fear creeps in, but he knows his partner is skilled. She should be fine, soon. The cab door opens. He turns, ready to tell her she did a great job. But standing there is a different woman entirely, who says with a smirk, that wasn't much of an accomplishment. Her reflexes were sharp for a desk jockey, but there was a reason she wasn't a field agent. She glanced at the names of the assets behind them. Staring daggers at the driver, she snapped, "Why are you just standing there? Get this car moving, unless you have a death wish." Meanwhile, Garion's gaming session with the foreigner was going great, and their food arrived with perfect timing. Garion couldn't believe they were the same age. Not that he looked old, but he was built on a different scale. Taller and overwhelmingly stronger. He asked what school he attended, but there was no time for an answer. In that instant, the world shifted. The very ground trembled beneath them as people cried out, thinking it was an earthquake. It felt more like a massive explosion had gone off nearby. Chaos erupted as panicked theories flew through the crowd. A truck lay mangled and overturned. Perhaps the driver had been drunk. One person immediately started filming, while another yelled for someone to notify the authorities. Watching from a rooftop high above, a girl commented, "It would have been more effective if it crashed closer to the center. This place would soon be swarming with explorers." But she was confident she could slip away. However, an order from her superiors crackled through return immediately. Monsters began pouring from the truck's wreckage. She had awakened every last one. The curious onlookers were now paralyzed with a terror they couldn't comprehend. The Horn Horrors. The more they gather in one place, the more exponentially dangerous they become. Looking down, she estimated about 50 people were trapped below. She'd stay a while longer to watch the outcome. At this rate, at least 100 would die before help arrived. One of the creatures grabbed a man by the head, crushing it effortlessly while another person froze in fear. The monsters descended into a frenzy, a buffet of helpless victims standing right before them. Then, a brilliant blue glow pierced the darkness. Jiren had arrived to eliminate the abominations. He slammed his foot into the first monster's face, making his presence known. The onlookers were stunned. The creature as seen had been subdued with a single, perfect strike. Jiren's gaze was locked on his targets, his resolve absolute. He would not let these beasts touch another innocent person. He didn't look back at the crowd as he yelled, "What are you still doing here, run, now?" He'd dealt with this type of monster before. The ones with a single horn shouldn't pose much of a threat. But as he thought this, His senses screamed at him to refocus. A motorcycle was hurtling straight for him. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, and in that moment, he realized his mistake. This had to be a joke. A horn horror with two horns. As the beast charged, he met it with a devastating kick. But the result was not what he'd expected. The sheer force of the impact sent Jiren staggering back. The lifespan of these monsters is between 5 and 6 years. Most die before they can grow a second horn, but a rare 8% live long enough to reproduce and evolve. It's not just that their strength increases, it grows to a level that defies all logic. It may be strong and fast, but this is nothing he can't overcome. He just needs to kill it. With his foot throbbing from the impact, he knew the real problem was their monstrous durability. Compared to that idiot who boasted about being a tank, these things are at least 3 or 4 times tougher. If only he had his professional gear. The beast readied another assault. Jiren dodged the blow, watching as the ground where he stood was completely annihilated. Leaping back, he reset his fighting stance. The creature was clearly not satisfied with the destruction it had caused. Jiren's eyes scanned his surroundings. On the ground, he spotted a broken stop sign. Thinking fast, he stomped on the sign, shattering the pavement around it. He ripped the pole from the ground, now wielding a makeshift staff. The monster charged him again in a rage, its aura flaring violently as Jiren braced for the collision. Now armed, he tightened his grip, completely focused. But the beast stomped with unexpected force, launching itself high into the air. Soaring right over Jiren's head, that was a move he never anticipated from the creature. Now, the beast was headed directly for the terrified crowd. They were completely frozen, utterly helpless and unable to do anything to protect themselves. The beast lunged, ready to feast. The difference in danger between a 2- and 3-star monster is simply enormous. In terms of pure destructive power, both monsters are already far beyond human capability. Normal people caught in their path have no choice but to be slaughtered. Even a skilled adventurer would struggle without the right equipment. But in this hopeless situation, there was one exception. The foreigner caught the beast's punch with his bare hand. His eyes burned with a warrior's spirit. With a single motion, he pushed the beast back. This was the exception. Those who have trained their superhuman bodies to the absolute limit, becoming monsters in their own right. The beast dug its claws into the ground, trying desperately to stop the momentum from the staggering blow. The foreigner had forced it back, but he knew that without a weapon, he wouldn't be able to deal any real damage. But something else seized his focus. A beast lunged with murderous intent. From behind, Jiren appeared, his improvised staff held ready. Channeling his technique, he delivered a flawless strike to the creature's nape. The foreigner stared, stunned by the outcome. With a single, fatal puncture wound, the monster collapsed without a sound. Jiren let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, but their relief was shattered by a deafening roar that drew both their gazes. Nearby, a massive explosion had torn through the street. In a mere minute, the monsters had caused this much devastation. The foreigner's voice was grim. Help wouldn't arrive for several minutes. This ambush was too sudden. And while they stood here talking, people were dying. Kolkei knew exactly what he had to do. It was a skill every tank class possessed, a taunt. By unleashing a high-frequency roar, he could pull the aggro of every nearby monster. He had sworn to become an adventurer, and this was his first real test hold the line until reinforcements arrived. He urged Gyurang to find shelter. How could he ask a near stranger to risk his life alongside him? After all, they had only played games together for a couple of hours. But Gyurang's response was firm. Just do the shout already. Keel King warned him it was dangerous. But Gyurang shot back that he was planning to fight alone anyway. If he was by himself, he might hesitate. But he wasn't. He looked at Keel King, a smirk on his face. I'm good at games, especially playing the Protector. Besides, he shared the same dream. If he was going to become an adventurer, he would give it his absolute all, right here and now. There was no more time for talk. It was time for action. Inside a ruined shop, a lone survivor cowered beneath a counter. Behind them, a monster had just claimed another victim. Seeing this, the tank prepared to unleash his skill. Inside, the beast tossed the lifeless form aside. It began shredding the counter, eager to get to its next meal. But at that very moment, the tank's roar echoed with unnatural power. The skill reverberated through the area, instantly seizing the monster's attention. The beast froze mid-attack. The survivor it was about to kill could only stare in confusion. Even the girl who orchestrated this chaos heard the shout. A flicker of intrigue crossed her face. After unleashing his skill, the tank caught his breath. He squared his shoulders, ready for the wave he had just summoned. It didn't take long. They swarmed towards the epicenter of the shout. The strongest of the pack pointed toward the boy, and the single-horned beasts charged. He braced for impact. But a sound from above alerted him. A monster. Diving from his blind spot, he barely managed to raise his guard and block the crushing blow. But it wasn't enough to even scratch him. With his free hand, he gathered his aura, and unleashed a devastating strike that sent the beast flying. But this was far from over. He couldn't afford a single moment of distraction. More beasts charged, ready to attack in unison. In the distance, a two-horned monster's head snapped up, sensing a new presence. Someone else was here, and they were coming from above. Jirang descended from the sky, landing right in the middle of the beasts. He faced two of them, both with two horns. His eyes darted to a crashed truck nearby. Something was happening there. They were collecting the bodies of the dead, loading them into the truck. That explained why the streets weren't littered with casualties. The two-horned beasts turned their attention to him. Yurang stood his ground, letting them close the distance. Fighting in close quarters without any gear, the odds were terrifyingly low. In this chaos, they would only get in each other's way. His role was clear as the tank. He would draw the aggro of the weaker mobs. Yurang, on the other hand, was the damage specialist. His job was to eliminate the strongest targets. His makeshift staff was ready. He moved like lightning, striking the monster so fast it didn't even register the attack. But the marks left on its hide were shallow. Compared to his real weapon, this felt like attacking with a needle. If only Yurang had his true staff, this battle would already be over. With a weapon made of common materials, his power was limited. Still, he fought with everything he had, knowing there was still a chance. He recalled his battle with Zeke. His opponent had fought barehanded, landing fast and powerful blows. But none were a one-hit kill. Instead, those relentless strikes slowly wore him down. Now, as the beast lunged forward, Jirang met its charge with a flurry of his own. He knew it wouldn't stop the attack, so he expertly dodged the incoming claw. The slightest mistake here would be fatal. He struck again, a blur of motion. Despite the overwhelming danger, this was a golden opportunity, a chance to ascend to a new level of strength. He had to seize this moment and claim victory with the tools at hand. Another beast closed in, ready to strike. But an image flashed in his mind, Zeke's flawless evasive maneuvers from their duel. And in that instant, he mirrored those very same movements. After his father, Zeke was the first person he'd met with such overwhelming power. Through the crucible of battle, his fourth skill reached perfection. A flurry of strikes rained down upon the beast before him. After the brutal onslaught, the creature finally collapsed. But just as he let his guard down, a monster's hand clamped onto his foot. In an instant, his world turned upside down as it slammed him into the earth. Shattering the concrete, Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood from the violent impact. A 2-on-1 fight. This was a terrible situation. Fairness meant nothing in a place like this. This wasn't a duel between humans. This was a hunt. Before he could even react, the tank charged in, sending the monster flying. For a true warrior, even luck is a skill to be wielded. Watching it all through a phone camera, two students were in complete awe. They had defeated dozens of monsters, just the two of them, with nothing but their bare hands. Danny was thrilled he'd caught the entire epic battle on camera, but his friend mocked him, saying he only filmed because he was too terrified to move. Ken stared in disbelief. Who are these guys? They look even younger than us. Judging by that display, they had to be gold rank hunters. Either top students from the warrior school, or undiscovered prodigies yet to make their debut. No matter what, he was posting this online. He turned to his friend. Hey, can you make a killer thumbnail on your laptop? This news was about to explode, and he refused to miss out on millions of potential views. Exhausted, the foreigner gasped for air, wondering why the containment team hadn't arrived yet. But in the end, it didn't matter. The two of them were more than enough to resolve the crisis. Zhang smirked. Sorry to interrupt your cool victory pose, but I could use a hand. With that, they finally shook hands. Both of them were completely worn out. When asked if he was okay, the foreigner just laughed. I'd be lying if I said yes. Maybe a fracture or two, but it's better than I expected. He looked at Zhang with admiration. I can't believe you handled two of those two-horned beasts. Zhang returned the compliment. You dealt with 9 monsters by yourself, and still saved me from the last one. But the foreigner just shrugged it off. Please, those were just 2-star fodder. Taking a moment to breathe, he asked, So, what school are you from? He'd always heard the academies around here were nothing special. He quickly tried to backtrack. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk down on your school. I just assumed you were from the warrior school, like me. Zhang completely ignored the question and fired back one of his own. What about you? How many people at your school are stronger than you? The foreigner paused. He didn't really talk to anyone. And though he'd taken tests, he doubted they could measure his true abilities. I guess I'm probably somewhere in the middle, he said. His thoughts drifted, wondering how he was going to help his elf friend. But their conversation was cut short. There was still one last thing to handle. Is that thing just going to sit on that wagon all day? It was the only creature that hadn't been drawn in by the taunt. Something about it felt wrong. But he had a hunch the monster itself wasn't the real threat. Surrounded by all this blood, something else had to be lurking inside that wagon. And that was the special one. For now, they decided to just keep watch. Dealing with one last monster should be simple enough. Suddenly, a deep groan echoed from within the wagon. The massive container began to shake violently. A monster's hand erupted from a hole in the roof. But to their utter shock, the creature wasn't climbing out. It was being dragged inside. Its claws scraped against the metal, fighting for purchase. But it was no use. Something inside was devouring it alive.
The horn horrors exist in a society much like a tribal system. Those with 2 horns serve as chieftains, leading hordes of no more than 10.
These small tribes band together to increase their strength, a necessary tactic for survival in these dangerous dungeons. As monsters, they rank low on the food chain, their numbers kept in check by natural predators. However, in extremely rare cases, a mutant develops a 3rd horn. This mutant is no mere tribe leader, but a king who commands armies of hundreds, even thousands.
A horn horror king, a fearsome beast with a danger level of approximately 5 stars.
It didn't take long for its terrifying gaze to lock onto the 2 boys. In that instant, their blood ran cold.
With a single, almost lazy movement, the king unleashed a wave of pure, destructive energy.
They both dodged in the nick of time, but the beast's speed was monstrous. In a blur, it was already upon Jiren, ready to land a killing blow. Jiren reacted instantly, throwing up a defense. The creature's powerful hand shattered his improvised staff like it was made of twigs. The attack smashed through his guard, landing a vicious blow to his stomach.
Without pausing, the king reared back for a kick, but its attack was stopped short. Zhang had caught it in a desperate bodylock.
The beast's feet dug into the pavement, tearing up the asphalt. Even as Zhang pushed with all his might, he knew the situation was getting worse by the second. The Horn Horror King grabbed him with both hands, with no effort at all. The king lifted him straight off the ground. He smashed the hulking creature into the ground, carving a massive crater. But in this desperate fight, time was a luxury they didn't have. They were 2 geniuses, destined to reach the pinnacle of their power. But facing this overwhelming threat, that future was slipping away. Even with all their knowledge and skill, the sheer gap in strength was an impossible chasm to cross. Zhang struggled to his feet, yelling at the monster to stop, its attention now fixed on the boy. The Beast King prepared another devastating attack. The crimson glow of its aura pulsed menacingly, with no way to defend. Zhang braced for the full impact of the blow. The creature seemed satisfied with its brutal strike. Yet, it sensed that something else was unfolding on the battlefield.
A presence far more dangerous than the king had just emerged. Na was already out of commission, lying helpless in a hospital bed.
Before his disappearance, he was a virtual unknown, but now, his very presence sent waves of terror through the monster.
No one in this world can truly explain the legacy Xiang left behind. 11 years ago, destiny was set in motion.
A man made a shocking confession to the media. He admitted to every wrongdoing, begging the public for its forgiveness. The incident sent shockwaves across the globe. 12 hours before the battle, Serum was lost in a sea of confusion. The truth she had uncovered that Sunday consumed her every thought. She spent days digging into JR's father's past, questioning if he was framed. She knew many would covet the throne of the former #1, especially now that his power was gone. But what she couldn't comprehend was how the entire situation had been handled. It began with a flood of accusations, victim testimonies, and a rapidly building case. Public opinion was torn, but his immense popularity meant the fabricated evidence couldn't completely destroy his reputation. If it were her, she would have fought tooth and nail to the very end. But Xiang, rather than fighting back, accepted every single charge leveled against him.
After that press conference, even his most loyal supporters abandoned him. Xiang became a public pariah overnight.
She couldn't understand his motives. If someone was forcing his hand, admitting guilt was like pouring gasoline on a raging fire. Was she the only one who saw it? There was something hidden in his expression that day. He didn't look guilty. It was as if he was willingly accepting his fate. Then, her investigation unearthed something even more shocking. His official records showed no mention of a family.
Could it be that JR wasn't truly his son, but their resemblance suggested it was more likely he was simply unregistered?
Perhaps he accepted all those false accusations because JR was involved in some way. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, JR was unaware of the profound change happening within him. He stared at his hand, feeling a strange new power. The beast lunged at him, consumed by fury. Its advance was relentless. It knew it had to eliminate this boy now. Facing this onslaught, one truth became crystal clear to Zhang. His body could move again. His reflexes were flawless as he landed a clean strike on the monster's face. He could move, and that was all he needed. He would destroy the beast before him. Unleashing his techniques, he hammered the creature with a barrage of strikes. The pressure was overwhelming. The monster desperately tried to defend itself, scrambling to escape JR's merciless assault. Zhang knew the beast wouldn't escape. Suddenly, the creature launched a ferocious counterattack. The monster's aura was immense, but it lacked the speed to catch JR as he dodged. But the beast had predicted this move. It was now airborne, directly above him, unleashing another attack from its new vantage point. Its surprise was immediate and profound. The attack had completely failed to injure the boy. Zhang instantly retaliated with a devastating kick. The sheer force of the blow sent the monster crashing through a nearby building. Zhang knew this battle was far from over, but with those last 2 hits, he had finally exposed the creature's weak point. A single, precise strike to the chin with his needle. In his current state, he knew he could land that critical hit. But just as mysteriously as it had arrived, the powerful aura vanished without a trace. For it to disappear now was the worst possible timing. The monster clawed its way out of the wreckage, and Zhang's heart pounded with anxiety. The incredible energy that had coursed through his veins was gone. He was left powerless against the monster's next assault. As the beast resumed its charge, it suddenly noticed something above. A massive truck container was plummeting directly towards its head. The container smashed into the beast. But there is a reason why hunters have specialized roles. Each one serves a specific purpose. The impact wasn't nearly enough to stop it. Now utterly enraged, the beast charged straight for Chal King. With no way to dodge, Chal King braced himself as best he could. The resulting blow was unbelievably powerful. But as a tank, his battered body endured the punishment. That was his duty. However, he had pushed far beyond his limits long ago. His sheer will bought them precious seconds. Zhang was now ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The beast sensed its impending doom. JR's fist, crackling with aura, closed in like a meteor. A perfectly executed uppercut slammed into the creature's chin. This was the true calling of a damage dealer. Debris exploded across the battlefield. On the ground, the monster's lifeless body crashed down, its jaw completely shattered. The cause of the incident: a stolen monster transport vehicle. The tragic result: dozens of civilian casualties. Only after the dust had settled did the rescue teams finally arrive. But news of the battle was already spreading like wildfire across the globe. The heroic deeds of the 2 fighters earned them the title of heroes overnight. Elsewhere, Cavallina watched the footage, trying to make sense of it all. A memory surfaces. A house surrounded by a large garden. A young JR had scraped his knee and was getting his wound treated. His father's voice warned him that even small wounds must be tended to, lest they fester and grow. The boy asked if his father ever felt pain, seeing how much he bled while fighting monsters. His father admitted that he felt not only pain, but also fear. He just did his best to hide it, because his duty was to shield others from harm. As a child, JR's greatest wish was to become a hero, just like his father. But a shadow of doubt always lingered in his mind. He knew his father didn't want that life for him. He would always steer him towards another career. His eyes filled with sorrow at the mere mention of the topic. Perhaps that was why he couldn't bear to see his son follow the path of an explorer. A truth that remained unspoken between them. JR always believed that one day his father would explain everything. But now, that day would never come. JR's eyes fluttered open to an unfamiliar ceiling. A strange and nostalgic feeling washed over him. A voice cut through the silence. "Were you speaking to me?" Startled, JR snapped his head to the side. Zeke stood there, commenting on JR's incredible determination. JR, however, wondered why the director himself was there keeping watch. The moment he tried to sit up, a wave of agony shot through his entire body. Zeke immediately warned him not to move. Though the treatment was a success, his injuries were so severe he should have been in a coma. It would take a full month for him to recover completely. Until then, Zeke advised him to focus on healing. There was much to prepare for what lay ahead. The boy thanked him, acknowledging the advice, but he had something he needed to say. Zeke cut him off. "If this is about your father, then yes, we knew each other. We fought together." JR's hand shot out with blinding speed, commanding Zeke's full attention, but he only snatched the apple Zeke was holding. Seeing Zeke's shocked expression, he smirked. "What, you thought I'd attack you?" Zeke confessed that wasn't the reaction he had been expecting. The boy replied, "I don't know what you were expecting. I just needed to know for sure if you knew my father." Judging by the sudden change in Zeke's attitude, he suspected they were more than just simple colleagues. Gripping the apple, he took a deep breath. He recalled the moment he'd told Zeke to prove his resolve with a knife. He figured Zeke was expecting another emotional outburst, and asked, "So, how was my performance?" "I tried my best to make it look real," he said. "My apologies if you took it personally." Zeke brushed it off, admitting he'd anticipated a more dramatic reaction. JR simply stated, "Maybe 3 years ago, you would have gotten one." Back then, his mind was consumed by a single thought: revenge on everyone who had turned their backs on his father, leaving him to his fate. Hearing this, Zeke asked the critical question, "What made you change your mind?" JR claimed he'd simply matured, that his previous obsession was nothing but madness. He was hardly strong enough to face Zeke, let alone get revenge. What truly mattered to him now was earning enough money to pay the hospital bills. That was his one and only priority. He had no idea when a cure might be found, but he would pour every ounce of his being into making it happen. He was determined to crush any obstacle in his way. Zeke interjected, saying he was only there to ask a few questions. He wanted to know why JR was registered under his mother's family name, and who had cared for him after his father's condition worsened. JR explained that he was raised by his father alone. His true identity had to be concealed for his own safety. He essentially grew up on his own. Zeke nodded, seeing the truth in his eyes. Then he asked, "Have you ever heard the name?" Guggenowig Jr. had not. "It is not a person," Zeke revealed. "It is the name of a dragon, the destroyer of worlds. And Guggenowig is the very source of the poison afflicting your father. He is the most dangerous dragon in existence. And he is still alive, somewhere in this world." The mere mention of the word dragon strikes terror into the hearts of men. Years after the invasion, massive walls were built with the aid of other races. With the explosive growth of explorers' abilities, humanity was pulled back from the brink of extinction. However, there are still threats capable of shattering those very walls in an instant. That is the true power of a dragon. Stronger, smarter, and more cunning than any species on Earth. They often showed a deep-seated hostility toward humans. Of all the monsters lurking in the dungeons, dragons were without a doubt the greatest threat. It wasn't hatred they felt for humanity, but the cold calculation of a master seeing a resource to dominate. Their one fatal mistake was underestimating mankind. They believed humans would never conquer the dungeons, so they held back. Their grand plan to descend as gods after civilization collapsed, offering protection. Zhang reflects that maybe they should be grateful the dragons stayed their hand for so long. But when humanity's progress defied their expectations, the dragons began their assault. It was in this dark time that Jiran's father rose to legend. With brilliant strategy and an unyielding spirit, he became the pioneer who proved that even a dragon could be slain. News of the first dragon slayers spread like wildfire, and the tide of the war began to turn. Zhang remembered hearing this story. He thought the dragons went into hiding after that, but C corrected his assumption. The truth was far more terrifying. They didn't hide, they changed their strategy. Dragons are masters of deceit, even able to alter their own forms. Since they couldn't crush humanity with brute force, they began to infiltrate human society from within. This was classified information, which Zico only shared because Zhang was Sun's son. The dragon known as Dug in a Wig was the very last one his father pursued before his collapse. If they can defeat him, his father's final mission will be complete. But if Zhang wants to inherit that challenge, he must become overwhelmingly strong. Z vowed to help him kill that dragon. As if fueled by that promise, Zhang found the strength to rise from his bed. Leaning against the window, he looked down at the car he'd received. He remembered the warning, that if it all seemed impossible, he should just let the idea go. But if this was real, it was the one chance he had to save his father. He couldn't let it slip away. However, Z's voice echoed in his mind, telling him the choice wasn't his to make. To even grasp this opportunity, he had to rise to the absolute peak. Dragons were cunning. They had already woven themselves into society, hiding in plain sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, even if they had enough evidence to expose them to the world. Without capturing one alive, it would be pointless. If they moved recklessly, the dragons would simply vanish into the shadows again, sparking worldwide panic in the process. To prevent that catastrophe, their strike had to be precise and swift. Only then could they stop the dragons from escaping to plot anew. For years, a specialized team had been assembled for the sole purpose of hunting Duganowig. Every member was a veteran adventurer, skilled enough to bring down a dragon. If Jiren didn't become strong enough to stand among them, no matter how much he yearned to join, he would never be accepted. They couldn't afford to have a weak link on a mission of this magnitude. It wouldn't just jeopardize the operation, it would put every single life on the line. If this was all true, Jiren needed to know his deadline. How much time did he have left? He knew they wouldn't wait for him. Zeke explained that the dragon's exact location was still a mystery, but they expected to pinpoint it within 2 years, maybe less. And just as Jiren suspected, when that day came, the hunt would begin without him. Before walking away, Zeke stated he didn't care what Jiren thought of him. If Jiren never wanted to see his face again, so be it. But Zeke made one solemn promise whether Jiren was there or not. They would hunt that dragon down, no matter the cost. Those words ignited something deep within Jiren's soul. A flicker of hope in the darkness. A real chance to cure his father. This sudden revelation was everything he had desperately wished to hear. The confirmation that it was possible. But with that hope came a paralyzing shadow. Fear. The terrifying fear that he wouldn't be ready in time for the one mission that mattered most.
His current strength was nothing. It wasn't nearly enough. But he swore to himself. He would make it, no matter what it took.
For so long, he had lived without any hope for a cure. But now, he had a path forward. This tiny spark gave Jiren a motivation more powerful than anything he had ever known. As he splashed water on his face, he heard the door to his room open. A nurse entered, her face lighting up when she saw he was awake. She asked if he was in any pain, but he simply replied that his muscles were sore. The doctor would give him the full details, but she explained he'd feel that way for a few more days. His arm had to be almost entirely reconstructed. When they found him, his arm was on the verge of being lost forever. Every possible measure was taken, because the risk of amputation had been terrifyingly real. It was only thanks to a high-level healer that the surgery was a complete success. Looking down at his bandaged arm, Jiren had a question. He needed to know what happened to the friend who fought by his side. The nurse smiled, reassuring him that his friend had made an unbelievable recovery. He was discharged the very same day he was admitted. Hearing his friend was safe, Jiren felt a wave of relief. But before he could ask anything else, the nurse suddenly asked if she could take a picture with him. Without waiting for an answer, she snapped a quick selfie. Jiren then asked if he could also be discharged. The nurse confirmed he could, but gave him a crucial warning. Leaving through the front entrance would be a huge mistake. The entire hospital was swarming with reporters. They were all waiting for the chance to ambush him for an interview the moment he stepped outside. Jiren was completely baffled by their presence, but the nurse urged him to find out why, and fast. She flashed her phone screen, and what Jiren saw left him utterly speechless. The entire incident could have spiraled into an unthinkable catastrophe. If not for him and his friend, the casualty count would have been in the hundreds, perhaps even higher. Now, a media frenzy had erupted, with reporters swarming the hospital, all desperate to know the hero. She handed him a bag, explaining it was a delivery from his friend. If he truly wanted to protect his identity, he needed to use its contents and slip out the back unnoticed.
Sam had clearly prepared for this, likely enchanting the bag with some kind of concealment spell.
But when Jiren peered inside, all he found was a simple rope. Not exactly the magical escape tool he'd envisioned. Still, with no other choice, he had to make it work. He cast the rope out the window, beginning his descent to the ground floor. From above, the nurse called out, telling him not to worry about the photo she took.
She promised to only release it to the world after he became a legendary explorer.
Jiren waved back, the true weight of the situation still not sinking in. Down below, Sam was already waiting in her car, expecting him to make a clean getaway. Was a rope really the only option? Jiren asked incredulously. Without missing a beat, she shot back. Would you rather have been discovered? He had to admit she had a point, but his curiosity was piqued by another bag sitting in the car. Sam explained she'd bought him new clothes and a new phone, rightly assuming his old one was destroyed in the battle. The gesture moved him deeply, but she brushed it off, telling him not to get sentimental. Besides, she didn't even know where to begin processing what had just happened. A disaster of that magnitude unfolding so close to them. And the unbelievable fact that he, alone, had defeated that monstrous entity. She knew, however, that his life was a whirlwind of such events. So, she asked a simple question. Where to next? Honestly, all she wanted was to rest. But they only had today. Their window of opportunity was closing fast. If he wanted the new gear, they had to move now. He protested, saying he already had clothes. Sam shook her head. She wasn't talking about regular clothes, but the specialized equipment he'd need as an explorer. In fact, she needed him to grasp just how fortunate he was. The single greatest tailor on the entire planet had agreed to craft a set of armor just for him. Armor materials, she explained, were split into 3 main categories. First, there was cloth, the most basic material. It offered the lowest physical defense. But since it readily accepted support magic, it was the standard for mages and healers who command the battlefield from the rear. The second category was plate armor, boasting immense durability, but at the cost of staggering weight. Dungeon ore is incredibly dense, without superhuman strength and stamina. Wearing it is impossible. Between these two extremes lies leather. It's not as heavy as plate, but offers solid protection. It's the ideal choice for damage dealers like him, who specialize in ferocious close-quarters combat. Perhaps it was time he started wearing proper armor. Shifting gears, Sam's curiosity flared up again. How did you beat that thing? She wanted every last detail. But Jiren simply said someone filmed it, telling her to just watch the clip to understand. But the video didn't tell the whole story. It only showed him taking down the weaker-horned monsters. The footage cut off before his real fight, the one against the 5-star beast. A fact that shocked Jiren, as he had no idea the monster was ranked that high. No wonder it was so powerful. He knew something was off. Even with their perfect preparations, the fight should have been impossible. But then, that mysterious power had surged from within him. He still had no idea what it was. She pressed him again, asking why he was being so evasive. But the truth was, he lacked the words to explain it. It was a moment of pure instinct, a battle fought in a trance. It was a victory that defied all logic. Even elite professionals form entire squads to hunt a monster of that level. Even though he wasn't lying, his story was almost impossible to believe. The situation left her completely baffled. Geniuses, she thought, truly operate on a different plane of existence. Still, she warned him to be careful. From here on out, things were going to get exhausting. It wasn't just the reporters. The two of them were now at the heart of a storm that was just beginning to brew. Shulkang got the worst of it, enduring a grueling 4 straight days of interviews and even appearing on national television. Through it all, he protected Jiren's identity fiercely. He refused to answer even the simplest questions, like his friend's name, without permission. Jiren was reminded of the promise he'd asked of his friend. If anyone asks for details, just say you don't know anything either. He desperately wanted to keep his identity hidden for as long as possible. Shulkang had simply nodded, agreeing to do exactly as he asked. The girl wondered how the two of them became so close, but even he didn't have an answer. For now, she advised him to lay low until the academy's admission test. He asked if there was a specific reason, just as his phone buzzed, a message from his manager. "We need to talk." Soon, Sam had been researching the tests, and the more she learned, the more she understood its insane difficulty. In recent years, the passing rate had plummeted to just 1 in 100. Jiren mused that many applicants were probably just trying their luck and had to be weaker than her. At least, seeing her instant annoyance, he backtracked, saying he didn't mean she was bad, but she just shot back, "Shut up, model." But in truth, based on raw talent alone, he wasn't wrong. She was a vessel of immense, untapped potential. As they began to work together, the harsh reality of their world finally dawned on him. For the entrance exam, candidates form teams. Most are the children of famous adventurers, using their parents' connections to team up. Almost every candidate comes from a powerful background, and they're the ones who always pass. If his true identity were ever revealed, he would instantly become a target for them all. The school might forbid it, but that's not how the real world works. He could have aimed for a special admission, but that would mean abandoning his true goal. Even so, stories of those who pass on their own merit still exist. He just needed to know it was possible. He would crush them all and forge his own path. She admired his burning spirit, but it felt dangerously naive. Meanwhile, she was eager to get changed. Pointing to the bathroom, she told him to meet her down the hall. At the reception desk, a secretary was busy at work. Sam explained she had an appointment with the company's CO. The secretary simply told her to wait a few minutes. On the phone, she relayed the visitor's information, and a moment later, she had news. Unfortunately, an unavoidable commitment had come up, and the CO was no longer available. This was a disaster. There were no other open slots. He offered to compensate her for her time. But Sarum shot back that this was never about money. This was for the warrior school admission exam. A cancellation now could shatter her entire future. Someone nearby whispered that she looked familiar, recognizing her name. A saying among adventurers goes that the current generation is a different breed entirely. The first generation carved their path forward with blood and steel. Since then, technology has advanced everything.
What also changed was the world their children were born into. The first generation gave their heirs everything.
It wasn't just talent that was passed down, but a world-class education from the moment they could walk. This made everyone wonder, who benefited the most from this new era? And most would point to one girl, Ham Yoon. They recognized her as a first-year student at the legendary warrior school. She asked if he knew of her, the student council president. Then she declared they could skip the pleasantries. The CEO was her uncle, and she was the unavoidable commitment. She smirked, understanding the other girl's frustration at being canceled on. Then she offered a different version of the story. Instead of saying her appointment was canceled, she should say he gave his spot to her. In fact, she should be grateful for the help. That was a much better narrative. Sarum knew the terrifying influence Clown possessed. The stories of her power were legendary. As they spoke, Jerryon arrived. Seeing she was Sarum's senior, it seemed they had no choice but to yield. Not knowing the full situation, he began to thank the girl, but he never got to finish his sentence. "Cut the crap," she snapped, making the secretary flinch. The girl smirked. "This kid's got guts. Who are you?" Sarum tried to intervene, her hand trembling. It was as if Clown had already struck her. Instantly, she felt the impact. The words weren't aimed at her, but she felt the cut of their malice all the same. Clown's eyes narrowed. "I wasn't asking you, trash. Know your place and stay silent." Jerryon stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm 17, and I live in Guanaco. I'm 180 meters tall, unsure of my current weight, and my favorite food is sausage with sautéed vegetables." "Is that everything?" "But the most important thing," he said, his voice laced with ice, "is that I'm preparing to enter warrior school. And right now, I'm incredibly disappointed. To find that even a place like that has conceited people like you who think they're gods." A chilling smile spread across her face. Her hand trembled with pure rage. Now he felt it the same crushing pressure she'd unleashed on Saram. "I don't hate people like you," she hissed, "as long as you can back up that arrogant mouth of yours." He hadn't even enrolled. Yet he smiled. "Is this how you normally handle things?" "I'm curious. This is the first time I've tried this approach. So tell me." He leaned in. "Was my performance up to your lofty standards?" The girl seethed, utterly infuriated. From a distance, a man's voice boomed her name. This was San-Woo. "What in the hell are you doing now? Why did you visit without telling me?" he demanded, snatching the phone from her hands. "It's only been 1 week since the last incident." "Just 1 week. Do you want to make your father furious again?" The man turned and bowed deeply to them. "I apologize for my niece. She tends to act on her own impulses." Saram said an apology wasn't necessary, but she was deeply grateful. It was just as the rumors said. Clown wasn't completely evil, but she was arrogant and only valued those who possessed overwhelming strength. Jarian then gestured for her to come closer to him. He had to know just what that arrogant girl was capable of. She was no ordinary senior, that much was certain. She was the president of the student council. In this academy, that title meant one thing: she was the strongest student, the #1 ranker. They could even enter dungeons under professional. With that license, students could use their free time to explore and conquer dungeons. It was a way to gain priceless experience before becoming official explorers. But there were always exceptions to the rule. Members of the student council were seen as professionals in their own right, even without being officially registered. Beyond holding political sway with the school, they could join elite attack teams against 5-star monsters or higher. They were, by all accounts, the next generation of legendary ranked warriors. As a 3rd year, she should have been 2 years older. But the shocking truth was, she was still only a 2nd-year student. Jerong Allen wondered if she had failed a grade, but that wasn't it at all. She had actually seized the position from the previous president. How was that possible? Sarah's words came rushing back. This school runs on pure strength and skill. Students could challenge for a council seat from the first semester of their 2nd year, and she had done precisely that. She drew her sword, sparking the school's most legendary event. She then challenged every single member of the council. Before the first semester was even over, she had defeated them all, becoming the youngest council president in the academy's entire history. Despite achieving all that, she was now saying she was about to leave. He was relieved that a fight hadn't broken out. But Jerong Allen had a proposal, a little bet. Since she was so busy, he promised it would be quick. He'd heard of her reputation. Her arrogance had to be backed by something. The wager was simple: if he loses, the training slot is all hers. Sarah tried to apologize, thinking the boy had lost his mind. But a bet requires stakes on both sides. If she lost, she'd face a consequence too. He was impressed by her sharp thinking. He then asked if she knew what shadowboxing was. It's a fundamental form of close-quarters combat training. The first to touch their opponent or force them into a disadvantageous position wins. If he loses, he'll give her the time slot. And it was perfect. When she loses the bet, she won't have to worry about any traumatic injuries. The moment he enrolls in this academy, she is to surrender her position as president to him. It was one of the most insane things she had ever heard. There was no chance she would accept such a proposal. And yet, it was certainly interesting, and so she accepted the challenge. After hearing his terms, she finally bothered to learn the boy's name, a formality they skipped in the hallway. They moved to a workshop, a place specifically designed to test the durability of powerful equipment. Both fighters were ready to begin. The president was brimming with confidence. The same could be said for Jerong. Saram, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck. This was also unnecessary. The problem had been settled. Worse still, he was badly injured. And even if he won, she would never give up her position. But he calmly stated that he wasn't going to win. Now, Saram was utterly speechless. Even in perfect condition, he wouldn't stand a chance. The power gap between them was just too massive. If that was true, then why on earth did he make this bet? But Jerong simply told her not to worry. He understood her confusion, but asked her to trust him a little more. In the end, he promised it wouldn't be a bad exchange. But Saram just couldn't grasp his true intentions. She wondered if he was planning to lose on purpose to get on her good side. But there's no way he could be that foolish. Her uncle spoke, saying he had nothing to offer but an apology. He knew she was meant to be a leader, but instead of being welcoming, she was often harsh with the truth. He apologized once more to Saram, who said it was fine. This entire situation was unfolding because of that boy. Though he didn't know him, he could feel an aura of absolute confidence. The president then declared that he must have already noticed. She wouldn't use both her arms, to make things a little more fair for him. But that didn't matter, he replied. It would just serve as her excuse when she lost. His audacity made her even more interested. She finally settled into her stance. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. He was startled, his senses screaming as he prepared to react. He managed to dodge the first attack, The exchange shocked both Saram and the president's uncle, but for completely different reasons.
Saram was stunned by the attack's imperceptible speed. To move like that, one had to accept the risk of exposing their own weaknesses.
But Gune showed no hesitation, not a trace of fear. She executed her attack with blinding speed to protect her immense pride.
Saram knew that if she had been the one standing there, she would have never been able to react. Just then, the tailor broke the silence. Han wasn't sure if he was the first to pose this question. He asked if this student was truly preparing to transfer to the warrior school.
Looking at the data he was sent, there was no doubt the boy was gifted. But what he was witnessing with his own eyes was far beyond simple expectations. It reminded him of his own youth, when he too was an adventurer, overflowing with power. He realized that Zhurong's goal wasn't to prove himself, but to learn everything he could about the person standing before him. For her age, Gaeon's power is already immense. With a little more experience, she could easily rival the lower-ranked fighters. The boy simply wants to gauge the peak he must one day conquer. Not just that, but the sheer distance he has yet to climb. And so far, his evasion is a masterclass in motion. After a flurry of blows, he creates some distance. Gaeon remarks that it's been a long time since she enrolled. In all that time, no one has managed to dodge her onslaught for so long. A flicker of admiration crosses her face. She never expected him to withstand her for this long.
But his injured arm is far from his only wound.
Judging by his state, he must be far from his physical peak. But Jae-rang warns her not to assume she has seen his true capacity. In a softer tone, she recalls his blinding speed when he faced the horned horror. She confesses to watching that video hundreds of times. She's a secret fan of the anonymous hero that the world has yet to know. Her composure returns as she suggests a tie, proposing they settle this another time. As soon as he's enrolled and healed, they will continue. Because she refuses to let things end here. She looks to her uncle for approval, but he sees right through her bravado. Behind that confident mask, he can see the uncertainty swirling within her. But for him, a tie is unacceptable, not when the position of student council president hangs in the balance. Since he refuses to yield, they are just wasting precious time. He's ready to continue, even after the brutal battle they all just endured. He must be bluffing, throwing away the best chance he's had since their bet began. This is a problem, because she has a soft spot for the ambitious. And what he just displayed wasn't ambition. It was pure foolishness. Jae-rang meets her gaze with a faint smile and takes a deliberate step forward. After those words, he's the first to move. Now, it is his turn to go on the offensive. She had to pour all her focus into this single moment. Even her uncle couldn't have predicted this sudden turn of events. Jae-rang unleashes a strike that barely misses her. Sam thought he was holding back this whole time. But now he realized his assessment was catastrophically wrong. This was never about a simple test of strength with Gain. In that incredibly short exchange, he managed to learn and perfectly replicate her movements. He's a monster. This isn't about victory or defeat. His true aim is to steal Gaon's techniques for himself. Finishing his attack, he asks, "This is how you did it, isn't it?"
Ever since his days as a young smuggler, there was one rule he followed without exception.
He tells her to stop holding back, as there's more he wants to witness from her. And that rule is simple. Never make a deal, you are destined to lose. Technique is not just about raw power to crush an opponent. It is the refinement of movement, to extract the absolute best from an individual. From the rhythm of your breath to the placement of every step. What makes each detail critical is the perfect timing of its execution.
People devote their entire lives to perfecting this art, gaining knowledge through endless repetition, through trial and devastating error.
This wisdom is then passed down, so the next generation can refine it even further. Even with prodigious talent, one cannot surpass the limits of this inherited knowledge alone. Because he was a natural-born genius, Jae-rang grew strong by himself.
But when his development stalled after puberty, he came face to face with a grueling truth.
A colossal wall stood in his path, preventing him from growing stronger. Only by shattering that wall could he ever hope to ascend. So, he casts aside the sling that restrained him. He questions her hesitation, saying his intentions have been crystal clear from the start. He is certain he will enter this academy, and she herself said she would be happy to teach a rookie like him. But it seems, in reality, she's trying to avoid the taste of defeat, and he understands that fear all too well. His words leave her speechless for a moment. She turns to her uncle, asking if he remembers her last request. An attack squad wanted a deal, and he advised her to go, to build her reputation.
She will listen to his counsel. But in return, he must promise not to hold her back any longer.
Her words make him uneasy, as he asks what she intends to do. Meanwhile, Jae-rang taunts his opponent, reminding her he wanted to see her dodge. If that's what he wishes, then she will show him. It is time for him to evade her attack. But her kick was already about to land. He observes the attack with razor focus, searching for an opening, avoiding direct contact. He finds exactly what he was looking for, Every movement has a beginning and an end, and a transitional phase that connects them. By observing someone, you can predict their next action. Gaon is now using this very principle to her advantage. By skipping the transitional steps, she deceives his expert eye. Not only is it difficult to predict what's next, but each movement seems faster than it truly is. This is the result of decades of development. A technique her own father created and became a legend for executing with mastery.
This technique is called flash, an art of impossibly high speed.
And Jae-rang just performed it twice in a row. In a way, Gaon herself has yet to master. This is not a skill that can be replicated simply by understanding the concept. Flexibility, reflexes, and above all else, timing are absolutely essential for its perfect execution. There would be no flaw in this technique, even in his prime. Her father didn't achieve this level of mastery until he was well past his 20s. It took him 3 entire months just to grasp the very first step. Her father had perfected that strike just for this spar. Yet this boy was executing it all with breathtaking ease. But Han knew the truth. Jarian's body was in a terrible state.
After that display of power, his energy reserves were practically scraped dry.
But despite the turmoil raging inside his body, his movements were fluid, as if he were at the very peak of his strength. A profound sense of accomplishment washed over him, a premonition of the even greater power he could. His method of learning was anything but orthodox, but his reason to grow stronger was pure, and he'd found the perfect way to do it. He wasn't learning out of necessity, but because he had discovered the sheer joy of evolution. In this state, the pain in his body vanished, the fire in his lungs forgotten. All that mattered now was pressing his advantage against Guam.
She knew she was in a bind. Jarian was overwhelming her, wielding his newfound technique with the skill of a master.
The final blow was seconds away, and she had no way to counter. That's when a new presence was forced to intervene.
An absolute silence descended upon the training ground. Han stood between them, a formidable barrier. Guim had warned him not to interfere.
Still, a wave of relief washed over her. It had ended before he was truly forced to act. But the outcome was unfortunate. It seemed she had lost their bet. But Jarian declared the same for himself, putting them at an impasse. She argued she hadn't agreed to use her hands, but Jarian pointed out that wasn't part of their deal. Hands or no hands, the fact remained, he had been struck. Pride may have fueled her words, but in truth, she knew she wasn't that powerful. That's when her uncle stepped in, declaring there was no need to decide a winner. He took the blame for letting things escalate, and considering Jarian's condition, continuing was out of the question.
So, he declared it a tie, an invaluable learning opportunity for them both. Once the boy was fully recovered, they could hold a formal duel.
At her uncle's suggestion, Guam shot Garion a threatening glare and told him to listen closely. They would meet again at the academy, if he failed to get in, or if he dared to lose to anyone else before their rematch. She would never forgive him in this lifetime. Despite the chaotic end, for Jarion, the battle had been an incredible lesson. As she turned to leave, Guim asked for Serum's name, then offered a surprising apology for her sponsorship of the boy. She admitted she didn't know Serum's reputation as an adventurer, but it was clear she was far from useless. She had a sharp eye for talent, after all. And Jarion wasn't the only one who truly enjoyed today's fight. Now, the two of them sat on the couch, the silence thick with anticipation. This waiting was absolutely killing him. Serum was relieved he didn't need a trip to the hospital, though a part of him almost wished for it. She was still reeling, admitting she never expected Guam to concede defeat. From her perspective, watching it all unfold, she was certain Garion had won. But he saw things differently. He confessed he was the one who broke the rules first. By removing his sling to attack, he changed the nature of their spar. Neither had been fighting to truly win. With that in mind, he was the first to cross the line. In that final moment, he was giving it his all. A direct hit could have caused a devastating injury. He admitted that if he'd been in her shoes, he would have used his hands too. There was simply no other choice. Serum's eyes lit up, wanting to know what would have happened if they had fought without holding back. For someone who wanted no part in this fight, she'd become completely absorbed in the spectacle. Just then, he rose from the couch. He sensed their arrival. The door opened, and two figures finally entered the room. Serum turned, her eyes wide with curiosity. It was Han, who thanked them for their patience. As a peace offering, he'd brought pizza. After they ate, he offered a sincere apology. His niece had caused a great deal of trouble, and he felt he should have treated them to a proper meal. But Garion was more than grateful for the pizza.
For him, as long as there was plenty of food, he was happy. Adventurers, after all, can eat 5 times as much as a normal person.
Serum hadn't even considered it, but he had been unconscious for 4 days straight, without a single bite to eat. Changing the subject, Han explained that his workshop deals not in leather, but in something far superior. They use fibers from high-class monsters as their raw material. These fibers are woven into powerful combinations, all with the goal of creating the ultimate armor for the user. The resulting material is lighter and infinitely more durable than any leather. As he spoke, Han's mind was already racing, picturing the perfect combination and design for Geryon. He had witnessed Geryon's capabilities firsthand, and he already possessed all his personal data. Only one crucial question remained. The final stage of production, he explained, involved immersing the material in a special oil to maximize its resistance and durability. Serum knew this, which is why she'd requested only the best materials. But he delivered the bad news. Under the current circumstances, obtaining this oil was nearly impossible. The oil came from the voracious whale of the deep seas. His workshop once held a monopoly on it, but due to an unforeseen catastrophe, hunting the creatures had ceased entirely. There were other materials they could use as substitutes. While the practical difference is minor, it would still imply a breach of contract, an error that should never happen. But if they wish to reconsider, that's their choice. He could even point them toward a master leather specialist. He's even willing to compensate them for their lost time. But Geryon waves it off, unconcerned. If the quality difference is barely noticeable, then there's no issue. Besides, he's never cared for top-tier gear anyway. Above all else, he wants equipment forged by this specific craftsman. Then, he asks a curious question. Was Han the one who mentored his niece? He admits he knows little about equipment, but he'd feel more confident if it were made by someone powerful. If that's the case, it would make all the difference. Serum always felt something was different about that day. It's been a long 10 years since Han retired, but he was grateful for the trust. And the compliment brought a smile to his face. Serum has no clue where all that food disappeared to. He vows that if they place their faith in him, he'll pour his very soul into creating their equipment. The more he dwells on it, the more the disappointment from last week stings. A hunt was supposed to yield prime materials. He asks if they've heard of the Imperial Wasp, and Serum immediately mentions its royal jelly. But that monstrous insect holds another treasure, a material considered legendary by all. Equipment makers the black wax used to shield the queen. Only a select few wasps can even produce this protective substance. Showing his phone to Geryon, Han asks if this is the very thing he was talking about. He once had a picture, but after losing his old phone, he had to settle for a hand-drawn sketch. Now, Han is stunned that these boys have seen it with their own eyes. The truth is, Geryon smuggled it in. But he coolly claims he saw it during a visit to Serum's house. The wealthy truly live in a different world. Now, Geryon is at the hospital. He was supposed to meet someone before heading over. It would only take an hour. By then, the manager should also be free. Han asks if Geryon has eaten. He has, but he's always ready for another meal. As long as Han is paying, of course. The door to Geryon's room creaks open. He has to hang up now. He tells them to call the moment they arrive, because his plans for the day just walked through the door. Zeke remarks that it's been a while. Caballino suggests they take this conversation outside. 11 days ago, they had a discussion at this very hospital. It's best not to cause a scene in Geryon's room. An entire attack team led by a single man was disbanded. Perhaps they should just stay silent. Caballino sighs. Zeke hasn't changed a bit, still an expert at getting under people's skin. These two were once allies, but there is a clear tension simmering between them. Just seeing him has Zeke completely on edge. Jawan, also known as Caballino, is a retired adventurer. He was once ranked number 5, and since they're on the same side, Zeke should hold his tongue and follow his lead. Serum wonders if her friend will ever stop surprising her. She's dying to know more about the black wax he possesses. She suspects it's the very item from the chest, an item she definitely should have been told about. But Geryon admits he had no idea what it was. He thanks her for her discretion in handling the matter. Ever since Arju's, nothing has been simple. She asks if he's busy, and as it turns out, he is. He has an appointment to get to. If it isn't too far, she offers him a ride. Just then, her phone buzzes. It's her uncle, Zeke, calling. She asks him to wait just a moment, and he agrees, since it won't make him late for his meeting. The nights are already growing cold this time of year. It was the tailor who spoke up. He asks if Serum has already departed. But no, she just stepped out to take a call and won't be long. The tailor says there's no need to speak with her. He simply came out for a quiet smoke. He reveals that the skill Geryon used today is called Flash. It was created by his own brother, Vune's father, and he himself had a hand in its development. Hearing this, Geryon's face flushes with embarrassment. He immediately bows his head in apology. He should have realized that the technique's creator was standing right before him. He apologizes for using it without permission, but the tailor isn't here to scold him. There's no ownership over such things. In truth, they are hesitant to teach it freely. But there is no shame or wrongdoing in learning it purely by observation. If a skill is easy to copy, it's bound to spread. But this technique is anything but easy to copy. At first glance, he thought Geryon's foundation was weak, a clear sign of someone who had never been formally taught. But after witnessing the battle, he realized that if Geryon were lazy, he never would have mastered the core fundamentals so perfectly. He doesn't understand how Garyon learned this way on his own. The boy is undeniably talented. With time and dedication, he will unlock his true potential. The path to becoming a legendary adventurer will be paved with trials, but this future is well within his reach. However, in this world, prodigies are rarely met with simple admiration. Certainly, some will admire and support him, but there will always be those consumed by envy who will try to control him, or utterly destroy him. Perhaps Garyon has already heard such cautionary tales. The boy asks if the advice is to hide his power to avoid attention, but the master's true meaning is the exact opposite.
A power like his should never be concealed.
Besides, hiding his strength is a feat he couldn't manage, and trying would only invite scorn from others. No, it's far better to unleash his full potential. He must show the world who he truly is, an untouchable genius. As long as he has the power, he must strive to absorb every useful technique he can find. Even if it invites trouble, he must never again bow his head as he just did. Instead, he must stand tall and let his voice be heard. He is the one who will define right and wrong. That privilege belongs only to the strongest. If he masters a technique, it becomes his to claim. The instructor understands the boy's hesitation. But in the world of explorers, absolute strength is the only law. His niece is an extreme example of that philosophy. But he has no intention of reining her in. Her demanding nature ensures no one ever looks down on her. He believes Jeryeong must adopt that same unbreakable spirit. Just then, Serum appears, calling out for her friend. She's surprised to see the instructor. But her message is urgent. Jeryeong must speak with her uncle. He doesn't know the reason, but her insistence was clear. She knew her uncle would be there and specifically asked if the boy was present, saying she needed to talk to him. So, he takes the call. On the other end, Zeke apologizes for the interruption. He hadn't expected to call so soon, but a situation has developed. He needs to see him, immediately. The sudden summons was unexpected. But Jeryeong understood the gravity in his tone and agreed to meet at once. They make their way through an abandoned sector, following a hidden path. It seems to be a secret route leading into the dungeon. Deep within the subway system, countless hidden access points connect to the dungeons, and this one belongs to them. Zeke is waiting, his clothes torn to shreds, and he declares that someone is inside. He never intended to call for help, but the person inside swore they would rather die than accept healing from him. That's why he had to call. He has no idea what happened, but the animosity between them is palpable. It seems Zeke and the manager had a major falling out. The man inside smirks, saying if he knew Jeryeong would arrive so fast, he would have asked for a new shirt. But Jeryeong has no clue who this person is. The stranger remarks on the fire in Jeryeong's eyes, and asks if he's the one who scarred Zeke's cheek. His name is already famous among the attack squads. The boy who single-handedly defeated a high-ranking monster. The captain is thrilled to finally meet him, but Zeke sharply cuts the conversation short. They're leaving. There's nothing more to see here. Serum goes with him, asking him to call her later. Beyond the door where the man waits, an ominous red light pulses. Jeryeong steps forward to see what happened. He feels a pang of frustration, thinking the man truly needed aid. And he was right. His body is broken, and his pride is in tatters. He wonders why that bastard Zeke came all this way, and certainly never expected him to bring someone else along, though he already knows the answer. The man casually asks the boy if he has a bee, lighter, but Jeryeong's attention is fixed on the strange glow, since the sun has long since set. When Jeryeong confirms he has no lighter, the man asks for a hand. He's too exhausted to move. Below them, a scene of fire and utter destruction stretches into the darkness. Jeryeong demands to know what they were fighting about, but the man laughs, saying it wasn't a fight. He was simply trying to incinerate Zeke until not even ash remained. He then compliments the one who came with him. He's no tank, but his defense is solid. With another 10 years of training, he has the potential to become a legend. Jeryeong states he has something to say, but the manager already knows. If it's about quitting his life as a smuggler, he's free to walk away. However, if Jeryeong truly wishes to become an adventurer, there is one condition. Over the next month, he must master everything the manager intends to teach him. If he fails, he should abandon his dream. It won't be easy, he warns, as it falls far outside his natural aptitude. But Jeryeong has no idea what he could mean. With a tired grin, the manager reveals the truth. It is exactly what he's thinking. The art he will teach him is magic. The main character stammers, asking if he heard correctly, his mind reeling from the revelation. But his new mentor is too weak to even stand, collapsing and in need of immediate help. This is no ordinary exhaustion. A deep chill radiates from his body, leaving the boy with no option but to carry him in his arms. At first, grinding coffee from beans was a challenge, but he quickly mastered the art of brewing the perfect cup. Had he known how calming the process was, he would have started long ago. It would have been a perfect hobby during his prime. His friend scoffs at that phrase, insisting he's still in his prime. He talks as if his life is already over.
Zhao Wang was only 26 years old back then, but the protagonist's father just said that he truly is retired.
The manager wished he could be the one to finally put an end to Duganowig. All he needed was to assemble a worthy squad, but he knew he'd never cut through the red tape to do it.
I've already seen through my enemy's tactics.
But that's precisely what troubles the manager. This cowardly move will only make his foe stronger. Rage burns within him, because the world refuses to acknowledge the true hero. As a loyal friend, he vows to set things right. He made a solemn vow he would face the dragon and undo this injustice. But their intense words stirred the sleeping child. It seemed the manager was completely unaware of his existence. A tiny boy, with wide eyes and perfect manners, named Jerry. For the first time, he was meeting the son of the legendary hero. He gently asked the boy to go play, needing a private word with his guest. And then, the devastating truth was revealed: his time was running out. Zeke was trying everything to save him, but his body had begun to reject the very medicine it needed. Soon, his legendary abilities would begin to fade, followed by his very mind. He had 4 years at most before he became a shadow of his former self. The news struck the manager like a physical blow, but the hero's resolve was already set in stone. He seized the moment to make a desperate plea for him to look after his son. The unthinkable had happened. The manager had never seen this man show a hint of weakness. This was the first and only time he had ever asked anyone for a favor. It wasn't out of pride, but because he carried the weight of his own world on his shoulders. He wished for the boy to have a normal life, far from the path he had walked, a life where he could find true happiness. This was the hero's final wish. And the manager could never refuse the last request of his dearest friend. Just as he'd predicted, his body began to fail him. The manager remembered that moment with chilling clarity. He had asked the boy for the time, though the day was young. Their tomorrow was already fading away. The manager hoped Zeke hadn't treated him, and Jerry's silence confirmed his worst fears. Taking him to a hospital was impossible. The questions would be endless. So the boy treated him right there, at home. Suddenly, it all clicked for the manager. The item Jerry used was a gift he'd received long ago, when he first started this work. Garyon was only 14 years old at the time. He thought the syringe was for monsters, but later learned it was a potent emergency medicine. It wasn't some legendary artifact, but in a crisis, it was a miracle worker, an antidote that could counter almost any poison. A rare item, used almost exclusively by adventurers. He had thought it would be a fitting gift for the boy. He'd told him any future ones would have to be earned with his own money. The boy had been overjoyed, and the manager had simply watched him. Lost in thought, he had warned the boy that once he chose this path, there was no turning back. He couldn't just quit when things got tough. At least this way, he wouldn't have to worry about hospital bills, a fact that still weighed heavily on the manager's conscience. But the boy saw it as a necessary step. In their world, you never knew what the future held. From a young age, he knew he needed strength of his own. Trusting the manager was easy. The real challenge was becoming strong enough to protect his father. As Garyon had left that day, he had thanked him for the gift. The manager never imagined that one day, that very gift would be used to save his own life. The boy had managed to survive all these years without ever needing it. He could have sold it on the black market for a fortune, but that simply wasn't Garyon's way. The manager revealed he would have paid the hospital bills regardless. He had his doubts, but he never truly gave up on him. Garyon knew the manager would never abandon his father, no matter what happened. That's why he never hesitated to work for him. But when the boy officially became a smuggler, the manager feared he had betrayed the promise made to his friend. But it was the boy himself who had wished for it. He was the one who sought out this dangerous opportunity. If not through him, Garyon would have found another path. That realization cleared the manager's doubts about how a boy could so easily accept such a dark job. The promise he had made to his father was to keep his son from becoming an adventurer. But even in his prime, he rarely listened to the hero's wishes. A talent like Garyon's couldn't be squandered on a simple, normal life, especially when he utterly despises the rotten world they live in. The bastards who disrespected the hero, who forgot the man who sacrificed everything for humanity, even those who stood by in silence during the injustice. He hopes they all discover if hell is real. He declared that not even Zeke could defeat the dragon. His intentions are noble, but his methods are hopelessly naive. It takes more than sheer will to slay a dragon. These creatures are far from foolish. Locating one is nearly impossible. And if one were defeated, society itself might shatter. They've already infiltrated the highest echelons of power. Determination is admirable, but these people are nothing but trash who betrayed their savior. Even if the world ended tomorrow, these hypocrites would never repent for their sins. Zeke is chained by the very laws of the society he protects. Those chains will always hold him back from true victory. A heavy price would be paid for that choice. The very devastation his father fought to prevent was now an inevitability. It's why he never pushed the boy toward the life of an adventurer. Instead, he simply handed him a single piece of paper. On it was the information for a bank account in his name, years of his own hard-earned money, deposited solely for his son. His only hope was for the boy to reach adulthood first, to have the freedom to forge his own path in life. He'd even planned to teach him practical skills, anything to keep him from the perilous path of an adventurer. When the time was right, he could sign a contract to learn magic. But until then, all he asked was that the boy study, no matter how insignificant it seemed.
Sherian believes his father could have stopped him from becoming an adventurer, if that was truly what he desired,
And he wasn't wrong, but that truth would forever remain locked away in his own heart. But his feelings were irrelevant. This was just like what happened 3 years ago. What truly matters now is Sherian's will to carve his own destiny. We now find ourselves in the ruins of the ancient city. Yonggan, a woman approaches him amidst the wreckage. Isn't it time we found a better place to meet? Money is no longer an issue. He found it hard to believe she'd suggest it, given how rarely she shows up. Still, he agreed. A place with hot water would be a start.
The woman seemed surprised to see him alone. He was usually never without his shadow.
His usual companion was occupied with other duties, a fact the woman knew all too well. And that's precisely why she taunted him. Without his keeper, she expected him to act like a lost child. Perhaps you're just holding back tears, she sneered. Her blatant disrespect was starting to wear on his patience. He retorted, If you're so curious about the afterlife, just keep talking. She merely laughed, like a dog barking because its master is gone. She found his empty threats adorable, furious. He warned her he wouldn't hesitate to strike her down. After all, she was the root of all their current problems. She remained unfazed. Always the same old story, she sighed, just as a commanding voice ordered them to stand down. That powerful presence was enough to silence both him and the brute known as Heron. Settle your scores later. We have work to do, and it must be done quickly. It would be a shame if your foolishness created more problems for us. The brute grumbled, admitting his mistake. He shouldn't have let her provocation get to him. The woman smirked, saying he was lucky for the interruption. Then she turned her attention, claiming the other man was ignoring her calls. But that wasn't the whole story. 4 days ago, he had simply deemed her unworthy of a response.
He had proposed disbanding the rescue team. There was no need for it, as their plan had been a resounding success.
The bulky one added that only 12 people perished in the incident. Besides, they had already shifted the public's focus elsewhere. The media was now obsessed with those mysterious youths. It was their intervention that saved the Adventurers Association from public outrage.
The transport vehicle containing the creature
Had been left unguarded. That's how it was stolen, sparking the entire incident. They bribed the media and compensated the victims' families, masterfully redirecting all attention onto the 2 young heroes. The woman argued they should have eliminated the boys. But the man's grand dream was to become a terrorist, forcing the Adventurers Association to notice them. A minor incident like this would never be enough to achieve his goal. But if they continued to orchestrate these catastrophes, the association would inevitably crumble from within.
The brute finally understood. The chaos must continue. And their next move was already waiting.
Before he could answer, a new figure appeared. Is everyone present? You should have warned me. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. The leader replied that he wouldn't dare interrupt the man's hobbies, but the newcomer corrected him. This isn't a hobby. It's my profession. Though he couldn't hide the sheer joy he took in his work, the bulky one eyed him suspiciously. Is this man an adventurer?
He'd heard rumors that this adventurer was a nobody, a snake who betrayed his own comrades for personal gain.
Suddenly, a hostage's desperate cry for help echoed through the ruins. They knew his methods all too well. He lures his companions into traps, then vanishes into the shadow, a secret haven for adventurers deep within the dungeons. It was meant to be a safe house, a place with supplies and a moment's rest. But that original purpose had long been corrupted. Now, it was a den of lawlessness. The leader turned to the hostage. Tell us the story again. He explained that a party was planned for that very night, inside the shadow, not just for adventurers, but for ordinary citizens as well. The brute's interest was piqued. The hostage had been associating with smugglers. Keep talking, he growled. The story isn't over yet. His boss pulls strings from the shadows. He brings in all sorts of people. The rich, the ordinary. They're plied with drinks, with drugs, and turned into nothing more than addicts, chasing forbidden thrills deep inside the dungeons. Those places are their private playgrounds, where any twisted desire can be fulfilled, far from the prying eyes of the world. The hostage confessed he never had a choice. He'd heard whispers that his squad wasn't the only one playing these depraved games. His captor offered a twisted comfort, saying he'd already said everything they needed to hear. But the real problem was simple. His time was up. This was the end of the line. No one ever leaves that place alive. The world will just hear another tragic story of adventurers lost to monsters. It seems this next mission will be quite interesting, though it's strange that only the 4 of them were assigned to it. The guy in the bandana wishes Dorian was with them. If things went sideways, they could just unleash hell and wipe the slate clean. But when it comes to pure lethal efficiency, the 4 of them are more than enough. Their target is an assault squad, hungry to expand its influence. 2 gold level and 6 ranked members. Just enough to make things fun. When their bodies are finally found, the stench will show the world just how deep the rot truly goes.
1 month has passed. The protagonist is almost at his destination. His cast is off, but his recovery is still incomplete.
It will take another 2 weeks. In that time, his new equipment will also be ready. And there was something else he needed to know. But before he heard it, he saw his friend was already waiting. He never expected they'd be the only ones using this facility for the next few days. That certainly explained the taxi fare, since the place was so far from the city. This is their only chance to prepare for the exam. She heard the protagonist would be swamped next month, so she had to help him now. Jerry Young explained that he met this person right after his cast was removed.
He forgot to mention it, but he also wants to help him prepare. He thinks this newcomer will be incredibly useful.
As he introduced them, he failed to notice their shared nervousness, a strange, hesitant shyness. The training center was incredible, with a full Olympic pool and all the necessary equipment. There was even a space for them to rest, with food and drinks available at their leisure. It was a waiting room specially designed for adventurers. The 5th floor is for men only, but if he wants to use the spa, he'll have to go down to the 4th. Jerry Young couldn't believe this all belonged to her uncle. The girl simply said not to be surprised. For high-level adventurers, this level of extravagance is almost normal. Since her uncle wasn't using the facility, she saw her chance and got them permission to use the space. It was then she realized she'd forgotten to ask what that other guy was doing here too. Jerry Young explained he was a friend, but the girl quickly hushed him, worried they might be overheard. She doesn't get why Chulan came with the main character. Even though they're in the same class, they're not what you'd call close. Jerry Young asked if she'd ever tried talking to him, but for her, that wasn't even an option. It wasn't just about their class. Everyone in school avoids him. He has a reputation for being extremely demanding, despite his noble background. As she was about to continue venting, Jerry Young cut her off, asking what his friend was doing. He reminded him they weren't here to mess around. The mountain of muscles approached him like an obedient puppy. The girl was stunned to see such a brute apologize so meekly. The whole situation was truly bizarre. She then remembered they'd mentioned a serum in the taxi. The muscular giant confirmed he didn't really know anyone at school, but muttered that the girl was scary. Even so, he thinks she must be a nice person deep down. Jerry Young was completely confused. Were they even talking about the same person that wasn't the serum he knew? He admitted he's not good with social cues, but he knows that girl has been targeted by certain people since her very first day, yet he's never once seen her falter. She always holds her head high, no matter what. He has no idea how she does academically, but he's sure of one thing: she's an incredibly resilient person. Maybe they could use this weekend for a group study session? But Serum grew worried, insisting he needed to prepare for the exam. The protagonist, however, didn't seem to care about that. He needed to build habits, gain knowledge, analyze situations, and develop a plan. That was what mattered most. And since they were here, they should use this place in a more interesting way. Because over the last month, he's become stronger than ever. He'd finally had the chance to face truly talented people. So they should seize this opportunity to exchange knowledge. That way, everyone gains something from this. His words may have sounded harsh, but he knew these two were completely out of their element at school. If he were enrolled there, he would share information with his friends. They should start doing that right now. Serum actually started to consider doing just that over the weekend. Jerry urged her to focus on herself, After all, this academy was a battlefield, not a playground. His words made sense, but a knot of worry tightened in her stomach. Even if he passed the test, who in this elite school would ever sponsor him? She understood the dire situation completely, but felt utterly incapable of teaching him anything worthwhile. That's when Jerry turned to the mountain of muscle beside them, asking if he knew magic, unfortunately. The guy was still stuck in theory classes. The girl admitted she was skilled, but quickly clarified that knowing magic and mastering it were two different things. Hilking then stepped up, offering to teach, She recognized he had a genuine desire to learn, but Serum was still intimidated by his overwhelming presence. He thought he was acting naturally, completely unaware that he was terrifying the poor girl, The group that the Mountain of Muscle, however, stayed behind to answer a call from his parents. Jerry Young marveled that the facility had everything. Even spare clothes she jokingly asked to take home, seeing the plan shift. Serum wondered what the protagonist was scheming now. She never dreamed she'd be part of a group in this cutthroat school, let alone have someone like Shielkane as a member. Jerry Young insisted that despite his size, the guy wasn't scary at all, and she wanted to make something crystal clear. But as they spoke, the echo of approaching footsteps cut through the air, They all turned to face the newcomer. The woman sneered, saying her bad feeling was right on the mark, if this facility was being used, she would have been informed, adding that Serum was as clumsy as ever. Completely startled, Serum froze, She never expected to run into Anisha here. The two cousins immediately clashed, arguing about using the facility without their uncle's approval. Jerryong had no idea who this aggressive blonde was. Anisha declared their uncle would never grant special treatment to anyone. Sarum quietly explained this was her cousin. Anisha, who, despite being the same age, had a much rougher edge. The guy with Anisha gave a friendly wave, relieved her. He'd planned on bringing his own crew here to train, to build some camaraderie. So, seeing more faces was a welcome surprise. Though he knew his cousin preferred places with less of a crowd. It was probably best she stepped away to avoid any needless drama. Just as Serum was about to speak, our main character cut in, seeing this not as a problem, but as a golden opportunity. They were just here for a study session, and their other friend had only stepped out to take a call. He asked if their presence would be an issue. One of the extras sized him up, demanding to know where he came from, since he was an unfamiliar face.
He calmly explained he was just a first year from an ordinary school named Jerry, currently preparing for the transfer exam.
Sarum offered to help him over the weekend, but the extras just scoffed, having already labeled him a complete weirdo. The brute of the group warned him to get lost before things got ugly. Anisha barely held herself back from humiliating her cousin, as the thug continued his intimidation tactics. He sneered that they were on another level, and a nobody like Jerry wouldn't last a second here. He would only embarrass himself and should find something else to do with his life. Before Jerry could utter another word, the extra moved with shocking speed, landing a solid punch right on his face. Jerry cried out, clutching his cheek in pain. The extra never intended to cause real harm. Assaulting a normal citizen carried a severe penalty. He only wanted to intimidate the boy, pulling his punch just before impact. He was sure he'd calculated the strike with perfect precision. The boy should have flinched away from his fist.
A chilling thought then crossed his mind. The boy must have moved into the punch on purpose. He'd seen right through the provocation. With a trembling voice, Jerry said he had hoped they could be friendly, maybe even train and grow stronger together.
But now, he had no choice but to act in self-defense, hoping the extra would understand. After all, the entire area was under surveillance. The cameras were positioned to leave 0 blind spots, a feature for adventurers to review their training and spot their failures.
Sarum knew immediately he took that hit on purpose. Whatever Jerry was planning, he had a very good reason for it.
And now, that unprovoked aggression was caught on camera. The extra was stunned, struggling to even process the words self-defense. Jerry went on, claiming he was very shy and introverted, and that traumatic events like this disturbed his sleep. The extra couldn't believe it. This victim was overreacting. He wasn't even really hurt, raising his voice for all to hear. Jerry asked if Serum heard what the attacker just said, that his victim behavior was exaggerated. Maybe it would be better to call the police, or even the school principal. That threat sent a jolt of terror through the extra. Who knew he had to solve this problem immediately? He desperately asked what the boy wanted money, a training match? But Jerry simply stated that everything he did from this point on would be in self-defense. If he didn't return that punch, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The extra reluctantly agreed to that solution, believing it was the easiest way to end this nightmare. They made a classic, fatal mistake. They assumed a mediocre student from a mediocre school. Could only possess mediocre strength. But the impact of that punch was so vicious. It felt like his teeth had been completely rearranged. Jerryong, however, is a master actor, putting on a flawless performance of being impressed. This was a far cry from the weak tap the thug had promised.
A primal instinct screamed at him. A clear warning not to take that blow.
The bald friend was clueless, wondering why he dodged, but the attacker himself was drenched in a cold sweat. His friends might have thought it was a joke, but he knew that if that punch had landed, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Jerryong began to taunt the thug, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Was that a real punch? Or are you just a liar? Anisha urged him to just tell the truth. To return the favor with equal force would be complete overkill. The smarter path was to simply apologize and offer compensation. Starting a real fight now made no sense. With his pride already in tatters, the thug saw his only escape. He finally admitted he was wrong, but Jerryong had no intention of letting things end there. He proposed a simple alternative. They would settle this with their fists. And as the words left his lips, he vanished without a trace. Realizing a battle was inevitable, the thug prepared his stance. He read the boy's aggressive approach and tried to intimidate him. Believing he saw an opening, he lunged, but his fist struck nothing but an afterimage, leaving his entire body defenseless. A fatal mistake. That single opening was all Jerryong needed to crush his jaw, but the strike was intentionally weakened. Because the goal was never to harm the body. It was to utterly destroy his ego. Jerryong's counterattack was a devastating show of absolute superiority. slash leaving the thug burning with a deep, impotent rage. With his pride shattered, he began throwing a wild flurry
of punches, but not a single blow could find its target. Slash Jerryong dodged effortlessly until the thug thought he finally had him cornered.
But he still failed to grasp the true extent of that boy's power. Slash his final desperate attack was repelled with ease.
It all happened in a flash, leaving the thug reeling in confusion. Slash Jerryong's voice cut through the haze. And what if I had decided to land a few real hits? Seizing the chance, he delivered a light kick to the thug's leg, sending him sprawling to the ground, his pride obliterated for the final time.
The crowd of onlookers took a long moment to process what they had just witnessed. Their only conclusion was that the senior must have lost on purpose. Slash Jerryong, however, just felt disappointed. Slash, was this guy really from the same school? He had been expecting so much more from this fight. He cheerfully offered to train with him sometime, glad the thug took it in good humor. Slash, after all, there was video evidence of who started it. Slash, but the poor soul refused to even shake his hand. If this was how the fight ended, it was almost pitiful. Slash, he was hoping for a challenge, something as tough as his battle with that girl. If he had known it would be this easy, Slash, he would have held back even more. He told his friend to keep the recording, just in case. She thought it was unnecessary. Slash, are you stupid? He asked bluntly.
The recording isn't for me, he explained. Slash, it's for you. Watch it, and you'll see with absolute clarity. He had been deliberately limiting his own speed. Slash to match the mediocre level of his opponent. Slash who fell far below his expectations. It was only then that she understood. Slash Jerryong had orchestrated this entire event as a lesson for her. He had used the opportunity to identify her tormentor at school, the girl in the dress. Slash. It was also painfully obvious she didn't bother to hide her hatred for his friend. He didn't know the specifics of their school situation. Slash. But according to Chil Kang, she was the type who never bowed her head to anyone. To be clear, he isn't an arrogant person. Slash, but he absolutely refuses to let jerks take advantage of him. They may have a secret agreement. Slash, but his reputation matters, too. Slash. They can't afford to remain isolated. As he was speaking to her, a strange sound cut through the air. Slash. The two of them spun around to see what was happening. It was the thug, his eyes still burning with rage. Slash. He was launching a sneak attack, hoping to catch the protagonist off guard. Anisha decided he had suffered enough humiliation for one day. Slash. She summoned a magical entity that stopped the thug's charge with a single hand. Their senior should at least try to maintain his composure. Slash. His foolish pride had now forced her to intervene. Saren watched, completely intimidated by the sheer power her cousin possessed. Slash. But that display of magic triggered something unexpected. Jerryong felt a strange energy awaken in his own body. Slash. His mind flashed back to an event from 3 weeks ago. Slash. He was opening a delivery from the hospital. He hadn't expected much. The clothes inside were in tatters. Slash. It seemed the item had been completely destroyed. The item's effect was simple. Slash. When the user's life is in danger, Slash, their body is covered in a magical shield to prevent the worst. In that moment of extreme danger, Slash, he never realized the item in his pocket had activated. That artifact was the key to his survival. Slash, but the surge of power he felt afterward. He wasn't sure if that was also a side effect. Slash. It was easier to believe that. Slash, than to accept the possibility that he held some kind of hidden power. An item this priceless had to have a hidden effect. Slash. That's when the horrifying truth crashed down on him. Slash. The boy had lost an irreplaceable artifact. Gazing at his hand, he recognized the chilling sensation. Slash. It was the same energy he'd felt before. He didn't know why it was awakening now. Slash, but he was certain it had nothing to do with Ankle's blood. Anisha smirked. How much is my cousin offering? Slash, switch sides. I'll pay you triple, and then some. Slash, Saren shot back. Stop playing games. Your offers are an insult. But the girl's eyes were cold. This isn't a joke. Slash, it's a valid offer to a potential asset. Even if he was an inferior, he'd managed to defeat a second-year student from the academy. It was strange that a prodigy with his power was completely unknown. Slash, there had to be a reason he never enrolled. Slash, but most problems can be erased with enough money. And money was all Anisha had to offer. Slash, good connections, a solid reputation, true talent. Those were not her strengths. The girl was about to suggest her cousin was offering something more personal. The main character cut in. She offers me loyalty. Someone is trying to sabotage my friend's future. Slash, I can only imagine how painful that must be. But one thing is certain, he continued, his voice laced with ice. Slash, anyone who schemes in the shadows is a mediocre coward. Nothing more than a bucket of trash. Since your sister is close to Jarian, she pressed, you must know who that person is. Hit by the passive-aggressive strike, her magic dissipated. Slash, She had no choice but to cancel the meeting for that week. The girl who had come with them panicked. But we already invited other classmates. Anisha scoffed at her friend's kindness, / you witnessed all of that, and you still have the nerve to worry about them. The seniors from the academy are coming, and they're going to grind that nobody into the dirt, / this was her one chance to build connections with the student council. And now it would be better for everyone to just forget what happened here today. Saren made a point to warn the main character, whispering, "We're cousins." "If money can't buy you," Anisha threatened, "then you must want something else. You better be clear about it, because your school life is about to be affected." Jarian was about to fire back, but his friend grabbed his arm, desperately telling him to stop. He wanted to provoke the mage just a little more, maybe even bait her into a fight, / but Saren knew she had to stop him. That woman had no limits. Now that he had her attention, the real hell was about to begin, / and the gossip would only be the start of it. Jarian suddenly realized that the strange sensation from before had vanished completely, / it disappeared the moment her magic faded. Could it be that his power only awakens when he senses magic? / Saren saw his distant expression and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy now knew with absolute certainty he had to learn how to use magic immediately, / all, while the other student was still reeling from the pain. Just then, a voice called out to him. It was Shulking, / he tried to sound friendly, but his presence was a crushing threat to anyone nearby. Even the defeated student recognized Shulking's infamous reputation, / and he had no idea what a monster like that was doing here. Jarian approached him and apologized. "I wanted to test something," he confessed, "but I never meant to embarrass you." "No, the fault was mine." The student admitted his own mistake, / I was powerless, unable to do a single thing against you. He had been arrogant, rushing in without understanding the true power of his opponent. Shulking called him a hero for preventing a greater tragedy, and he was relieved nothing worse occurred. / but Jarian wondered, if it had been a real battle, would he truly? The student fell into deep thought, but the boy spoke again, / we're not so different, you and I, in terms of raw strength and speed. But you lost control of your emotions. Your attacks became too simple, / it made it easy for me to read your every strike. While his opponent was unconscious, Jarian had rewatched their fight dozens of times. Your weight distribution is a dead giveaway, he explained, / it tells me exactly what you're going to do next. Maybe he already knew that, but Jarian meticulously organized the data for him to review anyway, / this analysis would surely leave his senior completely stunned. An evaluation of this level is something money can't buy, / it was only possible thanks to Jarian's inhuman intuition and obsessive attention to detail. And indeed, the bodyguard was thunderstruck, / he could barely find the words to speak. Jarian waved it off. "I don't care about what happened. It's all settled now. I hold no grudge." "We're here to train," he said. "I hope this information helps you get stronger, for good." He told him to leave his number once he finished watching the video, so Jarian could send him the full analysis. Jarian couldn't believe it. "Your friends, they just left you here unconscious, / even." Shulking thought it was a despicable act, but with everything that had happened, they needed to refocus, / it was time to finally begin their magic training. Mana was merely the fuel for magic, but a person's status that determined the fuel's very quality. A truth Jarian was only just beginning to grasp. His friend then revealed a startling fact. Humans and elves possessed nearly identical reserves of mana. To put it another way, coal burns far differently than a pile of paper, / the very quality of your mana determines which spells you can even cast. She's at C rank, the bare minimum for aspiring mages, / as it's the gateway to casting offensive enhancement spells. For these boys, however, what they possess is only enough for basic self-enhancement. Jarian was already buzzing with excitement, asking if they could master it all in a single weekend. / Saren knew she'd never get used to that kind of blinding enthusiasm. The beginning phase normally takes 1 to 2 weeks, / but someone offered to help them speed things up, as long as they were okay with a lowly extra teaching them enchantments to enhance the user's own body. After just a few moments of practice, Jarian manifested an F-level enchantment, a tiny, flickering flame. He was shocked by his own progress, / but the instructor told him not to get ahead of himself. It would be strange if a talent like him couldn't even manage that, / brimming with excitement. He asked if he should make the flame stronger or try to conjure water. He was told to keep his focus on that one flame, / and to concentrate on its very core. Feel your own magic is terrible advice, / it's nearly impossible to feel something you've never experienced. But now, everything was different, / he had successfully drawn out his mana and transformed it into fire. This was the true first step. The moment his magic had truly awakened, / now, he could explore that sensation to understand its depths. The instructor had expected this progress,
but in the worst-case scenario, he'd budgeted the entire weekend for it. Jerian said he could feel a sharp, delicate sensation, like static electricity, starting in his lower abdomen and spreading throughout his body. His instructor confirmed that was the exact feeling, stunned that it took the boy just over a minute to reach this point. The sensation was incredible, as if his entire body was a network of circuits. He first thought there were 50, then realized there were hundreds. The human body has two fundamental parts that command mana: the center, located in the abdomen, and the adjacent circuits that distribute its power. There are 127 in total. Sarian asked the mountain of muscle if he could play any instruments. He said he played piano until he was 10, but lacked the talent to be a musician.
That's perfect, she replied, because what I'm about to teach you is just like playing the piano.
She demonstrated a D-level spell, a sphere of lightning that wasn't lethal, but could easily paralyze an enemy. She didn't need a chant or any complex movements to cast it. Magic is not as complicated as people think. Most enchantments are woven without the user ever moving their body. It is just like playing the piano. You press the right keys, in the right order, at the right time, the circuits in your body are the keys, and the magic is the sheet music flowing through them. It is all about timing and precision. That is the true nature of magic.
He asked what would happen if he missed the timing of the notes. Worried there might be dangerous side effects.
Simple spells will still cast despite small errors, though their quality suffers. Saren couldn't help but notice how terrifyingly focused his expression became. The more difficult the spell, the greater the chance of failure if cast incorrectly. As she said that, the electricity in her hand began to surge violently. In this world, failed execution has consequences. A simple miscast like this could paralyze its user. More complex spells can demand a far higher price, like your very life. That is why mages need protection on the battlefield. Focusing under the stress of combat is harder than it looks. She knew the boy could already sense his mana from practice. But he still couldn't feel the circuits in his body. They were going to start from the very beginning. Since he's a tank, he doesn't need refined knowledge. He just needs to master the circuits used for enhancement. Garyon always knew those two would get along great, once they had the chance to truly know each other. Seeing him stand, the instructor asked if Garyon needed the bathroom, but the boy said there was no point in continuing to practice. His senior warned him that he had to keep practicing to feel the mana flowing, but Garyon calmly stated that he already understood how it works. He could feel the precise location of every single circuit in his body, His senior was utterly speechless. The boy then demonstrated, pointing out 2 in his hand, totaling 6 in his right arm, in his left arm. He had 8, and if you count his shoulder, that makes 10 altogether. The incredible precision left his senior completely stunned. He was confident in his teaching. But this speed of progress was simply absurd.
Serene realized that Geryon was just being Geryon again. So she asked her new bro to handle the next steps of his training.
The young man needed a moment to accept that this boy was a true prodigy. Though there were still small differences. All humanoid species have a similar number of circuits, and each is already known, for the next stage of training. He revealed his own body. For the next stage of training, he revealed his body, seemingly unchanged. Pay attention, he said, taking a deep breath. He had fortified his physical form, a technique that boosts reflex speed and endurance. The boy, however, couldn't spot any difference in his instructor's physique. The instructor feinted a jab towards the boy's face, a sudden test to demonstrate the change. The power and speed behind it were on another level. If that blow had connected, a broken nose would have been the least of his worries. The veteran was impressed the boy sensed the danger without even making eye contact. He recalled how last year, this kid was at the bottom of the ranks, full of raw power, but lacking the control to use his full potential. Geryon finally understood. That's why he developed his fortification magic. That was the key. The veteran wasn't creating something new, but perfecting what he already had. His natural aptitude for magic was his greatest asset. After countless hours of practice, he searched for spells to complement his style. Eventually discovering the power of fortification, he realized that depending on the combination, you could draw out the absolute most from your own abilities. By layering multiple fortifications, he could create a synergy between them, reaching a level of strength far beyond what could be achieved naturally. And that was just one of the possibilities. Most talented mages perfect 2 or 3 enchantments. He, on the other hand, had mastered over a dozen. Because of this, he could now lead a team. Yet, the elites of the magic world always looked down on him for relying on simple enhancement spells. That's why he was so thrilled when someone popular invited him to that gathering. Even if it was just a formality, he was genuinely happy. He desperately wanted the approval of his peers. That's why he acted like such a jerk to the protagonist. He was just seeking recognition. In the end, he understood what it felt like to be on both sides. the aggressor and the victim. Though that realization came a little too late. He offered a sincere apology for all the foolish things he had done. Jurong waved it off. Forget it. For the next 58 hours, he was prepared to teach him everything. Their training session ended up lasting 4 entire days.
In the early morning, they stepped outside for some fresh air. It was a feeling Jarian truly cherished.
Saren teased him, saying he was like an old man despite being so young. She'd thought it was a joke, but was shocked they hadn't slept at all over the weekend. The main character replied that they were all still too young to feel tired. The truth was, their stamina levels were just monstrously high.
She was certain the last few days had been incredibly productive. Training with such talented people was a huge benefit.
Jurong mentioned that if they were closer to the city, they could have grabbed some soup with rice, a dish his friend had never experienced. The veteran asked if any of them were heading towards Gangnam, since he would be training in that city. Jurong confirmed he was headed the same way, telling Saram she didn't need to give him a ride since her destination was different. It might sound a little strange, but he was incredibly grateful for his friends. It was the best weekend he'd had since he was 5 years old. He doubted he'd see them again before the exam, as he'd be busy preparing. He wished them both luck, especially the girl, because if she failed, she'd become the butt of all his jokes, and he'd make a
point to never let her forget it. He asked Chiba King to look after her and be kind. With that, the small group finally said their goodbyes.
Saram also thanked the veteran for his help. She had learned an incredible amount from him. The young man admitted the feeling was mutual and hoped their paths would cross again. Finally, the taxi drove away, leaving the two of them alone. An awkward silence fell between them. Both were intimidating figures without even realizing it. They were lucky to have missed the traffic. He repeated himself again, saying the weekend had been truly incredible. He was thrilled to have learned a special move, but the veteran tempered his excitement, explaining it was just a concept. It might not even work in a real fight. Jerryonen refused to believe that. He was confident he could master it, and even use it in his upcoming revenge match. The veteran had no idea what he was talking about, but Jerryon promised to let him know the results. Unsure of when they'd meet again, he suggested they should go out to eat sometime.
Only if you get into a top academy, the protagonist replied coldly. I don't hang out with people who settle for ordinary places.
Jerryon understood the hidden meaning in those words. He thanked the veteran for the harsh encouragement. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion finally hit him like a truck. He was ready to go home and sleep for a week, but a voice cut in. You don't have time for school, let alone sleep. His manager was already there, waiting. He had already contacted the school to inform them Jerryon would be absent for an entire month. His eyes narrowed, sensing a change. The boy had learned to use magic. It was basic, but he could feel his mana circuits humming. Jerryon insisted he had to keep preparing for the exam. The manager praised his spirit, but said this basic level of magic wouldn't be nearly enough.
Don't misunderstand me, he began.
The kid hasn't been slacking off, I'll give him that. But he needs a reality check. This isn't some private lesson. It's a trial by fire. He better be ready to live and breathe like a true adventurer. This will test his very will to survive. I'm going to push him until he breaks. And one thing is certain. I'll make him understand that his talent isn't enough to save him. Now, it's time to move. He needs to pack his bags immediately. Just a few clothes. We can always come back for more. The boy asks where they're headed, wondering if it's my old training grounds. But I've already sold off those relics of the past. I'm building something new, and he has no idea what's coming for him. But this weapon, he's definitely going to use it. He wonders how they found his address. But the package arrived right at his doorstep. To the manager, it looked almost identical, just a different color. But Jerryon knew. It was far more than a simple paint job. It felt impossibly light in his hands. The grip was a perfect fit. Still, the manager wasn't in any rush to depart. Whether that gear is an upgrade or not, the kid will find out soon enough. I'll make damn sure he gets plenty of chances to test it. Jerryon's heart pounded with excitement at the thought. But the moment they stepped into the forest, that excitement turned to ice. This training was going to be anything but easy. The creature before him was a 4-star monstrosity.
Every instinct screamed at him to run. He was always taught to flee from a beast of this caliber.
That was the rule for a smuggler, where survival was everything. But as an adventurer, the rules have changed. He can always cry for help if he's about to die. It's been 6 months since I last saw his skills. A flesh-eating tree like that is a nightmare for any close-quarters fighter. If he hasn't grown stronger in that time, he'll likely die right here. And that would be the end of this little experiment. Jerong had to focus. The creature's attacks were blindingly fast and utterly devastating. Even with his senses pushed to their limit, a single second of hesitation would have meant instant death. This was the second 4-star beast he'd ever faced, and the rules of engagement were brutally simple. There was no room for error. The price of a single mistake was his life. And this time, he was completely on his own. He had to end this now. With everything he had, the gulf between a 3-star and a 4-star is the creature's cunning. Most high-level beasts possess decision-making skills. Rivaling a human's, some are even smart enough to set traps. The creature had deliberately lured him in. The manager saw it coming a mile away, but what he didn't expect was the sheer, devastating power of the boy's counter. He barely registered what happened. The boy's staff had erupted into a blade of pure energy. The sight was so stunning, the manager forgot he was even holding a cigarette. But the blade, forged from raw power, began to fade away. It was clear the kid had no idea how his own weapon worked. The manager demanded to know how he activated it, but Jurong was just as clueless. He hadn't even bothered to read the manual. Trying to understand, he asked a critical question. Was the boy feeling drained? Any fatigue from that last move? Jurong admitted he was a bit winded, but blamed it on the shock, not exhaustion. The manager couldn't sense a trace of magic. It had to be a function of the weapon itself. The mechanism wasn't new, but an ancient technology, favored by the old masters.
And this kind of power always comes with a price. Manifesting that blade consumes massive amounts of stamina. That's why the technology fell out of use. But considering its destructive force, this was incredible news.
He told the boy straight, if it wasn't for that weapon, he would have learned a very painful lesson just now. Jurong knew he'd left himself wide open. The manager admitted he never expected him to win, but not because he underestimated the kid. In fact, it was the complete opposite. He knew the boy was talented, perhaps already on par with a gold-class adventurer. Hearing this from the manager sent a shiver down his spine, but the manager shot that down. That wasn't praise, it was a simple observation.
I know at least a dozen people stronger than him, and more than half of them died at the hands of some insignificant beast.
Suddenly, Jarian felt a cold dread wash over him. The creature was still alive. For a second, he thought it was a different monster. He'd sliced it clean in two. But the damn thing had completely regenerated. This time, he had to finish it for good. His next strike hit true, severing one of the monster's limbs. Then he saw it. The end of his staff had morphed into a warhammer. And for the manager, everything finally clicked.
The weapon that manifests is determined by the user's own fighting style and core foundation.
It might seem random, but for this kid, it's the perfect weapon. But after taking more hits, the beast flew into a rage, and its severed arm grew back in an instant.
Top-tier gear means nothing. If your strategy is worthless, victory is impossible,
especially with a time limit hanging over your head. The cigarette burned down to its end, a perfect mirror for the boy's fading stamina. He was at his absolute physical limit, yet the creature before him was completely unharmed. It lunged with a fatal blow, but the manager refused to let this be the end.
He stepped in, casually lighting another cigarette.
He stated plainly that in his current state, the boy had zero chance of dodging the attack. "It's over for you," he said. Any objections? Jurong had desperately struck at every possible weakness, but nothing had worked.
"What was I supposed to do?" he asked. The manager's reply was cold. "I don't know either."
"It would have been better if you had just run." Jurong thought it was a cruel joke, but the manager was dead serious. Run and lead it where it can't regenerate. That is the ultimate strategy against this enemy. There are 3 ways to defeat that carnivorous tree. The first method is to lure the beast to a place where it's cut off from all nutrients. If it can draw sustenance from the earth, its regeneration is practically infinite. Rocky terrain or the inside of a mine would have sealed its fate, but that thought never even crossed his mind. He has to learn to seek out his enemy's weaknesses. That is the only path to survival. Jurong wanted to protest, but a dangerous cracking sound split the air. The creature was shattering the barrier, and the manager seemed completely unconcerned. "I'm not very good with protective spells," he admitted, as his own flames began to swell. This is the second method, burn it to ashes with a tier C level spell or higher. If Jarian were a mage specializing in fire, this battle would have been over in an instant. And that is precisely why the creature's danger level is 4 stars. It's weak to fire, but it's a terrifying beast in close combat. An ordinary flame won't even scratch it. It would take a military-grade incendiary to deal any real damage. Many adventurers died before that fact was discovered. This knowledge was paid for in blood. Creatures defeated with simple strategies today once claimed countless lives. Many prodigies met a premature end. The manager's gaze sharpened. "Tell me, how does it feel to be truly defeated for the first time?" Before he could answer, the manager spoke again. "It feels horrible, doesn't it? This isn't like losing a spar to another person. The feeling is 1,000 times worse. That is the price of being an adventurer. The cost might be a small wound or forced retirement. But it can also be losing someone you love. Living with the knowledge that you're alive at the cost of another is a pain too heavy to bear." He never wants the boy to experience that torment. Sometimes, swallowing your dignity is the most valuable choice you can make.
In any case, training is over for today. He then noted that the boy would now be running for a few hours.
The inside of a dungeon defies the laws of space. It can be countless times larger than it appears from the outside. And this particular domain was as vast as an entire country. The run left him completely exhausted. And yet the manager told him to enjoy the view. And it was true. For all its lethal dangers, the dungeon possessed a breathtaking and savage beauty. The 3-star creatures here were at the very bottom of the food chain. Alone, the boy wouldn't last 30 minutes. For the next 2 weeks, he would train by day and be protected at night. The final 2 weeks would be for direct instruction. But to earn that, he would have to use everything he'd learned to survive 1 month in this forest. That was the test. Of course, he was free to give up at any time.
A wry smile crossed Jerian's face. He was already wishing he had more than just 1 month in this place. Time flew by, and the day of the exam finally arrived. Stern was beside herself with worry. He had ignored every one of her calls, and now he was running late.
He finally appeared, looking surprised that she was waiting for him right there on the street. Stern was about to lecture him, but seeing his state, she was shocked into silence. "Where have you been?" she stammered. He simply apologized for ignoring her calls. "I was in a place with no phone signal," he explained, asking if something was wrong, and admitting it might all sound a little strange. "I had to cut my own hair, so I probably look a little weird right now. I didn't mean to make you worry."
She joked that she was going to sue him, but she had a million questions. Inside the car, Saron reached out to touch his shoulder.
In that moment, a strange chill ran through her. This person felt completely different. As Jerian turned to speak, "Chemsi," the girl instantly pulled her hand back. "My apologies," he said. "I've picked up a habit of reacting to things that approach from behind." A cold sweat trickled down her neck. Saron insisted he had nothing to apologize for. He'd completely forgotten about his formal clothes, having spent every second of the last month adapting to his new weapon. A sharp glint of excitement lit up his eyes. For the first time, Siren felt an overwhelming killing intent radiating from a person. But that wasn't what truly stunned her. She'd seen flashes of that aura in him before. What truly shocked her to her core was that his presence now felt no different from that of a monster. The new gear fit the boy like a second skin. He couldn't help but admire its flawless quality. This level of craftsmanship must have cost a fortune. With more time, fine adjustments could have been made. After all, minor tweaks and superior equipment can decide a battle. But there was no time for what-ifs. Even so, his motivation burned hotter than ever. Siren believed a little caution was in order for the test, but the boy's mind wasn't on the test at all. He was thinking about the school itself, the legendary academy where the trial would be held, a place he'd only dreamed of seeing. It stood atop a small mountain, once a peaceful park before the cataclysm shattered the world as they knew it.
The region was classified as a high-danger zone. Perched on the tallest peak in all of Korea, it was once a formidable dungeon. 30 years ago, a historic joint effort between the government and the Hunters Association was launched to reclaim the area.
The nation's greatest hunters were summoned, though participation was voluntary. Not a single one turned their back on the call.
An entire year was spent on planning, a massive investment of both resources and manpower.
And the result of that monumental effort? A complete success. A victory celebrated not just in Korea, but by people all across the globe. The next great challenge was what to do with the reclaimed territory, until one of the hunters proposed a truly unexpected idea: to build a school on that very ground. There was already a desperate need for a proper training center to forge the next generation of adventurers, a sanctuary where students could be properly guided. But finding a suitable location had proven impossible.
Ownership of the conquered land was granted to the very hunters who had risked their lives to seize it from darkness.
Though it's a story few people know, if not for one person's crucial, anonymous donation, clearing the dungeon would have failed, and this academy would never have existed. Jerong had never seen the fabled school with his own eyes, and as he journeyed down the long highway, he realized he wasn't the only one eager to finally behold it.
So much had changed in just the last month. Someone had asked him if he knew of an attack squad called J.
It turned out several of his classmates idolized the famous team. Then came the shocking news: every single member was dead. Their hideout, breached by vicious monsters that slaughtered them all. It began as a terrible tragedy, but when narcotics and the bodies of celebrities were found at the scene, the tragedy spiraled into a massive public scandal. The news was flooded with apologies as countless influential figures were dragged into the controversy. Public opinion fractured, dividing the nation. In a desperate attempt to repair its tarnished image, the Hunter Association announced a new plan, which is why the test location was suddenly changed. Now, the exam would be held in the Ponyo Labyrinth, a place the main character knew by reputation, the second A-rank dungeon ever to be conquered, and once the dreaded lair of the infamous dragon, Vuka. Meanwhile, at the Jin Sung Company headquarters, deep within the forge, Zeke appeared before a blacksmith who had already drained his liquor to the last drop. It had been an eternity since the old blacksmith had drunk so heavily. Muttering about how pathetically weak human alcohol was, he demanded to know why Zeke was there. And if there was any news about the boy, Zeke had come for information on the labyrinth. Knowing the blacksmith had aided humanity 20 years ago, the old man remembered it all too well. Back then, they dreamed of turning the site into a training ground. He had warned them it was a complete waste of their time. Now, Zeke needed to know every detail. After all, dragons are creatures of profound obsession. Once they fixate on something, their ambition becomes absolute. And Vuka was infamous for his all-consuming love of labyrinths. Despite his overwhelming power, his nest was a chaotic, mind-bending maze. He used every trick imaginable, borrowing knowledge from countless races to make it impossibly complex. There was no way humans could ever truly tame what that dragon had built. Zeke was convinced the place was never truly safe. Vuka had even kidnapped dwarves, forcing them to help complete his masterpiece. The blacksmith still couldn't comprehend how humans had ever defeated the beast. But he knew one thing for certain: it did not happen inside the labyrinth itself. To do so would have been utterly impossible. Even 2 decades later, he was sure that humans had only seen the tip of the iceberg. And while he insisted nothing was obviously wrong with the dungeon, he gave a chilling warning it was completely and totally unpredictable. Zeke knew holding the test there was a grave mistake. Coming all this way to consult a titan meant someone had made a truly reckless decision. He mused grimly that perhaps they'd get lucky. Maybe another tragedy would finally force the association to value human life. Or, who knows, maybe, just maybe, someone would finally conquer that impossible dungeon. Back at the Poe Labyrinth, Jerian was in awe of the sight before him. Candidates from all over were already gathering for the test. The labyrinth itself was infamous for one terrifying reason: it was constantly changing its shape. But this exam was uncharted territory. No one had any solid intel on what was to come. The air was thick with mystery. It seemed Anisha was determined to push them to their absolute limits. Jerian felt a chill crawl up his spine. He was being watched. Nearly 20 pairs of eyes were locked onto him, cold and calculating. He had no idea what poison Anisha had spread, but it was clearly potent. Meanwhile, Saren remained blissfully unaware of the crushing pressure. Her senses were simply too dull to notice the danger. But over the last month, Jerian had learned the bitter taste of being prey. It was like being exposed to a blazing sun, every gaze a burning ray. But that harsh light had taught him something crucial. He learned how to shed the scent of fear and become the hunter in the shadows. His rivals would need all the luck they could get. Elsewhere, with less than an hour to go, a storm was brewing among the higher-ups. The Adventurer Association's president lauded the new changes, giving a nod to the school director's support. But his tone held a biting edge, dismissing the affair as a joke to distract the public from a recent scandal. He wasn't alone in his contempt. He declared that if thanks were owed, it should go to the one who profited most from this chaos. That person was Kiora, the president of the Warrior School's board. She calmly stated the council had debated this thoroughly, urging them to see reason. But one man's voice cut through her defense. Phil understood they were cornered. He suspected her rank was a product of political games, and the air in the room grew thick enough to choke on. A woman at the table sensed the conflict was about to erupt into open war. The bald man issued a stark warning to the elder, telling him not to cross the line. He sneered, calling the test a fool's errand, designed by fools, for fools. But his dismissive words ignited a fire in the old man's eyes. His stare pierced through Youngle, cold, hard, and utterly serious. He questioned if Youngle had grown senile, or if the last 30 years had simply been erased from his memory. If that was the case, the elder advised, it would be wise for him to hold his tongue. The president conceded the old man's concerns had merit. But if he preferred a contest of strength over words, she would gladly accommodate him. A suffocating pressure filled the room. These two were ancient rivals. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the explosion. But the spark that broke the standoff came from the most unexpected source. A lone student, stepping into the lion's den, calmly introduced himself. The association president seized the moment, urging for calm. He declared that any grievances about how things had unfolded should be directed to him, and him alone. With that, the powder keg of a meeting concluded, and the attendees began to disperse. The old man seethed under his breath, stunned by the president's sheer audacity. Nothing but that woman's loyal dog. He then turned to the professor beside him, asking if his words had cut too deep. The professor conceded they were aggressive, but thanked him for his candor. Truthfully, the old man had foreseen this outcome. He knew Kiora's weakness was the graduates. She saw them as the nation's future and showered them with favor. But this coddling was a poison, rewarding them lavishly for meager accomplishments. This pampering, he growled, was killing true potential. New adventurers were like pet fish in an aquarium, fed and protected by unseen masters. Only a select few knew the truth of the system, and he was certain that crucial intel had already been leaked to the children of powerful families taking the test. Was I too extreme? He asked again. The professor's answer was firm. Not at all. This was an attack on their school's very foundation, an attack they would not tolerate. He vowed this exam would be free of corruption. His greatest fear was for the students' safety, a concern he knew Kiora didn't share. If the worst came to pass, they would have to act swiftly. And though the words went unspoken, he could feel the palpable bloodlust radiating from the professor. But that was a battle for another time. A more pressing mystery had emerged. They still didn't have a name for that student, but his potential was undeniable. And the old man knew his interruption was no accident. The professor was known for his ironclad strictness, a man who never showed sentiment, especially during exam season. And yet, he truly hoped this boy would succeed. It had been ages since he felt the burning desire to personally mentor a student himself. In this test, students were required to find a treasure and deliver it to a designated spot, all while staying alive. The labyrinth's danger level had been calibrated to incapacitate, not kill. But the stakes were real. One wrong move could mean death. The condition to pass was deceptively simple: secure a single treasure. With more treasures than challengers, it seemed like everyone could walk away a winner. Theoretically, one candidate couldn't help but wonder, what if everyone actually passed? This was a brand new rule, a unique twist for this year's trial. Once the briefing ended, the participants were unleashed, preparing to enter the labyrinth according to their numbers. They first had to collect their gear from storage. Without a phone, Jae-young was on his own, forced to rely on pure instinct. Along the way, he witnessed a familiar scene: a boy being cornered. A few thugs were preying on him over an accidental bump. The boy's leg was already injured, and he clearly wasn't the aggressor. Yet these hyenas continued to circle him. One of the onlookers, however, instantly sensed the true danger in the air. Jae-young had no time for their foolish games, and calmly told them not to block his path. The wannabe tough guys puffed out their chests, but one had already lost his nerve. Bound by the rules, Jae-young couldn't lay a hand on them here. But he could make them understand true fear. He let a chilling promise hang in the air, that if they accidentally met inside the labyrinth, things would get very ugly. Those words alone were enough to shatter the blonde thug's courage, right along with his underwear. As the cowards scrambled away, one got a message identifying the monster they just provoked. Jae-young simply handed the boy his fallen book. The boy thanked him for stepping in, while cryptically admitting it hadn't really been necessary. As they parted, Jae-young couldn't help but worry about the boy's injured leg in the brutal test ahead. He was also curious about that book he carried. It felt completely out of place in a place like this. As Jae-young walked away, the boy silently wished him luck. You see, this was no ordinary victim. He was a second-year student who placed second in this very test last year. The time had finally come. All candidates gathered on the launch floor, the very gateway to the labyrinth. A surge of excitement coursed through Jae-young. The place looked like something torn from a sci-fi epic.
Dozens of futuristic capsules lined the room, each a one-way ticket to a random corner of the deadly maze.
All they had to do was enter the capsule that matched their number. When the countdown hit 0, the trial would begin. The labyrinth's gates would be unsealed, and the test of survival would commence. Only seconds remained before the drop.
A massive clock ticked down the final moments, ready to broadcast a distress signal for the very first casualty.
With just 1 second left, Jae-young felt the capsule hum to life. No one could possibly know what horrors awaited them inside. The labyrinth was more than just a maze. It felt alive, a predator ready to turn humans into fuel for its own survival. An emergency was already unfolding.
All signals from the students inside were gone. The labyrinth was now hunting every soul who dared to enter its domain.
But not everyone in there was prey. Some were born predators, the natural enemy of monsters. For them, the real test had only just begun. And that's where this manhwa wraps its incredible first season. As your recapper and a fellow fan, I honestly can't decide what rating this story deserves. Maybe a solid 7 out of 10. Comment below if you agree, or tell me what score you'd give it.
Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel so I don't end up starving in the future.
And can keep bringing you more of this amazing content.